Section 33 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being by Peter Coffey. Chapter 10, Part 2. 80. Powers, Faculties, and Forces. A natural operative power, faculty, or force, dynamis, potentia, facultas, virtus agendi, is a quality which renders the nature of the individual agent apt to elicit certain actions by impotence or incapacity, adynamis, impotentia, incapacitas. Aristotle meant not an opposite kind of quality in contradistinction to power or faculty, but only a power of a weaker order, differing in degree, not in kind, from the real power which renders an agent proximately capable of acting. Such weaker capacities, for instance, as the infant's power to walk, or the defective eyesight of the aged. It is to the individual subsisting person or thing that all the actions proceeding from the latter are ascribed. Actiones sunt suppositorum. The suppositum, or person, is the principium quod agit, and it acts in accordance with its nature. This latter is the principium quo agens agit. The nature is the substance or essence as a principle of the actions, whereby the individual tends to realize its end. But is a created finite nature the immediate or proximate principle of its activities, so that it is operative per se? Or is it only their remote principle, eliciting them not by itself, but only by means of powers, faculties, forces, which are themselves accidental perfections of the substance and really distinct from it, qualities intermediate between the latter and its actions, being the proximate principles of the latter? No doubt, when any individual nature is acted upon by other agencies, when it undergoes real change under the influence of its environment, its passive potentiality is being so far forth actualized. Moreover, when the nature itself acts immanently, the term of such action remaining within the agent itself to actualize or perfect it, some passive potentiality of the agent is being actualized. In these cases, the nature before being thus actualized was really capable of such actualization. This passive potentiality, however, is itself nothing actual. It implies no actual perfection in the nature. But we must distinguish carefully from this passive or receptive potentiality of a nature its active or operative powers, potentiae operative. These may be themselves actual perfections in the nature, accidental perfections actually in the nature, and perhaps really distinct from it. That they are indeed actual perfections of the nature is fairly obvious. It is an actual perfection of a nature to be proximately and immediately, and without any further complement or addition to its reality, capable of acting. And this is true whether the action in question be immanent or transitive. If it be immanent, the perfection resulting from the action, the term of the latter, will be a perfection of the agent itself, and in this case, the agent, by virtue of its operative power, will have the capacity of perfecting itself, while, if the action be transitive, the agent will have had, in virtue of its operative power, the capacity of producing perfections in other things. In either case, such capacity is undoubtedly an actual perfection of the agent that possesses it. Hence the truth of the scholastic formula, omne agens agit in quantum est in actu, patiatur vero in quantum est in potentia. Furthermore, all such operative powers are really distinct from the actions which immediately proceed from them. This, too, is obvious, for while the operative power is a stable, abiding characteristic of the agent, the actions elicited by means of it are transient. But what is the nature of this operative power in relation to the nature itself of the agent? It is an actual perfection of this nature. It is, moreover, unlike acquired habits native to this nature, born with it, so to speak, naturally inseparable from it. Further still, operative powers would seem to be all properties of their respective natures, inasmuch as it is only in virtue of the operative power that the nature can act, and there can be no nature without connatural operations whereby it tends to realize the full and final perfection of its being. The perfection which is the very raison d'être of its presence in the actual order of things. The question therefore narrows itself down to this: Are operative powers, which perfect the nature of which they are properties, really distinct from this nature, or are they only virtually distinct aspects under which we view the nature itself? For example, when we speak of intellect and will as being faculties of the human soul, do we merely mean that intellect is the soul itself regarded as capable of reasoning, and will the soul itself regarded as capable of willing? Or do we mean that the soul is not, by itself and in virtue of its own essence, capable of reasoning and willing, that it can reason and will only through the instrumentality of two realities of the accidental order, really distinct from, though at the same time necessarily rooted in and springing from, the substance of the soul itself, realities which we call powers or faculties? Or again, when we speak of a man or an animal as having various sense faculties, internal and external, cognitive, appetitive, executive, do we merely mean that the living sentient organism is itself directly capable of eliciting acts of various kinds, of imagining, desiring, seeing, hearing, etc.? Or do we mean that the organism can elicit these various acts only by means of several accidental realities, really distinct from and inhering in itself? If such operative powers or faculties are naturally inseparable from the substance in which they inhere, if they are so necessarily consequent on the nature of the latter that it cannot exist without them, are they anything more than virtually distinct aspects of the substance itself? On this question, as we've already seen, scholastics are not agreed. St. Thomas and Thomists generally maintain that intellect and will are really distinct from the substance of the soul, and likewise that the sense faculties are really distinct from the substance of the animated organism in which they inhere. In this view, the distinction is not merely a virtual distinction between different aspects of the soul or the organism itself, grounded in the variety and complexity of the acts which emanate from the latter. The faculties are real entities of the accidental order, mediating between the substance and its actions, and involving in the concrete being a plurality which, however, is not incompatible with the real unity of the latter. The following are some of the arguments urged in proof of a real distinction. A. Existence and action are two really distinct actualities. Therefore, the potentialities which they actualize must be really distinct. For such is the transcendental relation between the potential and the actual, that any potential subject and the corresponding perfection which actualizes it must belong to the same genus supremum. The one cannot be a substance and the other an accident. Now existence is the actuality of essence, and action is the actuality of operative power or faculty. But action is certainly an accident. Therefore, the operative power which it actualizes must also be an accident, and must therefore be really distinct from the substance of which it is a power, and of which existence is the actuality. This line of argument applies with equal force to all created natures. In the infinite being alone are operation and substance identical. No creature is operative in virtue of its substance. The actions of a creature cannot be actualizations of its substance. Existence is the actualization of its substance. Therefore, its actions must be actualizations of potentialities, which are accidents distinct from its substance. In other words, of operative powers which belong indeed necessarily to its substance, but are really distinct from the latter. This argument rests on very ultimate metaphysical conceptions, but not all scholastics will admit the assumptions it involves. How, for instance, does it appear that the created or finite substance as such cannot be immediately operative? Even were it immediately operative, its actions would still be accidents, and the distinction between creator and creature would stand untouched. The operative power must be an accident, because the action which actualizes it, the actus secundus, is an accident. But the consequentia has not been proved, and it is not self-evident. On the theory of the real distinction, is not the operative power itself an actual perfection of the substance, and therefore in some sort an actualization of the latter? And yet they are not in the same ultimate category, in eodem genere supremum. The nature, which is the potential subject, perfected by the operative power, is a substance, while the operative power, which perfects the substance by actualizing this potentiality, is an accident. Of course, there is not exactly the same correlation between substance and operative power as between the latter and action. But anyhow, the action is, in some true sense, an actualization of the substance, at least through the medium of the power, unless we are prepared to break up the concrete unity of the agent by referring the action solely to the power of the agent, and isolating the substance of the latter as a sort of immutable core which merely exists, a mode of conceiving the latter which looks very like the mistake of reifying abstract concepts. And if the action is in any true sense an actualization of the substance, we have after all a potentia and actus which are not in the same ultimate category. These considerations carry us, of course, right into what is perhaps the most fundamental of all metaphysical problems, that of the mode in which finite reality is actual. In its concrete actuality, every finite real being is essentially subject to change. Its actuality is not tota simul. At every instant it not only is, but is becoming. It is a mixture of potentiality and actuality. It is ever really changing, and yet the it which changes can in some real degree and for some real space of time persist or endure identical with itself as a subsisting thing or person. How, then, are we to conceive aright the mode of its actuality? Take the concrete existing being at any instant of its actuality. Suppose that it's not merely undergoing change through the influence of other beings in its environment, or through its own immanent action, but that it is itself acting, whether immanently or transitively. If we consider that at this instant its existence is really distinct from its action, we cannot mean by this that there is in it an unchanging substantial core, which is actually merely existing, and a vesture of active and passive accidental principles, which is just now actual, though always in a state of flux or change, by acting or being acted on. Such a conception would conflict with the truth that the existing substance is ever being really and actually, though accidentally, determined, changed, modified, improved, or disimproved in its total concrete existing reality. Even when these changes are not so profound as to destroy its substantial identity and thus terminate its actuality as an individual being, even when, in other words, they are not substantial, they are nonetheless real and really affect the substance. Since they are real, they necessarily involve the recognition of really distinct principles in the concrete being, and preclude the view that the distinctions which we recognize in the ever-changing modes of its actuality as revealed to us in time and space are all merely conceptual or logical distinctions projected by the mind into what would therefore be, in fact, a simple and immutable reality. The denial of any real distinction between successive actual states or between coexisting principles of those states in any finite being would lead logically to the Eleatic doctrine, that is, to denial of the reality of change. On the other hand, while recognizing that change is a reality and not a subjective mental illusion, and that real change can be grounded only in a plurality of really distinct principles in the finite individual being, we must at the same time hold that this plurality of really distinct principles in the individual does not destroy a real unity, stability, and self-identical continuity of the individual being in the mode of its actuality throughout time. Not, of course, that this stability or sameness of the individual throughout time is complete and adequate to the exclusion of all real change, but it is certainly a real continuity of one and the same individual being. To deny this would be to remove all permanence from reality and to reduce all real being to flux or change, that is, to the pantarei of the Ionian philosopher Heraclitus. We cannot get a true conception of any finite reality by considering it merely from the static point of view, which is the natural standpoint of abstract thought. We must view it also from the dynamic kinetic standpoint, that is, not merely as an essence or principle of existence, but as a power or principle of action and of consequent change, evolution, or decay. And the philosophy which is the latest fashion among contemporary systems, that of the brilliant French thinker and writer Bergson, has at all events the merit of emphasizing this important truth, that if our philosophical analysis of experience is to be fruitful, we must try to grasp reality not merely as it presents itself to abstract thought at any section drawn by the latter through the incessant process of its fieri or continuous actualization in time, but also to grasp and analyze as far as possible the fieri or process itself and bring to light whatever we find that this process implies. These considerations may help the student to estimate for himself the value and the limitations of the argument which has suggested them. B. A thing cannot be really identical with a variety of things that are really distinct from one another. But the faculties of the soul are really distinct from one another, therefore they must be really distinct from the substance of the soul. The minor premise is supported by these considerations. The vegetative and sentient operations of the human individual are operations of the living organism, while the higher operations of rational thought and volition are operations of the soul alone, the spiritual or immaterial principle in the individual. But the immaterial principle cannot be really and adequately identical with the animated organism. Therefore, the powers or immediate principles of these two classes of functions, belonging as they do to two really, though not adequately distinct, substantial principles, cannot be really identical with one of them, namely with the soul itself, the spiritual principle. Again, the exercise of certain functions by the human individual is subordinate to and dependent on the previous exercise of other functions. For example, actual volition is necessarily dependent and consequent on actual thought. We cannot will or desire any good without first knowing it as a good. But the immediate principle of any function or activity cannot be dependent on or subordinate to itself. Therefore, the immediate principles of such controlling and controlled activities, intellect and will, for example, must be really distinct faculties. C. Suppose the substance or nature of an agent, the human individual, for instance, were really identical with all its powers or faculties, that these were merely the nature itself viewed under different aspects, so that there would be in reality only one operative power in the individual. Then there would be no reason why the individual could not or should not, at any instant, elicit one single action or operation which would be simultaneously an act of thinking, willing, seeing, hearing, etc., that is, which would have at once in itself the modalities of all human activities. But universal experience testifies, on the contrary, that the operations of the individual are each of some particular mode only, that he cannot elicit every mode of human activity simultaneously, that he never elicits one single act having a variety of modes. But why could he not, if his substance or nature itself were the one and only proximate principle of all his modes of activity? Because the conditions for the full and adequate exercise of this one single or proximate principle, at once substance and power, are never realized. But it is arbitrary to assume the existence of a power which could never pass fully into the act co-natural to it. And moreover, even if these conditions are partially realized, we should see as a consequence of this some human activity which would manifest in some degree at least all the modalities of the various human actions of which we have experience. But we have no experience of a single human activity manifesting in any degree the modalities of the numerous and really distinct human activities which experience reveals to us. Hence, the variety of these really distinct modes of activity can be explained only by the fact that the human individual elicits them through proximate operative principles or powers which are really distinct from one another and from the nature itself of the individual. The problem of analyzing and classifying the forces, faculties, or powers of the subsisting things and persons in the universe of our experience belongs partly to cosmology and partly to psychology. In the latter, it becomes mainly a problem of classifying our mental acts, functions, or processes, our states of consciousness. Apart from the question whether or not our mental faculties are really distinct from one another and from the human nature or substance itself of the individual, the problem of their proper classification is important from the point of view of method and of accurate psychological analysis. We have seen already that the greatest scholastic philosophers are not unanimous in declaring the distinction to be real, but it is at least a virtual distinction, and even as such it gives rise to the problem of classification. It will be sufficient here to indicate the general principle on which the classification proceeds. Wherever the acts are adequately distinct, they proceed from distinct powers, and the acts are adequately distinct when they have adequately distinct formal objects. Tentae specificantur per actus et objecta. The operation or act is the correlative of the power or faculty, and the formal object or term of the operation is the final cause of the latter, the end for which it is elicited. On this basis, Aristotle and the scholastics distinguish two mental faculties of the higher or spiritual order, intellect and will, and in the lower or sense order of mental life, they distinguish one appetitive faculty, sense appetite, and several cognitive sense faculties. These latter comprise the internal sense faculties, namely, the sensus communis, or unifying and associating sense, the imagination, sense memory, and instinct, and the external sense faculties comprise sight, sound, taste, smell, and touch. 81. Some characteristics of qualities. A. Qualities have contraries. Health and illness, virtue and vice, science and error, etc., are opposed as contraries. This, however, is not a property of qualities. It is not verified in powers or in forms and figures, and it is verified in accidents which are not qualities, for example, in actio and passio. B. Quality is the basis or fundamentum of all relations of similarity and dissimilarity. This attribute seems to be, in the strict sense, a property of all qualities. Substances are similar insofar as they have the same kind of qualities, dissimilar insofar as they have different kinds. Similarity of substances is the main index to identity of nature or kind, but it must not be confounded with the latter. The latter cannot always be inferred, even from a high degree of similarity. Some specifically distinct classes of things are very similar to one another, nor, on the other hand, is full and complete similarity a necessary consequence of identity of nature. Individuals of the same species are often very dissimilar, very unlike one another. C. Qualities admit of varying degrees of intensity. They can increase or diminish in the same substance, while numerically and specifically distinct substances can have the same kind of quality in different degrees. This is manifest in regard to habits, passions, and sensible qualities. On the other hand, it is clearly not true of form or figure. Different individuals can have the same kind of natural power in different degrees. One man may be naturally of keener intellect and stronger will than the other. The weak power was what Aristotle called adynamis, impotentia. But whether the natural powers of the same individual can themselves increase or decrease in strength or intensity, and not merely the habits that affect these powers, is not so clear. Operative powers are certainly perfected or injured by the acquisition of good or bad habits. In the view of those who deny a real distinction between natural operative power or faculty and substance, it is, of course, the substance itself that is so perfected or injured. This attribute, therefore, is not found in all qualities, but it is found in qualities alone, and not in any other category or mode of being. How are we to conceive this variation in intensity, this growth or diminution of any quality in a substance in which such change takes place? On this point philosophers are not agreed. By degree of intensity, intensio vel remissio qualitatis, we understand the degree or change of degree in which the same numerical quality affects the same part or the same power of its subject, thus rendering this part or power formally more or less qualified in some particular way. This is clearly something quite different from the extension of the same quality to different parts, or its withdrawal from different parts, of the same extended subject. In a corporeal extended substance, there can accordingly be questions of both kinds of change, intensive and extensive, while in a simple spiritual substance there can obviously be question only of intensive change of qualities, and the fact of intensive change of qualities is an undeniable fact of experience. In what manner does it take place? Some authors conceive it as an addition or subtraction of grades or degrees of the same quality. Others, conceiving qualities as simple, indivisible entities or forms, and thence denying the possibility of distinct grades of any quality, conceive such change to take place by this simple entity affecting its subject more or less intimately, becoming more or less firmly rooted, as it were, in its subject. And they explain this more or less perfect mode of inherence in a variety of ways, all of which are grounded on certain texts of St. Thomas. The quality receives a new accidental mode whereby it communicates itself to the subject and informs the latter more or less perfectly, or it is educed more or less fully from the potentiality of its subject, thus qualifying the latter in the degree in which it is educed from and rooted in the latter. These explanations are instructive as illustrating the view that the actual reality of the accidental mode of being consists in its affecting, determining the subject in which it inheres. St. Thomas, professing that he can attach no intelligible meaning to addition or subtraction of grades, teaches that the habit of charity, for example, can be increased secundum essentiam by inhering more perfectly, being more firmly rooted in its subject. For he says, since it is an accident, eius esse est in esse, unde nihil est aliud ipsum secundum essentiam augeri, quam eam magis in esse subjecto, quod est magis eam radicari in subjecto. Augetur ergo essentialiter, ita quod magis ac magis in subjecto esse incipiat. And elsewhere he concludes that the words ponere igitur quod aliqua qualitas non augeatur secundum essentiam, sed augeatur secundum radicationem in subjecto, vel secundum intentionem actus, est ponere contradictoria esse simul. End of section 33, read by Sandra.
Section 34 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Jake Malizia. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 11, Quantity, Space and Time. Analysis of the concept of quantity. A detailed study of quantity, including space and time, and the Aristotelian categories ubi, quando, and situs, belongs to cosmology. Here we shall confine ourselves mainly to exposition of certain elementary notions preparatory to such detailed study, and we shall assume the validity of the scholastic theory of knowledge, that a real, material world exists independently of our minds, that it consists of material substances or bodies, animate and inanimate, endowed with the fundamental accident of quantity or extension, that these bodies possess, moreover, many other real accidents such as qualities and energies, chemical, physical, and mechanical, that they are subject to real change, local, quantitative, qualitative, and substantial, that our concepts of space and time, derived from those of extension and change, are not purely subjective or mental forms of cognition, but are objectively valid notions grounded in the reality of the corporeal universe and giving us a genuine, if inadequate, insight into the nature of this reality. Among the characteristics recognized by physicists in all perceptible matter, divisibility, commensurability, impenetrability, passivity or inertia, subjection to external forces or energies, external extension of volume, internal quantity or mass, there are none more fundamental than those of volume and mass, or extension and quantity. Nowhere, however, do we find a better illustration of the fact that it is impossible to give a definition proper of any supreme category, or even a description of it by the aid of any more elementary notions than in the attempts of philosophers to describe quantity. When, for instance, we describe external, actual, local, or spatial extension as that accident of a corporeal substance or body, in virtue of which the latter so exists that it has parts outside parts in space, we have to admit at once that the notions expressed by the terms parts, outside, and space are no simpler than the notion of extension itself. In fact, our notions of place, locus, and space, spatium, are derived from and presuppose that of extension. This, however, is no serious disadvantage, for the description, such as it is, indicates that what we mean by the terms local, spatial, external, actual, extension, and declares this latter to be an accident of corporeal substances. Extension, as it is usually in the concrete body, affected by a variety of sensible qualities, is called physical extension. Regarded in the abstract, apart from these qualities, it is called geometrical or mathematical extension. Trina dimensio, or extension in 3 dimensions, length, breadth, and depth. If we abstract from one of these, we have extension in 2 dimensions, superficial extension. If we abstract from 2, we have extension in one dimension, linear extension. And if we abstract from all three, we have the extreme limiting concept of the mathematical point. Of these four abstract mathematical concepts, point, line, surface, and volume, each expresses the mathematical limitation of the succeeding one. We cannot conceive a body existing by having parts outside parts in space, each part occupying exclusively a place appropriated to itself, unless we conceive the body, the corporeal substance, as having already a plurality of really distinct or distinguishable parts in itself, and abstracting from all relation to space. The substance must be conceived as having a plurality of really distinct or distinguishable integral parts of itself, before these parts can be conceived as existing outside one another, each in its own place. And the property and virtue of which the corporeal substance has in itself this plurality of distinct integral parts, whereby it is capable of occupying space and of being impenetrable, divisible, measurable, etc., is called internal radical potential quantity, or extension. The corporeal substance itself is, of course, essentially composite, essentially divisible into two essential constitutive principles, the passive, determinable, or material principle, materia prima, and the specifying, determining, formative principle, forma substantialis. Then we conceive this essentially composite substance as necessarily endowed with the property of internal quantity, whereby it is composite in another order, composed of and divisible into really distinct integral parts, each of which is, of course, essentially composite like the whole itself. Finally, we conceive that the corporeal substance, endowed with this property, has also, as a connatural but really distinct and absolutely separable effect on the latter, the accidental mode of being, called external or local extension, in virtue of which it actually occupies space, and thus becomes the subject of all those qualities whereby it is perceptible to our senses. We have next to inquire into the relations between these three distinct objective concepts: corporeal substance, internal quantity, and local or external extension. Corporeal substance, quantity, and extension. The corporeal substance is an essentially composite substance, resulting from the union of two distinct essential constitutive principles. It exists in itself, and is the ultimate subject of all the determinations whereby it reveals itself to our senses. Its actual extension in space is a fundamental mode or determination of its reality, but it is a mode which is distinct from the reality itself of the corporeal substance. Aristotle regarded the distinction as real. In his Metaphysics, he declares that the three dimensions of bodies are quantities, not substances, that quantity is not a substance, whereas that in which it ultimately inheres is a substance. In his Physics, he says that substance is of itself indivisible, and is made divisible by its quantity or extension. In his De Anima, he observes that external quantity is directly perceptible by the senses, sensibile per se, while substance is only indirectly perceptible, sensibile per accidens, from which it is inferred that substance and extension cannot be really identical. Again, St. Thomas argues that a corporeal substance as such, and so far as its essence is concerned, is indifferent to greater or less extension in space, that the whole nature or substance of a man, for instance, is indifferent to, and independent of, his particular size at any point of time, that while he grows from childhood to manhood, it is his external quantity that changes, but not his humanity, his human essence, nature, or substance. Considerations such as these, though they do not indeed amount to cogent proofs of a real distinction between spatial extension and corporeal substance, should make any serious philosopher hesitate to identify these absolutely, as Descartes and his followers did when they declared the essence of corporeal substance to consist in three dimensions of spatial extension. Even looking at the matter from the point of view of natural reason alone, and apart altogether from any light that may be thrown upon it for the Christian philosopher by divine revelation, It is only the superficial thinker who will conclude that because extension, which reveals to his intellect through the medium of external sense perception the presence of a corporeal substance, is naturally inseparable from the latter, therefore it is really and absolutely identical with this latter. The philosopher who remembers how little is known for certain about the ultimate essential constitution of bodies or corporeal substances will be slow to conclude that the spatially extended mode of their being enters into the constitution of their essence, and is not rather an accidental determination whereby these substances have their integral parts dispersed or extended in space, and thus revealed to the human intellect through sense perception. And if he be a Christian philosopher, he will naturally inquire whether any truth of the Christian revelation will help indirectly to determine the question. Descartes and his followers were Christian philosophers, and hence it was all the more rash and imprudent of them, in spite of what they knew concerning the blessed Eucharist, to identify the corporeal substance with its spatial extension. They knew that by transubstantiation the bread and wine are changed substantially into the body and blood of Christ. But all the appearances or phenomena of bread and wine remain after transubstantiation. The Eucharistic species, as they are called, the taste, colour, form, etc., in a word, all the sensible qualities of these substances, including the extension in which they immediately inhere. From the revealed truth that the substances disappear, and from the manifest fact that all their accidents remain, Christian philosophers and theologians have rightly drawn the sufficiently obvious inference that the spatially extended quantity, which immediately supports all the other sensible qualities, must be itself an absolute accident, not only really distinct, but by the absolute power of God really separable from its connatural substance, the bread and the wine respectively, and that this extended quantity remains in this state of actual separation, miraculously supported by the direct influence of the divine omnipotence. And while Christian philosophers who hold this view can defend it from all charges of inconsistency, unreasonableness, and impossibility, Descartes and his followers can defend their particular view only by the admission that in the case of the consecrated Eucharist, our senses are deceived. In this view, while no accidents of the bread and wine remain objectively, God himself produces directly in our minds the subjective mental states which the bread and wine produced before consecration. This gratuitous aspersion is cast on the trustworthiness of sense perception, simply on account of the preconceived theory identifying the corporeal substance with its extension. According to the common view, on the other hand, the senses are not really deceived. That to which they testify is really there, viz. The whole collection of natural accidents of bread and wine. It is not the function of the senses, but of the intellect, to testify to the presence of the substance. Of course the unbeliever, looking at the consecrated species, or the believer who looks at them not knowing that they have been consecrated, thinks that the substance of bread and the substance of wine are there. Each is deceived intellectually, the one by its unbelief of a truth, the other by its ignorance of a fact. If both knew of the fact of consecration, and if the former believed in the effect of it, neither would be deceived. While the Cartesian view is thus open to such serious objections, the only plausible difficulty against the traditional view is that of conceiving how the reality of a merely accidental mode of being, such as extension, can be sustained in the actual order of things apart from its connatural substance, and yet not become itself eo ipso a substance. Needless to say, we have no positive conception of the manner in which the divine omnipotence thus sustains extension, but since this latter, being an absolute accident, and not a mere modal determination of the substance, has a reality of its own, the miraculous persistence of this reality cannot be shown to be impossible. Nor is it, in this separated condition, itself a substance, for it still retains its natural aptitude for inherence in its connatural substance, and this aptitude alone, not actual inherence, is of its essence as an accident. Retaining this natural aptitude, it cannot possibly become a substance. it cannot be identified with the substantial mode of being, which has essentially the very opposite aptitude, that of existing in itself. External extension, then, is an absolute accident, really distinct from the corporeal substance, and naturally, though not absolutely inseparable from the latter. It is the natural concomitant or consequence of the internal quantity, whereby the corporeal substance has in itself a plurality of distinct integral parts. This internal quantity itself is either an aspect of the corporeal substance itself, only virtually distinct from the latter, or else in the strict sense a property, absolutely inseparable, if really distinct from the substance. Natural experience furnishes no example of a corporeal substance actually existing devoid of internal quantity or internal distinction of integral parts. But scholastic philosophers are not agreed as to whether the corporeal substance is itself and by its own essence a manifold of really distinct integral parts, in which case internal quantity would be merely the aspect under which the essence is thus regarded as an integral whole constituted by a plurality of distinct integral parts, while, looked at as an essence, it would be an essential whole constituted by the union of two essential parts or principles, or whether it is formally constituted an integral whole not by its essence, which makes it only an essential whole, an essentially composite substance, but by a property really distinct, though necessarily flowing from this essence, viz. Internal quantity. According to the former view, the material principle, materia prima, of the composite corporeal substance is such that the essence resulting from its union with the formative principle, forma substantialis, is necessarily an integral whole with distinguishable integral parts, each of which naturally demands the spatially extended mode of being, which external extension de facto confers upon it. According to the latter view, which is that of St. Thomas and his followers generally, the corporeal substance as such has no mode of composition other than essential composition. It is not of itself an integral whole, compounded of distinct or distinguishable integral parts, each of which would be, like the whole, essentially composite. Of itself it is indivisible into integral parts. It is therefore, in this order of being, simple and not composite. It has, no doubt, by reason of its material principle, an absolutely necessary exigence for divisibility into distinct integral parts, for internal composition, in other words. But this actual integral composition, this actual divisibility, is the formal effect of a property really distinct from the substantial essence itself. And this property is internal quantity, the connatural, but absolutely separable, complement of this internal quantity being, as in the other view, local or spatial extension. In both views, external extension is an absolute accident of the corporeal substance. And in the Thomist view, internal quantity would also appear to be an absolute accident, and not a mere mode. It is instructive to reflect how far this scholastic doctrine removes us from the Cartesian view, which sets up an absolute antithesis between mind or spirit and matter or body, placing the essence of the former in thought and that of the latter in extension. According to the scholastic view, the spiritual substance is an immaterial actuality or form. It is essentially simple, and not like a corporeal substance, an essentially composite substance, resulting from the union of a formative principle or form with a passive, determinable, material principle. And since it is the material principle that demands the property of internal quantity, and the accident of external extension, whereby the corporeal substance becomes an integral whole with its parts extended in space, it follows that the spiritual substance, having no material principle in its constitution, is not only essentially simple, to the exclusion of distinct principles of its essence, but is also, and as a consequence, integrally simple, to the exclusion of distinct integral parts, and of the extended or characteristically corporeal mode of occupying space. So far there is contrast between the two great substantial modes of finite being, matter and spirit, but the contrast is by no means an absolute antithesis. For if we look at the essence alone of the corporeal substance, it is not of itself actually extended in space. in the Thomist view, it is not even of itself divisible into distinct integral parts. It differs from spirit in this, that while the latter is essentially simple, the former is essentially composite, and has by reason of this compositeness a natural aptitude for divisibility into parts, and for the extension of these parts in space, an aptitude which spirit does not possess. But the corporeal substance may exist without actual extension, and consequently without any of those other attributes such as impenetrability, solidity, colour, etc., through which it is perceptible to our senses. In this condition, how does it differ from spirit? In being essentially composite, and in being perhaps endowed with distinguishable integral parts. But in this condition, the essential mode of its being has a relation to space which closely resembles the mode in which spirit exists in space. It is related to space somewhat in the manner in which the soul is in the space occupied by the body, whole in the whole of this space, and whole in every assignable portion of this space, so that after all, different as matter and spirit undoubtedly are, the difference between them is by no means that sort of Cartesian chasm which human thought must forever fail to bridge. By virtue of its external extension, the corporeal substance exists by having distinguishable parts outside parts in space. We can conceive any perceptible volume of matter as being perfectly continuous if it has no actual limits or actual distinction of parts within itself, but is one individual being completely filling the whole space within its outer surface, or imperfectly continuous, if while being one and undivided it has within its volume pores or interstices, whether these be empty or filled with some other sort of matter, or as made up of contiguous integral parts, if each of these is really distinct and actually divided from every other, while each actually touches with its outer limits the adjacent limits of the parts lying next to it, so that all the internal parts or limits are coterminous, or as made up of separate, discrete, or distant parts, no one of which actually touches the other. It is clear that there must be, in any actually extended volume of matter, ultimate parts which are really continuous, unless we are to hold, with dynamists, that our perception of extension is produced in our minds by the action of extramental points, or centres of force which are themselves simple or unextended. But the physical phenomena of contraction, expansion, absorption, undulatory and vibratory motions accompanying our sensations of light, heat and sound, as well as many other physical phenomena, all point to the fact that volumes of matter which are apparently continuous are really porous. The molecular structure of perceptible matter is an accepted physical theory, and scientists also universally accept as a working hypothesis the existence of an imperceptible material medium pervading and filling all real space, though there is no agreement as to the properties with which they suppose this hypothetical medium, the ether, to be endowed. Again, as regards the divisibility of extended matter, it is obvious that if we conceive extension in 3 dimensions, geometrically, mathematically, or in the abstract, any such volume or extension is indefinitely divisible in thought. But if we inquire how far any concrete, actually existing volume of matter is divisible, we know in the first place that we cannot divide the body of any actual organic living thing indefinitely without destroying its life, and so its specific character. Nor can we carry on the division of inorganic matter indefinitely, for want of sufficiently delicate dividing instruments. But apart from this, the science of chemistry points to the fact that every inorganic chemical compound has an ultimate individual unit, the chemical molecule, which we cannot subdivide without destroying the specific nature of the compound by resolving it into its elements or into less complex compounds. Furthermore, each elementary or chemically simple body, such as gold, oxygen, carbon, etc., seems resolvable into units called atoms, which appear to be ultimate individual units in the sense that if their mass can be subdivided, as appears possible from researches that have originated in the discovery of radium, the subdivisions are specifically different kinds of matter from that of the atom so divided. In the inorganic world, the perceptible mass of matter is certainly not an individual being, a unum per se, but only a collection of individual atoms or molecules, a unum per accidens. Whether the molecule or the atom of the chemically elementary body is the individual cannot be determined with any degree of certitude. It would appear, however, that every specifically distinct type of inorganic matter, whether compound or elementary, requires for its existence a certain minimal volume, by the subdivision of which the type is substantially changed, and this is manifestly true of organic or living matter, so that matter as it naturally exists would appear not to be indefinitely divisible. If in a chemically homogeneous mass of inorganic matter, such as carbon or water, the chemical molecule be regarded as the individual, this cannot be the case in any organic living thing. For whatever matter is assimilated into the living substance of such a being, eo ipso, undergoes substantial change whereby it loses the nature it had and becomes a constituent of the living individual. The substantial individual unity of the organic living being seems to be compatible not merely with qualitative, structural and functional heterogeneity of parts, but also with, perhaps even complete, spatial separateness of these parts. If the structure of the living body is really molecular, i.e. if it has distances between its ultimal integral units so that these are not in spatial contact, then the fact that the formative vital principle, forma substantialis, anima, unifies this material manifold and constitutes it an individual by actualizing and vitalizing each and all of the material units, spatially separate as they are. This fact will help us to realize that the formative principle of the composite corporeal substance has not of itself the spatial extended mode of being, but that the substance derives the latter from its material principle, materia prima. End of section 34. Section 35 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jake Malizia. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 11, Part 2. Place and space. From the concept of the volume or actual extension of a body, we pass immediately to that of the place, locus, which it occupies. We may distinguish between the internal and the external place of a body. By the former we understand the outer convex surface of the body itself, regarded as a receptacle containing the volume of the body. If, therefore, there were only one body in existence, it would have its own internal place. This is independent of other bodies. Not so, however, the external place, for by the external place of a body we mean the immediately surrounding concave surface, formed by the bodies which circumscribe the body in question, and considered formally as an immovable container of this body. This is a free rendering of Aristotle's definition. Place is the first or immediate immovable surface or limit of that which contains a body, prima immobilis superficies ejus quod continet. If a hollow sphere were filled with water, the inner or concave surface of the sphere would be the external place of the water. Not, however, this surface considered materially, but formally as a surface, so that if the sphere could be removed, and another instantaneously substituted for it, the water would still be contained within the same formal surface. Its locus externus would remain the same. And, again, it is the containing surface, considered as immovable, or as circumscribing that definite portion of space, that constitutes the locus externus, or external place of the located body. So that if the sphere with the water were moved, the latter would thereby obtain a new external location, for though the containing surface be still materially and formally the same, it is no longer the same as a locating surface, seeing that it now marks off a portion of space different from that marked off by it before it was moved. Aristotle's definition defines what is known as the proper external place of a body. From this we distinguish the common external place or location of a body, understanding by the latter, or locus communis, the whole collection of spatial relations of the body in question to all the bodies in its immediate neighbourhood. It is by indicating these relations, or some of them, that we assign the Aristotelian category or extrinsic denomination ubi. Regarded ontologically, the internal place of a body is an absolute accident. It is the accident which gives the latter concrete volume, or external extension, and it is not really distinct from the latter. The external place of a body includes, in addition, the spatial relations of the latter to other bodies, relations grounded in the volumes of those bodies. It is by reason of these spatial relations with certain bodies that a being is said to be present in a certain place. A corporeal, extended substance is said to occupy space circumscriptive, or by having parts outside parts in the place it occupies. A finite or created spiritual substance is said to occupy space definitive, inasmuch as it can naturally exercise its influence only within certain more or less extended spatial limits, as the human soul does with the confines of the body. The infinite being is said to occupy space repletive. The actual presence of God in all real space, conserving in its existence or created, contingent reality, is called the divine ubiquity. The perfection whereby God can be present in other worlds and other spaces, which he may actualize, is called the divine immensity. The local presence of a finite being to other finite beings is itself a positive perfection. Based on its actual extension, if it be an extended corporeal substance, or on its power of operating within a certain space, if it be a spiritual substance. The fact that, in the case of a finite being, this local presence is itself limited, is at once a corollary and an index of the finiteness of the being in question. Only the infinite being is omnipresent, or ubiquitous. But every finite being, whether corporeal or spiritual, from the very fact that it exists at all, must exist somewhere, or have some locus internus, and it must have some local presence if there are other corporeal, extended beings in existence. Thus the local presence of a being is a finite perfection which seems to be grounded in the very nature itself of the creature. From the concept of place, we pass naturally to the more complex and abstract notion of space. It is, of course, by cognitive processes, both sentient and intellectual, that we come into possession of the abstract concept of space. These processes are subjective in the sense that they are processes of the individual's mental faculties. Distinguishing between the processes and the object or content which is brought into consciousness, or put in presence of the mind by means of them, and assuming that this object or content is not a mere form or groove of our cognitive activity, not a mere antecedent condition requisite on the mental side for the conscious exercise of this activity on its data, but that on the contrary it is or involves an objective, extra-mental reality apprehended by the mind. We go on to inquire in what this objective reality consists. In approaching the question, we must first note that what is true of every abstract and universal concept is true of the concept of space, viz. That the abstractness and universality, intentio universalitatis, of real being, as apprehended by the intellect, are modes or forms of thought, entia rationis, logical conditions and relations which are created by thought, and which exist only in and for thought, while the reality itself is the object apprehended in these modes and under these conditions. Universale est formalita in mente et fundamentalita in re. Now, through the concept of space, we apprehend a reality. Our concept of real space has for its object an actual reality. What is this reality? If space is real, in what does its reality consist? We answer that the reality which we apprehend through this concept is the total amount of the actual extension or magnitude of all created and coexisting bodies. Not, however, this total magnitude considered absolutely and in itself, but as endowed with real and mutual relations of all its parts to one another, relations which are apprehended by us as distances, linear, superficial, and voluminal. Such, then, is the reality corresponding to our concept of real and actual space. But no sooner have we reached this concept than we may look at its object in the abstract, remove mentally all limits from it, and conceive all extended bodies as actually non-existent. What is the result? The result is that we have now present to our minds the possibility of the existence of extended bodies, and a concomitant imagination image, which memory will not allow us to banish from consciousness, of a vast and boundless emptiness, an indefinite and unmeasurable vacuum in which bodies were or may be. The intellectual concept is now not a concept of any actual object, but of a mere possibility, the possibility of a corporeal extended universe. This is the concept of what we call ideal or possible space, and like the concept of any other possible reality, it is derived by us from our experience of actual reality. In this case, from our experience of extended bodies as actually existing. The corporeal universe has not existed from all eternity, but it was possible from all eternity. When we think of that possibility as antecedent to all creation, we are thinking of bodies and of their extension as possible, and the concept of their total extension as possible is the concept of ideal or possible space. This concept is, through a psychological necessity, accompanied by an imagination image of what we call imaginary space, the unlimited vacuity which preceded corporeal creation, which would still persist were the latter totally annihilated, which reaches out indefinitely beyond its actual limits, which imagination pictures for us a receptacle in which bodies may exist, but which all the time our reason assures us is actually nothing, being really only the known possibility of corporeal creatures. This familiar notion of an empty receptacle for bodies is what we have in mind when we think of bodies as existing in space. Hence we say that space, as conceived by the human mind, is not a mere subjective form of cognition, a mere ens rationis, inasmuch as our concept has a foundation in reality, viz., the actual extension of all existing bodies. Nor is it, on the other hand, simply a real entity, because this actual extension of bodies does not really exist in the manner in which we apprehend it under the abstract concept of space, as a mere possibility, or empty receptacle, of bodies. Space is therefore an ens rationis cum fundamento in re. A great variety of interesting but abstruse questions arise from the consideration of space, but they belong properly to cosmology and natural theology. For example, is real space actually infinite in magnitude or finite? In other words, besides the whole solar system, which is in reality merely one star plus its planets and their satellites, is there in existence an actual infinite multitude of such stellar worlds? It is not likely that this can ever be determined empirically. Many philosophers maintain that the question must be answered in the negative, inasmuch as an actually infinite multitude is impossible. Others, however, deny that the impossibility of an actually infinite multitude can be proved. Again, within the limits of the actual corporeal universe, are there really vacant spaces? Or is all space within these limits actually, or even necessarily, filled with an all-pervading ether or corporeal medium of some sort? How would local motion be possible if all space were full of impenetrable matter? How would the real interaction of distant bodies on one another be possible if there were only vacant space between them? Is the real volume or extension of a corporeal substance, as distinct from its apparent volume, which is supposed to include interstices or spaces not filled with that body, actually or necessarily unchangeable? Or is the internal quantity of a body actually or necessarily unchangeable? Can more than one individual corporeal substance simultaneously occupy exactly the same space? This is not possible naturally, for impenetrability is a natural consequence of local extension, but it is possible miraculously, if all the bodies, or all except one, be miraculously deprived of local or spatial extension. Can the same individual body be present at the same time in totally different and distant places? Not naturally, of course, but how it can happen even miraculously is a more difficult question than the preceding one. It is in virtue of its actual or local extension that a body is present sensibly in a definite place. Deprived miraculously of this extension, it can be simultaneously in several places, as our Blessed Lord's body is in the Eucharist. But if a body has its natural local extension at one definite place, does this extension so confine its presence to this place that it cannot be simultaneously present, miraculously and without its local extension, at other places? The most we can say is that the absolute impossibility of this is neither self-evident nor capable of cogent proof. The body of our Lord has its natural local extension in heaven, for heaven, which will be the abode of the glorified bodies of the blessed after the general resurrection, must be not merely a state or condition, but a place, and at the same time it is sacramentally present in many places on earth. Time, its apprehension and measurement. If the concept of space is difficult to analyze, and gives rise to some practically insoluble problems, this is still more true of the concept of time. What then is time? Exclaims St. Augustine in his Confessions. If no one asks me, I know, but if I'm asked to explain it, then I do not know. We reach the notion of space through our external perception of extension by the senses of sight and touch. So also we derive the notion of time from our perception of motion or change, and mainly from our consciousness of change and succession in our own conscious states. The concept of time involves immediately two other concepts, that of duration and that of succession. Duration, or continuance in existence, is of two kinds, permanent and successive. Permanent duration is the duration of an immutable being, formally and insofar as it is immutable. Successive duration is the continued existence or duration of a being that is subject to change, formally and insofar as it is mutable. Now, real change involves a continuous succession of real states. It is a continuous process, or fieri, and it is the duration of a being subject to such change that we call time, or temporal duration. Had we no consciousness of change, or succession of states, we could have no notion of time, though we might have a notion of unchanging duration if, per impossibile, our cognitive activity were itself devoid of any succession of conscious states and had for its object only unchanging reality. But since our cognitive activity is de facto successive, we can apprehend permanent or unchanging duration not as it is in itself, but only after the analogy of successive or temporal duration. The continuous series of successive states involved in change is therefore the real and objective content of our notion of time, just as the coexisting total of extension forms the content of our notion of space. The concept of space is the concept of something static. That of time is the concept of something kinetic. Time is the continuity of change. Where there is change, there is time. Without change, time would be inconceivable. Change involves succession, and succession involves the temporal elements of before and after, separated by the indivisible limiting factor called the now, or present instant. The past and the future are the two parts of time, while the present instant is not a part of time, but a point of demarcation at which the future flows into the past. Change is a reality. It is a real mode of the existence of mutable things, but neither the immediately past state nor the immediately future state of a changing reality are actual at the present instant. It is only to the permanent, abiding mind, apprehending real change, and endowed with memory and expectation, that the past and the future are actually, and of course only ideally, not really, present. and it is only by holding past and future in present consciousness, by distinguishing mentally between them, by counting or measuring the continuous flow of successive states from future to past through the present instant, that the mind comes into possession of the concept of time. The mind thus apprehends time as the measure of the continuous flow of successive states in things subject to change. As thus apprehended, time is not merely the reality of change. It is the successive continuity or duration of change considered as a measure of change. It is that within which all changes are conceived to happen, just as space is conceived as that within which all extended things are conceived to exist. We have said that without real change or motion, there could be no time. We can now add that without a mind to apprehend and measure this motion, there could be no time. As St. Thomas declares, following Aristotle, si non esset anima non esset tempus. For time, as apprehended by means of our abstract and universal concept, is not simply a reality, but a reality endowed with logical relations, or in other words, a logical entity grounded in reality, an ens rationis cum fundamento in re. This brings us to Aristotle's classic definition, which is at once pithy and pregnant. Toto gar est dinochronos, arithmos genesios gatato proteron kai esteron. Tempus est numerus, motus secundum, prius et posterius. Time is the measure of motion or change by what we conceive as before and after, or future and past, in its process. Every change involves its own intrinsic flow of states, from future to past. It is by mentally distinguishing these states, and by thus computing, counting, numbering the continuous flow or change, that we derive from the latter the notion of time. If then we consider all created things, all things subject to change, we shall realize that real time commenced with the creation of the first of them, and will continue as long as they, or any of them, continue to exist. We thus arrive at a conception of time in general, analogous to that of space. The whole continuous series of successions in changing things, from future to past, regarded as that in which these changes occur, and which is in the measure of them. Here too, as in the case of space, we can distinguish real time, which is the total duration of actual changes, from ideal or imaginary time, which is the conceived and imagined duration of merely possible changes. But a more important distinction is that between intrinsic or internal time, or the duration of any concrete mutable reality considered in itself, and extrinsic or external time, which is some other extrinsic temporal duration with which we compare and by which we may measure the former duration. Every change or motion has its own internal time, and this is what we have been so far endeavouring to analyse. If two men start at the same instant to walk in the same direction, and if one walk 3 miles and the other 4, while the hands of a watch mark the lapse of an hour, the external time of each walk will be the same, will coincide with one and the same motion of the hands of the watch used as a measure, but the internal time of the 4-mile walk will be greater than that of the 3-mile walk. The former will be a greater amount of change than the latter, and therefore its internal time, estimated by this amount absolutely, will be greater than that of the latter, estimated by its amount absolutely. The greater the amount of a change, the greater the internal time duration or series of successive states which measures this change absolutely. Just as the category where is indicated by the spatial relations of a body to other bodies, so the category when is indicated in regard to any event or process by its commensuration or comparison with other events or processes. This brings us to the notion of measurement. To measure anything quantitatively is to apply to it successively some quantitative unit taken as a standard, and to count the number of times it contains this unit. This is a process of mentally breaking up continuous quantity or magnitude, whether permanent or successive, i.e., whether extension or motion, into discontinuous quantity or multitude. If the measurement of permanent quantity by spatial units and the choosing of such units are difficult processes, those of measuring successive quantity and fixing on temporal units are more difficult still. Is there any natural motion or change of a general character whereby we can measure externally the time duration of all other changes? The motions of the Earth itself, on its axis and around the Sun, at once suggest themselves, and these motions form in fact the natural general standard for measuring the time of all other events in the universe. All artificial or mechanical devices, such as hourglasses, watches, clocks, chronometers, etc., are simply contrivances for the more convenient application of that general and natural standard to all particular events. It requires a little reflection to realize that all our means of measuring time duration can only attain to approximate accuracy, inasmuch as our faculties of sense perception, no matter by what devices they are aided, are so limited in range and penetration that fluctuations which fall below the minima sensibilia cannot be detected. It is a necessary condition of any motion used as a standard for time measurement that it be regular. That the standard motions we actually employ are absolutely regular, we have no guarantee. We can test their regularity only up to the point at which our power of detecting irregularity fails. Reflection would also show that our appreciation of time duration is also relative, not absolute. It is always a comparison of one flow or current of conscious experiences with another. It is the greater regularity of astronomical motions, as compared with changes or processes experienced as taking place within ourselves, that causes us to fix on the former as the more suitable standard for the measurement of time. There is indeed, writes Father Marr, a certain rhythm in many of the processes of our organic life, such as respiration, circulation, and the recurrent needs of food and sleep, which probably contribute much to our power of estimating duration. The irregular character and varying duration of conscious states, however, soon bring home to us the unfitness of these subjective phenomena to serve as a standard measure of time. Moreover, our estimate of duration is largely dependent on the nature of the estimated experiences and of our mental attitude towards them. A period with plenty of varied incident, such as a fortnight's travel, passes rapidly at the time. Whilst we are interested in each successive experience, we have little spare attention to notice the duration of the experience. There is almost complete lapse of the enumerating activity. But in retrospect such a period expands because it is estimated by the number and variety of the impressions which it presents to recollection. On the other hand, a dull, monotonous, or unattractive occupation, which leaves much of our mental energy free to advert to its duration, is overestimated whilst taking place. A couple of hours spent impatiently waiting for a train, a few days in idleness on board ship, a week confined to one's room, are often declared to constitute an age. But when they are past, such periods, being empty of incident, shrink up into very small dimensions. Similarly, recent intervals are exaggerated compared with equal periods more remote. Whilst as we grow older and new experiences become fewer and less impressive, each year at its close seems shorter than its predecessor. From those facts, it would seem perfectly legitimate to draw this rather surprising inference, that if the rate of all the changes taking place in the universe were to be suddenly and simultaneously altered in the same direction, all increased or all diminished in the same degree, and if our powers of perception were simultaneously so altered as to be readjusted to this new rate of change, we could not become aware of the alteration. Supposing, for instance, that the rate of motion were doubled, the same amount of change would take place in the new day as actually took place in the old. The external or comparative time of all movements, that is to say the time of which alone we have any appreciation, would be the same as of old. The new day would, of course, appear only half as long as the old to a mind not readjusted to the new conditions, but this would still be external time. But would the internal, intrinsic time of each movement be unaltered? It would be the same for the readjusted mind as it was previously for the mind adjusted to these previous conditions. By an unaltered mind, however, by the divine mind, for instance, the same amount of motion would be seen to constitute the same movement under both conditions, but to take place twice as quickly under the new conditions as it did under the old. This again, however, involves a comparison, and thus informs us merely of external or relative time. If we identify intrinsic time with amount of change, making the latter the measure of the former, we must conclude that alteration in the rate of a motion does not alter its absolute time, and this is evident when we reflect that the very notion of a rate of motion involves the comparison of the latter with some other motion. Finally, we have no positive conception of the manner in which time duration is related to, or known by, the divine eternal mind, which is present to all time, past, present, and future. Besides the question of the relativity of time, there are many other curious and difficult questions which arise from a consideration of time duration, but a detailed consideration of them belongs to cosmology. We will merely indicate a few of them. How far is time reversible, at least in the case of purely mechanical movements? Had time a beginning? We know from revelation that de facto it had, but can we determine by the light of reason alone whether or not it must have had a beginning? The greatest philosophers are divided as to possibility or impossibility of created reality existing from all eternity. St. Thomas has stated, as his considered opinion, that the impossibility of creatio ab aeterno cannot be proved. If a series of creatures could have existed successively from all eternity, and therefore without any first term of the series, this would involve the possibility of an actually infinite multitude of creatures. But an actually infinite multitude of creatures, whether existing simultaneously or successively, is regarded by most philosophers as being self-contradictory and intrinsically impossible. And this, although the divine essence, being infinitely imitable ad extra, and being clearly comprehended as such by the divine mind, contains virtually the divine exemplars of an infinite multitude of possible creatures. Those who defend the possibility of an actually infinite multitude of creatures consider this fact of the infinite imitability of the divine essence as the ground of this possibility. On the other hand, those who hold that an actually infinite multitude is self-contradictory deny the validity of this argument from possibility to actuality, and they bring forward such serious considerations and arguments in favour of their own view that this latter has been at all times much more commonly advocated than the former one. Will time have an end? All the evidence of the physical sciences confirms the truth of the Christian faith that external time, as measured by the motions of the heavens, will have an end. But the internal or intrinsic time, which will be the measure of the activities of immortal creatures, will have no end. Duration of immutable being, eternity. We have seen that duration is the perseverance or continuance of a being in its existence. The duration of the absolutely immutable being is a positive perfection identical with the essence itself of this being. It is a duration without beginning, without end, without change or succession, a permanent as distinct from a successive duration, for it is the duration of the necessary being whose essence is pure actuality. This duration is eternity, an interminable duration existing altogether. Eternitas est interminabilis duratio tota simul existens. This is the common definition of eternity in the proper sense of the term, absolute or necessary eternity. The word interminabilis connotes a positive perfection, the exclusion of beginning and end. The word tota does not imply that the eternity has parts. The expression tota simul excludes the imperfection which is characteristic of time duration, viz. The succession of before and after. The definition given by Boetius emphasizes these points, and also the indefectible character of immutable life in the eternal being. Eternitas est interminabilis vitae tota simul et perfecta possessio. There is in the next place a kind of duration which has been called hypothetical, relative, or borrowed eternity, eternitas hypothetica, relativa, participata, also called by scholastics eviternitas. It is the duration in existence of a being that is contingent, but of its nature incorruptible, immortal, such as the human soul or a pure spirit. even if such a being existed, from all eternity its existence would be contingent, dependent on a real principle distinct from itself. Its duration, therefore, would not be eternity in the strict sense. On the other hand, once created by God, its nature would demand conservation without end, nor could it naturally cease to exist, though absolutely speaking it could cease to exist were God to withdraw from it his conserving power. Its duration, therefore, differs from the duration of corporeal creatures, which are by nature subject to change, decay, and cessation of their being. A contingent spiritual substance has by nature a beginning to its duration, or at least a duration which is not essential to it, but dependent on the necessary being. A duration, however, which is naturally without end, whereas the duration of the corporeal being has by nature both a beginning and an end. But philosophers are not agreed as to the nature and ground of the distinction between these two kinds of duration in contingent beings. No contingent being is self-existent, neither has any contingent being the principle of its own duration in its own essence. Just as it cannot begin to exist of itself, so neither can it continue to exist of itself. At the same time, granted that it has obtained from God actual existence, some kind or degree of duration, of continuance in that existence, seems to be naturally due to its essence. Otherwise, conservation would be only really but formally a continued creation. It is such, indeed, on the part of God. In God there is no variety of activity. But on the part of the creature, the preservation of the latter in existence, and therefore some degree of duration, seems to be due to it on the hypothesis that it has been brought into existence at all. The conserving influence of God is to its duration in existence what the concurring influence of God is to the exercise of its activities. In this sense, the duration of a finite being in existence is a positive perfection, which we may regard as a property of its nature. But is this perfection or property of the creature, which we call duration, A. essentially successive in all creatures, spiritual as well as corporeal, and B. is it really identical with their actual existence, or with the reality of whatever change or actualization occurs to their existence, or it is a mode of this existence of change really distinct from the latter and conferring upon the latter the perfection of continuity or persistence? This, at all events, is universally admitted, that we cannot become aware of any duration otherwise than through our apprehension of change, that we have direct knowledge only of successive duration, that we can conceive the permanent duration of immutable reality only after the analogy of successive duration, or as the coexistence of immutable reality with the successive duration of mutable things. Now some philosophers identify successive duration with change, and hold that successive duration is formally the duration of things subject to change, that insofar as a being is subject to change, its duration is successive, and insofar as it is free from change, its duration approaches the essentially permanent duration of the eternal, immutable being, that therefore the duration of corporeal, corruptible, mortal beings is par excellence successive or temporal duration, tempus, that spiritual beings, which are substantially immutable, but nevertheless have a successive series of spiritual activities, have a sort of duration more perfect, because more permanent, than mere temporal duration, but less perfect, because less permanent, than eternal duration, aevum eternitas, while the absolutely immutable being alone has perfect permanent duration, eternitas. It is not clear whether according to this view we should distinguish between the duration of spiritual substances as permanent, and that of their acts as successive, or why we should not attribute permanent duration to corporeal substances and their permanent accidents, confining successive duration formally to motion or change itself. It is, moreover, implied in this view that duration is not any really distinct perfection or mode superadded to the actuality of the being that endures. Other philosophers hold that all duration of creatures is successive, that no individual creature has a mixture of permanent and successive duration, that this successive duration is really distinct from that which endures by means of it, that it is really distinct even from the reality of change or motion itself, that it is a real mode, the formal function of which is to confer on the enduring reality a series of actualities in the order of succession of posterior to prior, a series of intrinsic quandocationes, analogous to the intrinsic locations which the extension confers upon bodies in space. These philosophers distinguish between continuous or indefinitely divisible successive duration, the indefinitely divisible parts of which are past and future, and the present not a part but only an indivisible limit between the two parts, and discontinuous or indivisible successive duration, whose parts are separate and indivisible units of duration succeeding one another discontinuously, each part being a real but indivisible duration, so that besides the parts that are past and future, the present is also a part, like an instant of time, indivisible, but which is also, unlike an instant of time, a real duration. The former kind of successive duration they ascribed to corporeal, corruptible creatures, the latter to spiritual, incorruptible creatures. This view is defended with much force and ingenuity by Desain in his Cosmologia, where also a full discussion of most of the other questions we have touched upon will be found. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 12, Part 1, Relation, the Relative and the Absolute. 87. Importance of the present category. An analysis of the concept of relation will be found to have a very direct bearing both on the theory of being and on the theory of knowledge. For the human mind, knowledge is embodied in the mental act of judgment, and this as an act of comparison, an act whereby we relate or refer one concept to another. The act of cognition itself involves a relation between the knowing subject and the known object, between the mind and reality. Reality itself is understood only by our mentally recognizing or establishing relations between the objects which make up for us the whole knowable universe. This universe we apprehend not as a multitude of isolated, unconnected individuals, but as an ordered whole, whose parts are interrelated by their mutual coordinations and subordinations. The order we apprehend in the universe results from these various interrelations whereby we apprehend it as a system. What we call a law of nature, for instance, is nothing more or less than the expression of some constant relation which we believe to exist between certain parts of this system. The study of relation, therefore, belongs not merely to logic or the theory of knowledge, but also to the theory of being, to metaphysics. What then is a relation? What is the object of this mental concept which we express by the term relation? Are there in the known and knowable universe of our experience real relations, or are all relations merely logical, pure creations of our cognitive activity? Can we classify relations, whether real or logical? What constitutes a relation formally? What are the properties or characteristics of relations? These are some of the questions we must attempt to answer. Again, there is much ambiguity and not a little error in the use of the terms absolute and relative in modern philosophy. To some of these sources of confusion we have referred already. It is a commonplace of modern philosophy, a thing accepted as unquestioned and unquestionable, that we know and can know only the relative. There is a true sense in this, but the true sense is not the generally accepted one. Considering the order in which our knowledge of reality progresses, it is unquestionable that we first simply perceive things successively, things more or less similar or dissimilar, without realizing in what they agree or differ. To realize the latter involves reflection and comparison. Similarly, we perceive events in succession, events some of which depend on others, but without at first noting or realizing this dependence. In other words, we apprehend at first apart from their relations, or as absolute things and events which are really relative, and we do so spontaneously without realizing even that we perceive them as absolute. The seed needs soil and rain and sunshine for its growth, but these do not need the seed. The turbine needs the water, but the water does not need the turbine. When we realize such facts as these, by reflection, contrasting what is dependent with what is independent, what is like or unlike, before or after, greater or less than, other things, with what each of these is in itself, we come into conscious possession of the notion of the relative, and oppose this to the notion of the absolute. What we conceive as dependent, we conceive as relative. What we conceive by negation as independent, we conceive as absolute. Then by further observation and reflection, we gradually realize that what we apprehend as independent of certain things is dependent on certain other things, that the same thing may be independent in some respects and dependent in other respects. The rain does not depend on the seed which it causes to germinate, but it does depend on the clouds. The water which turns the turbine does not depend on the turbine, but it does depend on the rain, and the rain depends on the evaporation of the waters of the ocean, and the evaporation on the solar heat, and this again on chemical and physical processes in the sun, and so on, as far as sense experience will carry us, until we realize that everything which falls directly within this sense experience is dependent and therefore relative. Similarly, the accident of quantity in virtue of which we pronounce one of two bodies to be larger than the other is something absolute as compared with this relation itself, but as compared with the substance in which it adheres, it is dependent on the latter, or relative to the latter, while the substance is absolute, or free from dependence on it. But if substance is absolute as compared with accident, in the sense that substance is not dependent on a subject in which to inhere, but exists in itself, it is not absolute in the sense understood by Spinoza, in the sense of existing of itself, independently of any efficient cause to account for its origin. All the substances in the universe of our direct sense experience are contingent, dependent, ab alio, and therefore in this sense relative, not absolute. This is the true sense in which relativity is an essential note of the reality of all the data of the world of our sense experience. They are all contingent or relative or conditioned existences, and as Kant rightly taught, this experience forces us inevitably to think of a necessary, absolute, unconditioned being on whom these all depend. But as can be proved in natural theology against Kant, this concept is not a mere regulative idea of the reason, a form of thought whereby we systematize our experience. It is a concept the object of which is not merely a necessity of thought, but also an objectively existing reality. But in the thought of most modern philosophers, relativism, or the doctrine that we can know only the relative, is something very different from all this. For positivists, disciples of Auguste Comte, 1798 to 1857, it means that we can know only the phenomena which fall under the notice of our senses and the laws of resemblance, succession, etc., according to which they occur. All theological quests for supra-mundane causes and reasons of these events, and all metaphysical quests for supra-sensible forces, powers, influences in the events themselves, as explaining or accounting for these latter, are, according to this theory, necessarily futile. The mind must rest content with a knowledge of the positive facts of sense and their relations. Relativism is thus another name for positivism. For the psychological sensism of English philosophers from Hobbes, 1588 to 1679, and Locke, 1632 to 1704, down to Mill, 1806 to 73, and Bain, 1818 to 1903. Relativism means that all conscious cognition, which they tend to reduce to modes and complexes of sensation, must be and can only be a cognition of the changing, the transitional, the relative. According to an extreme form of this theory, the mind can apprehend only relations, but not the terms of any of these relations. It can apprehend nothing as absolute. Moreover, the relations which it apprehends, it creates itself. Thus all reality is reduced to a system of relations. For Mill, the supreme category of real being was sensation, but sensation can be only a feeling of a relation. Thus the supreme category of real being would be relation. But the main current of relativism is that which has issued from Kant's philosophy and worked itself out in various currents, such as Spencer's agnosticism, Hegel's monism, and Renouvilier's neo-criticism. The mind can know only what is related to it, what is present to it, what is in it, not what is apart from it, distinct from it. The mind cannot know the real nature of the extra-mental, nor even, if there be an extra-mental real. Subject and object in knowledge are really one. Individual minds are only self-conscious phases in the ever-evolving reality of the one sole actual being. These are but a few of the erroneous currents of modern relativism. A detailed analysis of them belongs to the theory of knowledge, but it may be pointed out here that they are erroneous because they have distorted and exaggerated certain profound truths concerning the scope and limits of human knowledge. It is true that we have no positive, proper, intuitive knowledge of the absolute being who is the first cause and last end of the universe, that all our knowledge of the nature and attributes of the infinite being is negative, analogical, abstractive. In a certain sense, therefore, he is above the scope of our faculties, he is incomprehensible, but it is false to say that he is unknowable, that our knowledge of him, inadequate and imperfect as it is not genuine, real, and instructive as far as it goes. Again, a distinct knowledge of any object implies defining, limiting, distinguishing, comparing, relating, judging, analyzing, and synthesizing. It implies, therefore, that we apprehend things in relations with other things, but this supposes an antecedent, if indistinct, apprehension of the things themselves. Indeed, we cannot help pronouncing as simply unintelligible the contention that all knowledge is of relations, and that we can have no knowledge of things as absolute. How could we become aware of relations without being aware of the terms related? Spencer himself admits that the very reasoning whereby we establish the relativity of knowledge leads us inevitably to assert as necessary the existence of the non-relative, the absolute, a necessity which Kant also recognizes. Finally, the fact that reality, in order to be known, must be present to the knowing mind, or in other words, that knowledge itself is a relation between object and subject, in no way justifies the conclusion that we cannot know the real nature of things as they are in themselves, absolutely, but only our own subjective mental impressions or representations of the absolute reality in itself unknowable. The obvious fact that any reality, in order to be known, must be related to the knowing mind seems to be regarded by some philosophers as if it were a momentous discovery. Then, conceiving the thing in itself, the absolute, as a something standing out of all relation to mind, they declare solemnly that we cannot know the absolute, a declaration which may be interpreted either as a mere truism, that we cannot know a thing without knowing it, or as a purely gratuitous assertion that, besides the world of realities which reveal themselves to our minds, there is another world of unattained and unattainable things in themselves, which are, as it were, the real realities. These philosophers have yet to show that there is anything absurd or impossible in the view that there is simply one world of realities, realities which exist absolutely in themselves, apart from our apprehension of them, and which in the process of cognition come into relation with our minds. Moreover, if besides this world of known and knowable realities there were such a world of transcendental things in themselves as these philosophers discourse of, such a world would have very little concern for us, since by definition and ex hypothesi it would be for us necessarily as if it were not. Indeed, the hypothesis of such a transcendental world is self-contradictory, for even did it exist, we could not think of it. The process of cognition has indeed its difficulties and mysteries. To examine these, to account for the possibility of truth and error, to analyze the grounds, and define the scope and limits of human certitude, are problems for the theory of knowledge, on the domain of which we are trenching perhaps too far already in the present context. But at all events, to conceive reality as absolute, in the sense of being totally unrelated to mind, and then to ask, is reality so transformed in that very process of cognition that the mind cannot possibly apprehend it or represent it as it really is? This certainly is to misconceive and misstate in a hopeless fashion the main problem of epistemology. 88. Analysis of the concept of relation. Relation is one of those ultimate concepts which does not admit of definition proper, and like other ultimate concepts, it is familiar to all. Two lines, each measuring a yard, are equal to each other in length. Equality is a quantitative relation. The number 2 is half of 4, and 4 is twice 2. Half and double express each a quantitative relation of inequality. If two twin brothers are like each other, we have the qualitative relation of resemblance or similarity. If a Negro and a European are unlike each other, we have the qualitative relation of dissimilarity. The steam of the locomotive moves the train, a relation of efficient causality, of efficient cause to effect. The human eye is adapted to the function of seeing, a relation of purpose or finality, of means to end, and so on. The objective concept of relation thus establishes a conceptual unity between a pair of things in the domain of some other category, like quantity, quality, actio, and passio, etc. It is an ultimate mode of reality, as apprehended through human experience. But while the reality of the other accident categories appertains to substances considered absolutely or in isolation from one another, the reality of this category, which we call relation, appertains indivisibly to two or more together, so that when one of these is taken or considered apart from the other or others, the relation formally disappears. Each of the other absolute accidents is formally something. Latin, aliquid, Greek, t. Whereas the formal function of relation is to refer something to something else. Ad aliquid, thros, t. The other accidents formally inhere in a subject, habent esse in subjecto. Relation, considered formally as such, does not inhere in a subject, but gives the latter a respect or bearing or reference or ordination to or towards something else. Relatio dat subjecto respectum vel esse ad aliquid aliud. The length of each of two lines is an absolute accident of that line, but the relation of equality or inequality is intelligible only of both together. Destroy one line, and the relation is destroyed, though the other line retains its length absolutely and unaltered. And so, of the other examples just given, relation, then considered formally as such, is not an absolute accident inhering in a subject, but is a reference of this subject to some other thing, this latter being called the term of the relation. Hence, relation is described by the scholastics as the ordination or respect or reference of one thing to another. Ordo vel respectus vel habitudo unius ad aliud. The relation of a subject to something else as term is formally not anything absolute, aliquid in that subject, but merely refers this subject to something else as term ad aliquid. Hence Aristotle's designation of relation as throus ti, ad aliquid, to or towards something, we conceive as relations throus ti. He says, those things whose very entity itself we regard as being somehow of other things or to another thing. To constitute a relation of whatsoever kind, three elements or factors are essential: the two extremes of the relation, viz., the subject of the relation and the term to which the subject is referred, and what is called the foundation or basis or ground or reason of the relation, fundamentum relationis. This latter is the cause or reason on account of which the subject bears the relation to its term. It is always something absolute in the extremes of the relation. Hence it follows that we may regard any relation in two ways, either formally, as the actual bond or link of connection between the extremes, or fundamentally, that is, as in its cause or foundation in these extremes. This is expressed technically by distinguishing between the relation secundum esse in and secunda esse ad, that is, between the absolute entity of its foundation in the subject and the purely relative entity in which the relation itself formally consists. Needless to say, the latter, whatever it is, does not add any absolute entity to that of either extreme. But in what does this relative entity itself consist? Before attempting an answer to this question, we must endeavor to distinguish, in the next section, between purely logical relations and relations which are in some true sense real. Here we may note certain corollaries from the concept of relation as just analyzed. Realities of which the objective concept of relation is verified derive from this latter certain properties or special characteristics. The first of these is reciprocity. Two related extremes are as such intelligible only in reference to each other, father to son, half to double, like to like, etc., and vice versa. Correlativa se in vicum connotant. The second is that things related to one another are collateral or concomitant in nature. Correlativa sunt simul natura. Neither related extreme is as such naturally prior to the other. This is to be understood of the relation only in its formal aspect, not fundamentally. Fundamentally or materia liter, the cause, for instance, is naturally prior to its effect. The third is that related things are concomitant logically or in the order of knowledge. Correlativa sunt simul cognitioni. A reality can be known and defined as relative to another reality only by simultaneous cognition of both extremes of the relation. 89. Logical relations. Logical relations are those which are created by our own thought and which can have no being other than the being which they have in and for our thought. That there are such relations which are the exclusive product of our thought activity is universally admitted. The mind can reflect on its own direct concepts. It can compare and coordinate and subordinate them among themselves. It thus forms ideas of relations between those concepts, ideas which the scholastics call reflex or logical ideas, or secundi intentionis mentis. These relations are entia rationis, purely logical relations. Such, for instance, are the relations of genus to species, of predicate to subject, the relations described in logic as the predicabilia. Moreover, we can compare our direct universal concepts with the individual realities they represent, and see that this feature or mode of universality in the concept, its intentio universalitatis, is a logical relation of the concept to the reality which it represents. A logical relation, inasmuch as its subject, the concept, and its foundation, the abstractness of the concept, are in themselves pure products of our thought activity. Furthermore, we are forced, by the imperfection of the thought processes whereby we apprehend reality, conception of abstract ideas, limitation of concepts in extension and intention, affirmation and negation, etc., to apprehend conceptual limitations, negations, comparisons, etc., in a word, all logical entities as if they were realities, or after the manner of realities, that is, to conceive what is really nothing as if it were really something, to conceive the known ens as if it were an ens, to conceive it per modum entis. And when we compare these logical entities with one another or with real entities, the relations thus established by our thought are all logical relations. Finally, it follows from this same imperfection in our human modes of thought that we sometimes understand things only by attributing to these certain logical relations, that is, relations which affect not the reality of these things, their esse real, but only the mode of their presence in our minds, their esse ideala. In view of this distinction between logical relations and those we shall presently describe as real relations, and especially in view of the prevalent tendency in modern philosophy to regard all relations as merely logical, it would be desirable to classify logical relations and to indicate the ways in which they are created by or result from our thought processes. We know of no more satisfactory analysis than that accomplished by St. Thomas Aquinas in various parts of his many monumental and enduring works. In his commentaries on the sentences, he enumerates 4 ways in which logical relations arise from our thought processes. In his Questiones Disputati, he reduces these to 2. Some logical relations, he says, are invented by the intellect reflecting on its own concepts and are attributed to these concepts. Others arise from the fact that the intellect can understand things only by relating, grouping, classifying them, only by introducing among them an arrangement or system of relations through which alone it can understand them, relations which it could only erroneously ascribe to these things as they really exist, since they are only projected, as it were, into these things by the mind. Thus, though it consciously thinks of these things as so related, it deliberately abstains from asserting that these relations really affect the things themselves. Now, the mistake of all those philosophers, whether ancient, medieval, or modern, who deny that any relations are real, seems to be that they carry this abstention too far. They contend that all relations are simply read into the reality by our thought, that none are in the reality in any true sense independently of our thought. They thus exaggerate the role of thought as a constituted factor of known or experienced reality, and they often do so to such a degree that, according to their philosophy, human thought not merely discovers and knows reality, but practically constitutes or creates it, or at all events to such a degree that cognition would be mainly a process whereby reality is assimilated to mind, and not rather a process whereby mind is assimilated to reality. Against all such idealist tendencies in philosophy, we assert that not all relations are logical, that there are some relations which are not mere products of thought, but which are themselves real. 90. Real relations, their existence vindicated. A real relation is one which is not a mere product of thought, but which obtains between real things independently of our thought. For a real relation there must be A. a real individual subject, B. a real foundation, and C. a real individual term, really distinct from the subject. If the subject of the relation or its foundation be not real, but a mere ens rationis, obviously the relation cannot be more than logical. If, moreover, the term be not a really distinct entity from the subject, then the relation can be nothing more than a mental comparison of something with itself, either under the same aspect or under mentally distinct aspects. A relation is real in the fullest sense when the extremes are mutually related, in virtue of a foundation really existing in both. Hence St. Thomas' definition of a real relation as a connection between some two things in virtue of something really found in both. Habitudo inter aliqua duo secundum aliquid realiter conveniens utrique. Now the question, are there in the real world, among the things which make up the universe of our experience, relations which are not merely logical, which are not a mere product of our thought, can admit of only one reasonable answer, that there are relations which are in some true sense real and independent of our thought activity, must be apparent to everyone whose mental outlook on things has not been warped by the specious sophistries of some form or other of subjective idealism. For ex professo refutations of idealist theories, the student must consult treatises on the theory of knowledge, A few considerations on the present point will be sufficiently convincing here. First, then, let us appeal to the familiar examples mentioned above. Are not two lines, each a yard long, really equal in length, whether we know it or not? Is not a line a yard long really greater than another line a foot in length, whether we know it or not? Surely our thought does not create, but discovers the equality or inequality. The twin brothers really resemble each other, even when no one is thinking of this resemblance. The resemblance is there whether anyone adverts to it or not. The motion of the train really depends on the force of the steam. It is not our thought that produces this relation of dependence. The eye is really so constructed as to perceive light, and the light is really such by nature as to arouse the sensation of vision. Surely it is not our thought that produces this relation of mutual adaptation in these realities. Such relations are, therefore, in some true sense real and independent of our thought, unless indeed we are prepared to say, with idealists, that the lines, the brothers, the train, the steam, the eye, and the light, in a word, that not merely relations, but all accidents and substances, all realities, are mere products of thought, ideas, states of consciousness. Again, order is but a system of relations, of coordination and subordination between really distinct things, but there is real order in the universe, and therefore there are real relations in the universe. There is a real order in the universe. In the physical universe, do we not experience a real subordination of effects to causes, a real adaptation of means to ends? And in the moral universe, is not this still more apparent? The domestic society of the family is not merely an aggregate of individuals, any one of whom we may designate indiscriminately husband or wife, father or mother, brother or sister. These relations of order are real. They are obviously not the product of our thought, not produced by it, but only discovered, apprehended by it. It is a profound truth that not all the reality of the universe which presents itself to the human mind for analysis and interpretation, not all the reality of this universe is to be found in the mere sum total of the individual entities that constitute it, considering these entities each absolutely and in isolation from the others. Nor does all its real perfection consist in the mere sum total of the absolute perfections intrinsic to and inherent in those various individual entities. Over and above these individual entities and their absolute perfections, there is a domain of reality and of real perfections consisting in the real adaptation, interaction, interdependence, arrangement, coordination, and subordination of those absolute entities and perfections among themselves. And if we realize this profound truth, we shall have no difficulty in recognizing that while the thought processes whereby we interpret this universe produce logical relations which we utilize in this interpretation, there is also in this universe itself a system of relations which are real, which are not invented, but are merely detected by our minds. According to idealists, relation is a subjective category of the mind. It belongs to phenomena only on the introduction of the latter into the understanding. Laws no more exist in phenomena, writes Kant, than phenomena exist in themselves. The former are relative to the subject in which the phenomena inhere, insofar as this subject is endowed with understanding, just as the latter are relative to this same subject insofar as it is endowed with sensibility. This is ambiguous and misleading. Of course, laws or any other relations do not exist for us, are not known by us, are not brought into relation to our understanding, as long as we do not consciously grasp the two terms and the foundation on which the law or any other relation rests. But there are relations whose terms and foundations are anterior to and independent of our thought, and which consequently are not a product of thought. Sensations or other feelings being given, writes J.S. Mill, succession and simultaneousness are the two conditions to the alternative of which they are subjected by the nature of our faculties. But as Monsieur Boirac pertinently asks, why do we apply in any particular case the one alternative of the two-faced category rather than the other? Is it not because in every case the concrete application made by our faculties is determined by the objects themselves, by an objective and real foundation of the relation? End of section 36. Section 37 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 12, Part 2. 91. Mutual and Mixed Relations, Transcendental Relations. There are, then, relations which are in some true sense real. But in what does the reality of a real relation consist? Before answering this question, we must examine the main classes of real relations. We've already referred to the mutual relation as one which has a real foundation in both of the extremes, such as the relation between father and son, or between a greater and a lesser quantity, or between two equal quantities, or between two similar people. Such a relation is called a relatio aequiparentii, a relation of the same denomination, if it has the same name on both sides, as equal to equal, similar to similar, friend to friend, etc. It is called a relatio disquiparentii, of different denomination, if it has a different name, indicating a different kind of relation on either side, as father, son, cause-effect, master-servant, etc. Distinct from this is the non-mutual or mixed relation, which has a real foundation only in one extreme, so that the relation of this to the other extreme is real, while the relation of the latter to the former is only logical. For instance, the relation of every creature to the Creator is a real relation, for the essential dependence of the creature on the Creator is a relation grounded in the very nature of the creature as a contingent being. But the relation of the Creator to the creature is only logical, for the creative act on which it is grounded implies in the Creator no reality distinct from his substance, which substance has no necessary relation to any creature. Similarly, the relation of the finite, knowing mind to the known object is a real relation, for it is grounded in a new quality, viz., knowledge, whereby the mind is perfected. But the relation of the object to the mind is not a real relation, for by becoming actually known, the object itself does not undergo any real change or acquire any new reality or perfection. We have seen already that all reality has a transcendental or essential relation to intellect and to will, ontological truth, and ontological goodness. These relations of reality to the divine intellect and will are formally or actually verified in all things, whereas the transcendental truth and goodness of anything in regard to any created intellect and will are formal or actual only when that thing is actually known and willed by such created faculties. The relations of a thing to a mind that does not actually know and desire that thing are only fundamental or potential truth and goodness. This brings us to a second great division of relations into essential or transcendental and accidental or predicamental. An essential or transcendental relation is one which is involved in the very essence itself of the related thing. It enters into and is inseparable from the concept of the latter. Thus, in the concept of the creature as such, there is involved an essential relation of the latter's dependence on the Creator. So, too, every individual reality involves essential relations of identity with itself and distinction from other things, and essential relations of truth and goodness to the divine mind and created minds. Knowledge involves an essential relation to a known object, accidents involve the essential relation of an aptitude to inhere in substances. Actio involves an essential relation to an agens, and passio to a patiens, matter to form, and form to matter, and so on. In general, wherever any subject has an intrinsic and essential exigence, or aptitude, or inclination, whereby there is established a connection of this subject with, or a reference to, something else, an ordination or ordo to something else, there we have an essential relation. Such a relation is termed transcendental because it can be verified of a subject in any category, and since it adds nothing real to its subject, it does not of itself constitute any new category of real being. Like the logical relation, it is referred to here in order to bring out, by way of contrast, the accidental or predicamental relation, which is the proper subject matter of the present chapter. 92. Predicamental relations, their foundations and divisions. An accidental or predicamental relation is one which is not essential to the related subject, but superadded to and separable from the latter. Such, for instance, are relations of equality or inequality, similarity or dissimilarity. It is not involved in the nature of the subject itself, but is superinduced on the latter by reason of some real foundation really distinct from the nature of this subject. Its sole function is to refer the subject to the term, while the essential or transcendental relation is rather an intrinsic attribute or aptitude of the nature itself as a principle of action or an effect of action. The real accidental relation is the one which Aristotle placed in a category apart as one of the ultimate accidental modes of real being. Hence it is called predicamental relation. What are its principal subclasses? Real relations are divided according to the nature of their foundations, but some relations are real, ex utraque parte, mutual relations, while others are real only on the side, mixed relations. Moreover, some real relations are transcendental, others predicamental. Aristotle, in assigning 3 distinct grounds of predicamental relations, seems to have included some relations that are transcendental. He distinguishes A. Relations grounded in unity and multitude, B. Relations grounded in efficient causality, and C. Relations grounded in commensuration. A. By unity and multitude, he is commonly interpreted to mean identity or diversity, not merely in quantity, but in any formal factor, and therefore also in quality and in nature or substance. Things that are one in quantity we term equal, one in quality similar, one in substance identical, and if they are not one in these respects we call them unequal, dissimilar, distinct, or diverse, respectively. About quantity as a foundation for real predicamental relations there can be no difficulty. Indeed, it is in a certain sense implied in all relations, at least as apprehended by the human mind. For we apprehend relations of whatsoever kind by mental comparison, and this involves the consciousness of number or plurality of 2 things compared. And when we compare things on the basis of any quality, we do so only by distinguishing and measuring intensive grades in this quality after the analogy of extensive or quantitative measurement. Nevertheless, just as quality is a distinct accident irreducible to quantity, so are relations based on quality different from those based on quantity. But what about substance or nature as a foundation of predicamental relations? For these, as distinct from transcendental relations. Some accident really distinct from the substance seems to be required. The substantial individual identity of any real being with itself is only a logical relation, for there are not two really distinct extremes. The specific identity of John with James, in virtue of their common human nature, is a real relation, but it would appear to be transcendental. The relation of the real John and the real James, to our knowledge of them, is the transcendental relation of any reality to knowledge, the relation of ontological truth. This relation is essentially actual in regard to the divine mind, but only potential and accidentally actual in regard to any created mind. The relation of real distinction between two individual substances is a real but transcendental relation, grounded in the transcendental attribute of oneness which characterizes every real being. B. Efficient causality, actio et passia, can undoubtedly be the ground of real predicamental relations. If the action is transitive, the patiens or recipient of the real change acquires by this latter the basis of a relation of real dependence on the cause or agens. Again, if the action provokes reaction, so that there is real interaction, each agens being also patiens, there arises a mutual predicamental relation of interdependence between the two agencies. Furthermore, if the agent itself is in any way really perfected by the action, there arises a real predicamental relation which is mutual, not merely a real relation of effect to agent, but also of agent to effect. This is true in all cases of what scholastics call univocal, as distinct from equivocal causation, of the former in which the agent produces an effect like in nature to itself. The propagation of their species by living things is the great example. Here not only is the relation of offspring to parents a real relation, but that of parents to offspring is also a real relation, and this real relation is permanent because it is grounded not merely in the transient generative processes, but in some real and abiding result of these processes, either some physical disposition in the parents themselves, or some specific perfection attributed by extrinsic denomination to the individual parents. The parents are, in a sense, continued in their offspring. Generation really perpetuates the species, the specific nature, and in this sense may be said to perfect the individual parents. In cases of equivocal causation, that is, where the effect is different in nature from the cause, as when a man builds a house, the agent does not so clearly benefit by the action, so that in such cases, while the relation of the effect to the cause is real, some authors would regard that of the cause to the effect as logical. When, however, we remember that the efficient activity of all created causes is necessarily dependent on the divine concursus, and necessarily involves change in the created cause itself, we can regard this change as in all cases the ground of a real relation of the created cause to its effect. But the creating and conserving activity of the divine being cannot ground a real relation of the latter to creatures, because the divine being is pure and unchangeable actuality, acquiring no new perfection and undergoing no real change by such activity. C. By commensuration as a basis of real relations, Aristotle does not mean quantitative measurement, but the determination of the perfection of one reality by its being essentially conformed to and regulated by another. As the perfection of knowledge or science, for instance, is determined by the perfection of its object, this sort of commensuration or essential ordination of one reality to another is obviously the basis of transcendental relations. Some authors would consider that besides the transcendental relation of science to its object, a relation which is independent of the actual existence of the latter, there also exists an accidental relation in science to its object as long as this latter is in actual existence. but rather it should be said that just as the transcendental truth relation of any real object to intellect is fundamental, potential, or formal, actual, according as this intellect merely can know this object or actually does know it, so also the transcendental relation of knowledge to its object is fundamental or formal, according to this object is merely possible or actually existing. We gather from the foregoing analysis that the three main classes of predicamental relations are those based on quantity, quality, and causality, respectively. End of section 37. Section 38 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey, Chapter 12, Part 3. 93. In what does the reality of predicamental relations consist? We have seen that not all relations are purely logical. There are real relations, and of these some are not merely aspects of the other categories of real being, not merely transcendental attributes virtually distinct from, but really identical with, these other absolute modes of real being which we designate as substance, quantity, quality, cause, effect, etc. There are real relations which form a distinct accidental mode of real being, and so constitute a category apart. The fact, however, that these predicamental relations have been placed by Aristotle and his followers in a category apart does not of itself prove that the predicamental relation is a special reality sui generis, really and adequately distinct from the realities which constitute the other categories. If the predicamental relation be not a purely logical entity, and if it be an ans rationis cum fundamento in re, or in other words, if the object of our concept of predicamental relation has a foundation in reality, for example, like the concepts of space and time, then it may reasonably be placed in a category apart, even although it may not be itself formally a reality. We have therefore to see whether or not the predicamental relation is or embodies any mode of real being adequately distinct from these modes which constitute the other categories. The predicamental relation is real in the sense that it implies, in addition to two really distinct extremes, a real foundation in one or both of these extremes, a real accident such as quantity, quality, or causality. That is to say, considered in its foundation or cause, considered fundamentally, or secundum suum esse in subjecto. The predicamental relation is real, inasmuch as its foundation is a reality independently of the consideration of the mind. No doubt, if the predicamental relation, adequately considered, implies no other reality than that of its foundation and terms, then the predicamental relation does not contain any special reality sui generis, distinct from substances, quality, quantity, and other such absolute modes of real being. This, however, does not prevent its ranking as a distinct category, provided it adds a virtually distinct and altogether peculiar aspect to those absolute realities. Now, considered adequately, the predicamental relation adds to the reality it has in its foundation the actual reference of subject to term. In fact, it is in this reference of subject to term this esse ad, that the relation formally consists. The question, therefore, may be stated thus: is this formal relation of subject to term, this esse ad, a real entity sui generis, really distinct from the absolute entities of subject, term, and foundation, and in contradistinction to these and all absolute entities, a relative entity actually existing in the real universe independently of our thought? Or is it, on the contrary, itself formally a mere product of our thought, a product of the mental act of comparison, an ens rationis, an aspect superadded by our minds to the extremes compared, and to the foundation in virtue of which we compare them? A good many scholastics, and some of them men of great name, have espoused the former alternative, considering that the reality of the predicamental relation cannot be vindicated against idealists who would reduce all relations to mere logical entities, otherwise than by according to the relation considered formally, that is, secundum suum esse ad, an entity in the actual order of things independent of our thought, adding, as an argument, that if relation formally as such is anything at all, if all relation be not a mere mental fabrication, it is essentially a relative entity, and that, manifestly, a relative entity cannot be really identical with any absolute entity, and they claim for this view the authority of St. Thomas. The great majority of scholastics, however, espouse the second alternative, that the relation considered formally, secundum esse ad, is a product of our mental comparison of subject with term. It is not itself a real entity or a real mode, superadded to the reality of extremes and foundation. In the first place, there is no need to suppose the reality of such a relative entity, entia non sunt multiplicanda praetor necessitatem. It is an abuse of realism to suppose that the formal element of a relation, its esse ad, is a distinct and separate reality. The reality of the predicamental relation is safeguarded without any such postulate, since the predicamental relation considered adequately, that is, not merely formally but fundamentally, not merely secundum esse ad but secundum esse in, involves as its foundation an absolute accident which is real independently of our thought. The predicamental relation is not a mere ens rationis, it has a foundation of reality. It is an ens rationis cum fundamento in re. This is a sufficient counter-assertion to idealism and a sufficient reason for treating relation as a distinct category of real being. That there is no need for such a relative entity will be manifest if we consider the simple case of two bars of iron, each a yard long. The length of each is an absolute accident of each. The length of either, considered absolutely and in itself, is not formally the equality of this with the other, nor are both lengths considered separately the former relation of equality, but both considered together are the adequate foundation of this former relation. Both considered together are this relation potentially, fundamentally, so that all that is needed for the actual formal relation of equality is the mental apprehension of the two links together. The mental process of comparison is the only thing required to make the potential relation actual, and the product of this mental process is the formality, or esse ad, of the relation, the actual reference of the extremes to each other. Besides the absolute accidents which constitute the foundation of the relation, something more is required for the constitution of the adequate predicamental relation. This something more, however, is a mind capable of comparing the extremes, and not any real entity distinct from extremes and foundation. Antecedently to the act of comparison, the formally relative element of the relation, its esse ad, was not anything actual. It was the mere comparability of the extremes in virtue of the foundation. If the esse ad were a separate real entity, a relative entity, really distinct from extremes and foundation, what sort of entity could it be? Being an accident, it should inhere in or be a mode of its subject, but if it did it would lose its formerly relative character by becoming an inherent mode of an absolute reality, while to conceive it as an entity astride on both extremes and bridging or connecting these together would be to substitute the crude imagery of the imagination for intellectual thought. In the second place, if a subject can acquire a relation or lose a relation without undergoing any real change, then the relation considered formally as such, or secundum esse ad, cannot be a reality, but a subject can acquire or lose a relation without undergoing any real change. Therefore the relation considered formally as distinct from its foundation and extremes is not a reality. The minor of this argument may be proved by the consideration of a few simple examples. A child already born is neither larger nor smaller than his brother that would be born 2 years hence. But after the birth of the latter child, the former can acquire those relations successively without any real change in itself and merely by the growth of the younger child. Again, one white ball, A, is similar in color to another white ball, B. Paint the latter black, and eo ipso, the former loses its relation of resemblance without any real change in itself. And this appears to be the view of St. Thomas. If, he writes, another man becomes equal in size to me by growing while I remain unchanged in size, then although eo ipso I become equal in size to him, thus acquiring a new relation, nevertheless I gain or acquire nothing new. Nihil advenit mihi de novo per hoc quod incipio esse alteri e qualis per eius mutationem. Relation, he says, is an extramental reality by reason of its foundation or cause, whereby one reality is referred to another. Relation itself, considered formally, as distinct from its foundation, is not a reality. It is real only inasmuch as its foundation is real. Again, relation is something inherent, but not formally as a relation, and hence it can disappear without any real change in its subject. A real relation may be destroyed in one or other of two ways, either by the destruction or change of the foundation in the subject, or by the destruction of the term entailing the sensation of the reference without any change in the subject. Hence, too, the reason alleged by St. Thomas why relation, unlike the other categories of real being, can be itself divided into logical entity and real entity, ens rationis and ens real, because formally it is an ens rationis, and only fundamentally, or in virtue of its foundation, is it an ens real. And hence, finally, the reason why St. Thomas, following Aristotle, describes relation as having a lesser reality and esse debilius than the other or absolute categories of real being, not as if it were a sort of diminutive entity intermediate between nothingness and the absolute modes of reality, but because being dependent for its formal actuality, not merely on a foundation in its subject, but also on a term to which the latter is referred, it can perish, not merely by the destruction of its subject like other accidents, but also by the destruction of its term, while subject and foundation remain unchanged. If then the real relation, considered formally, or secundum esse ad, is not a reality, the relation under this aspect is a logical, not a real, accident. To constitute a mutual real relation, there is needed a foundation in both of the extremes. As long as the term of the relation does not actually exist, not only does the relation not exist formally and actually, but it is not even adequately potential. The foundation in the subject alone is not an adequate foundation. To this view, which denies any distinct reality to the predicamental relation considered formally, it has been objected that the predicamental relation is thus confounded with the transcendental relation. But this is not so, for the transcendental relation is always essential to its subject, whatever this subject may be, while the predicamental relation, considered formally, is a logical accident, separable from its subject, and considered fundamentally, it is some absolute accident really distinct from the substance of the related extremes. For instance, the action which mediates between cause and effect is itself transcendentally related to both, while it is at the same time the adequate foundation whereby cause and effect are predicamentally related to each other. If what we have called the former element of a relation be nothing really distinct from the extremes, and foundation, it follows that some real relations between creatures are really identical with their substances, and to this it has been objected that no relation in creatures can be quoad rem substantial, nulla relatio, says St. Thomas, est substantia secundum rem in creaturis. To this it may be replied that even in these cases the relation itself, considered adequately, is not wholly identical with the substance of either extreme. It superadds a separable logical accident to these. Finally, it is objected that the view which denies a distinct reality to the former element of a real relation to its SEAD equivalently denies all reality to relations and is therefore in substance identical with the idealist doctrine already rejected. But this is a misconception. According to idealists, relations grounded on quality, quantity, causality, etc., are exclusively in the intellect, in our mental activity and its mental products, in our concepts alone, and are in no true sense characteristic of reality. This is very different from saying that our concepts of such relations are grounded in the realities compared, and that these realities are really endowed with everything that constitutes such relations, the comparative act of the intellect being required merely to apprehend these characteristics, and so to give the relation its formal completeness. There is all the difference that exists between a theory which so exaggerates the constitutive function of thought as to reduce all intellectual knowledge to a knowledge of mere subjective mental appearances, and a theory which, while recognizing this function and its products, will not allow that these cast any cloud or veil between the intellect and a genuine insight into objective reality. These mental processes are guided by reality. The entia rationis, which are their products, are grounded in reality. Moreover, we can quite well distinguish between these mental modes and products of our intellectual activity and the real contents revealed to the mind in these modes and processes. So long, therefore, as we avoid the mistake of ascribing to the objective reality itself any of these mental modes, as for instance extreme realists do when they assert the extramental reality of the formal universal, our recognition of them can in no way jeopardize the objective validity of intellectual knowledge. Perhaps an excessive timidity in this direction is in some degree accountable for the abuse of realism, which ascribes to the former element of a relation a distinct extramental objective reality. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel William Bader. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 13, Causality, Classification of Causes, Part 1. 94. Traditional Concept of Cause. The modes of being which we have been so far examining, substance, quality, quantity, relation, are modes of reality considered as static. But it was pointed out in an early chapter, Chapter 2, that the universe of our experience is subject to change, that it is ever becoming, that it is the scene of a continuous world process which is apparently regulated by more or less stable principles or laws, these laws and processes constituting the universal order, which it is the duty of the philosopher to study and explain. We must now return to this kinetic and dynamic aspect of reality and investigate the principles of change in things by a study of causes. As with the names of the other ultimate causes, so too here, the general sense of the term cause, causa, aition, is familiar to all, while analysis reveals a great variety of modalities of this common signification. We understand by a cause anything which has a positive influence of any sort on the being or happening of something else. In philosophy, this is the meaning which has been attached traditionally to the term since the days of Aristotle, though in its present-day scientific use of the term has lost this meaning, mainly through the influence of modern phenomenism. The traditional notion of cause is usually expounded by comparing it with certain kindred notions: principle, condition, occasion, reason. A principle is that from which anything proceeds in any way whatsoever. Any sort of intrinsic connection between two objects of thought is sufficient to constitute the one a principle of the other,
but a mere extrinsic or time sequence is not sufficient. A logical principle is some truth from which further truths are or may be derived. A real principle is some reality from which the being or happening of something originates and proceeds. If this procession involves a real and positive influence of the principle on that which proceeds from it, such a real principle is a cause. But there may be a real and intrinsic connection without any such influence. For instance, in the substantial changes which occur in physical nature, the generation of the new substantial formative principle necessarily presupposes the privation of the one which antecedently informed the material principle. But this privatio formae has no positive influence on the generation of the new form. It is, however, the necessary and natural antecedent to the generation of the latter. Hence, though this privatio formae is a real principle of substantial change, the process or fieri, it is not a cause of the latter. The notion of principle, even of real principle, is therefore wider than the notion of cause. A condition, in the proper sense of a necessary condition or conditio sine qua non, is something which must be realized or fulfilled before the event or effect in question can happen or be produced. On the side of the latter, there is real dependence, but from the side of the former, there is no real and positive influence on the happening of the event. The influence of the condition is negative, or if positive, it is only indirect, consisting in the removal of some obstacle, removens probibens, to the positive influence of the cause. In this, precisely a condition differs from a cause. Windows, for instance, are a condition for the lighting of a room in the daylight, but the sun is the cause. The distinction is clear and intelligible, nor may it be ignored in a philosophical analysis of causality. At the same time, it is easy to understand that where, as in the inductive sciences, there is question of discovering all of the antecedents, positive and negative, of any given kind of phenomenon, in order to bring to light and formulate the law or laws according to which such phenomenon occurs, the distinction between cause and condition is of minor importance. An occasion is any circumstance or combination of circumstances favorable to the action of a free cause. For instance, a forced sale is an occasion for buying cheaply, night is an occasion of theft, bad companionship is an occasion of sin. An occasion has no intrinsic connection with the effect, as in the case of a principle, nor is it necessary for the production of the effect, as in the case of a condition. It is spoken of only in connection with the action of a free cause, and it differs from a cause in having no positive and direct influence on the production of the effect. It has, however, a real, though indirect influence on the production of the effect by soliciting and aiding the determination of the free, efficient cause to act. Insofar as it does exert such an influence, it may be regarded as a partial efficient cause, not a physical but a moral cause of the effect. To ask for the reason of any event or phenomenon, or of the nature of existence of any reality, is to demand an explanation of the latter. It is to seek what accounts for the latter, what makes this intelligible in our minds. Whatever is a cause is therefore also a reason, but the latter notion is wider than the former. Whatever explains a truth is a logical relation of the latter. But since all truths are concerned with realities, they must have ultimately real reasons, i.e., explanatory principles inherent in the realities themselves. The knowledge of these real or ontological principles of things is the logical reason of our understanding of the things themselves. But the ontological principles, which are the real reasons of the things, are wider in extent than the causes of these things, for they include principles that are not causes. Furthermore, the grades of reality which we discover in things by the activity of abstract thought, and whereby we compare, classify, and define those things, we apprehend as explanatory principles of the latter. And these principles, though really in the things, are therefore real reasons, are not causes. Thus, life is a real reason, though not a cause, of sensibility in the animal organism. The soul's independence of matter in its mode of existence is a real reason, though not a cause, of its spiritual activities. Hence, between a reason and that which it accounts for, there may be only a logical distinction, while between a cause and that which it causes, there must be a real distinction. To understand all the intrinsic principles which constitute the essence of anything is to know the sufficient reason of its reality. To understand all the extrinsic principles which account for its actual existence is to know the sufficient reason of its existence, and to understand this latter adequately is to realize that the thing depends ultimately for its actual existence on a reality or being which necessarily exists by virtue of its own essence. What has been called the principle of sufficient reason asserts, when applied to reality, that every existing thing must have a sufficient reason for existing and for being what it is. Unlike the principle of causality, which is an axiomatic or self-evident truth, this principle is rather a necessary postulate of all knowledge, an assumption that reality is intelligible. It does not mean that all reality, or even any single finite reality, is adequately intelligible in our finite minds. In the words of Bossuet, we do not know everything about anything. Nous ne savons le tout de rien. In regard to contingent essences, if these be composite, we can find a sufficient reason why they are such in their constitutive principles. But in regard to simple essences, or to the simple constitutive principles of composite essences, we can find no sufficient reason why they are such in anything, even logically distinct from themselves. They are what they are, because they are what they are. And to demand why they are what they are is, as Aristotle remarked, to ask an idle question. At the same time, when we have convinced ourselves that their actual existence involves the existence of a supreme, self-existent, intelligent being, we can see that the essence of this being is the ultimate ground of the intrinsic possibility of all finite essences. In regard to contingent existences, the principle of sufficient reason is coincident with the principle of causality, inasmuch as the sufficient reason for the actual existence of any contingent thing consists in the extrinsic real principles which are its causes. The existence of contingent things involves the existence of a necessary being. We may say that the sufficient reason for the existence of the necessary being is the divine essence itself, but this is merely denying that there is outside this being any sufficient reason, i.e., any cause of the latter's existence. It is the recognition that the principle of causality is inapplicable to the necessary being. The principle of sufficient reason in this application of it is logically posterior to the principle of causality. 95. Classification of causes. Aristotle's fourfold division. In modern times, many scientists and philosophers have thought it possible to explain the order and course of nature, the whole cosmic process, and the entire universe of our experience by an appeal to the operation of efficient causes. Espousing a mechanical, as opposed to a teleological, conception of the universe, they have denied or ignored all influence of purpose, and eschewed all study of final causes. Furthermore, misconceiving or neglecting the category of substance and the doctrine of substantial change, they find no place in their speculations for any consideration of formal or material causes. Yet without final, formal, and material causes, so fully analyzed by Aristotle and the scholastics, no satisfactory explanation of the world of our experience can possibly be found. Let us therefore commence by outlining the traditional fourfold division of causes. We have already seen that change involves composition or compositeness in the thing that is subject to change. Hence, two intrinsic principles contribute to the constitution of such a thing. The one, a passive, determinable principle, is material cause. The other, an active, determining principle, its formal cause. Some changes in material things are superficial, not reaching to the substance itself of the thing. These are accidental, involving the union of some accidental form with the concrete pre-existing substance as material, materia secunda. Others are more profound, changes of the substance itself. These are substantial, involving the union of a new substantial form with the primal material principle, materia prima, of the substance undergoing the change. But whether the change be substantial or accidental, we can always distinguish in the resulting composite thing two intrinsic constitutive principles, its formal cause and its material cause. The agencies in nature which, by their activity, bring about change are efficient causes. Finally, since it is an undeniable fact that there is order in the universe, that its processes give evidence of regularity, of operation according to law, that the cosmos reveals harmonious coordination of manifold agencies and a subordination of means to ends, it follows that there must be working in and through all nature a directive principle, a principle of plan or design, a principle according to which those manifold agencies work together in fulfillment of a purpose for the attainment of ends. Hence, the reality of a fourth class of causes, final causes. The separate influence of each of those four kinds of cause can be clearly illustrated by reference to the production of any work of art. When, for instance, a sculptor chisels a statue from a block of marble, the latter is the material cause, materia secunda, of the statue. The form which he induces on it by his labor is the formal cause, forma accidentalis. The sculptor himself, as agent, is the efficient cause, and the motive from which he works, money, fame, aesthetic pleasure, etc., is the final cause. The formal and material causes are intrinsic to the effect. They constitute the effect in facto esse, the distinction of each from the latter being an inadequate real distinction. It is not so usual nowadays to call these intrinsic constitutive principles of things causes of the latter, but they verify the general definition of cause. The other two causes, the efficient and the final, are extrinsic to the effect, and really inadequately distinct from it, extrinsic principles of its production, its fieri. This classification of causes is adequate. It answers all the questions that can be asked in explanation of the productive of any effect. A quo, ex quo, per quid, propter quid? Nor is there any sort of cause which cannot be brought under some one or other of those four heads. What is called an exemplar cause, causa exemplaris, i.e., the ideal or model or plan in the mind of an intelligent agent, according to which he aims and strives to execute his work, may be regarded as an extrinsic formal cause, or again, insofar as it aids and equips the agent for his task, an efficient cause, or again, insofar as it represents a good to be realized, a final cause. The objects of our knowledge are in a true sense causes of our knowledge. Any such object may be regarded as an efficient cause, both physical and moral, of this knowledge, insofar as by its actions on our minds it determines the activity of our cognitive faculties, or again as a final cause, inasmuch as it is the end and aim of the knowledge. The essence of the soul is, as we have seen, not exactly an efficient cause of the faculties which are its properties, but it is their final cause, inasmuch as their raison d'etre is to perfect it, and their subjective or material cause, inasmuch as it is the seat and support of these faculties. The fourfold division is analogical, not univocal, though the matter, the form, the agent, and the end or purpose all contribute positively to the production of the effect. It is clear that the character of the causal influence is widely different in each case. Again, its members do not demand distinct subjects. All four classes of cause may be verified in the same subject. For instance, the human soul is a formal cause in regard to the composite human individual, a material cause in regard to its habits, an efficient cause in regard to its acts, and a final cause in regard to its faculties. Furthermore, the fourfold division is not an immediate division, for it follows the division of cause in general into intrinsic and extrinsic causes. Finally, it is a division of the causes which we find to be operative in the universe. But the philosophical study of the universe will lead us gradually to the conviction that itself and all the causes in it are themselves contingent, themselves caused by and dependent on a cause outside or extrinsic to the universe, a first, uncaused, uncreated, self-existent, necessary cause, causa prima increata, at once the efficient and final cause of all things. In contrast with this uncreated first cause, all the other causes we have now to investigate are called created or second causes, causae secundae creatae. A cause may be either total, adequate, or partial, inadequate, according as the effect is due to its influence solely, or to its influence in conjunction with, or dependence on, the influence of some other cause or causes of the same order. A created cause, therefore, is a total cause if the effect is due to its influence independently of other creative causes, though of course all created causes are dependent, both as to their existence as to their causality, on the influence of the first cause. Without the activity of created, efficient, and final causes, the first cause can accomplish directly whatever these can accomplish, except their very causality itself, which cannot be actualized without them, but for which he can supply eminenter. Similarly, while it is incompatible with his infinite perfection that he discharge the function of material or formal cause of finite composite things, he can immediately create these latter by the simultaneous production ex nihilo and union of their material and formal principles. A cause is said to be in actu secundo when it is actually exercising its causal influence. Antecedently to such exercise, at least prioritate naturae, it is said to be in actu primo. When it has the expedite power to discharge its function as cause, it is in actu primo proximo. And if its power is in any way incomplete, hampered, or unready, It is in actu primo remoto. Many other divisions of cause, subordinate to the Aristotelian division, will be explained in connection with the members of this latter. 96. Material and formal causes. These are properly subject matter for cosmology. We will therefore very briefly supplement what has been said already concerning them in connection with the doctrine of change. By a material cause, we mean that out of which anything is made, id ex quo aliquid fit. Matter is correlative with form. From the union of these, there results a composite reality endowed with either essential or accidental unity. With the former, if the material principle be absolutely indeterminate and the correlative form substantial. With the latter, if the material principle be some actually existing individual reality and the form some supervening accident. Properly speaking, only corporeal substances have material causes, but the term material cause is used in an extended sense to signify any potential, passive, receptive subject of formative or actuating principles. Thus, the soul is the subjective or material cause of its faculties and habits, essence of existence, genus of differentia, etc. In what does the positive causal influence of a material cause consist? How does it contribute positively to the actualization of the composite reality of which it is the material cause? It receives and unites with the form which is induced from its potentiality by the action of efficient causes, and thus contributes to the generation of the concrete, composite, individual reality. It is by reason of the causality of the formal cause that we speak of a thing being formally such or such. As correlative of material cause, it finds its proper application in reference to the constitution of corporeal things. The formative principle, called forma substantialis, which actuates, determines, specifies the material principle, and by union with the latter, constitutes an individual corporeal substance of a definite kind, is the substantial form cause of this composite substance. The material principle of corporeal things is of itself indifferent to any species of body. It is the form that removes this indefiniteness and determines the matter, by its union with the latter, to constitute a definite type of corporeal substance. The existence of different species of living organisms and different types of inorganic matter in the universe implies in the constitution of these things a common material principle, materia prima, and a multiplicity of differentiating, specifying, formative principles, formae substantiales. That the distinction between these two principles in the constitution of any individual corporeal substance, whether living or inorganic, is not merely a virtual distinction between metaphysical, generic and specific, grades of being in the individual, but a real distinction between separable entities, is a scholastic thesis established in the special metaphysics of the organic and inorganic domains of the universe, Ontology, section 215. Since the form is a perfecting, actuating principle, the term is often used synonymously with actus, actuality. And since besides the essential perfection which a being has by virtue of its substantial form, it may have accidental perfections by reason of supervening accidental forms, these too are formal causes. In what does the causal influence of the formal cause consist? In communicating itself intrinsically to the material principle or passive subject from whose potentiality it is evoked by the action of efficient causes. In actuating that potentiality by intrinsic union therewith, and thus determining the individual subject to be actually or formally an individual of such or such a kind. The material and formal causes are intrinsic principles of the constitution of things. We next pass to an analysis of the two extrinsic causes, and firstly of the efficient cause and its causality. End of section 39. Section 40 of Ontology or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel William Bader. Ontology or the Theory of Being by Peter Coffey. Chapter 13, Causality, Classification of Causes, Part 2. 97. Efficient cause, traditional concept explained. By efficient cause, we understand that by which anything takes place, happens, occurs. Id quo aliquid fit. The world of our external and internal experience is the scene of incessant changes. Men and things not only are, but are constantly becoming. Now every such change is originated by some active principle, and this we call the efficient cause of the change. Aristotle called it ta kinetikon, or he arche kinetike, the kinetic or moving principle, or again, Aarcee kineseos, e metaboles en hetero, principium motus vel mutationis in alio, the principle of motion or change in some other thing. The result achieved by this change, the actualized potentiality, is called the effect. The causality itself of the efficient cause is called action, poiesis, motion, change, and, from the point of view of the effect, passio, pathesis. The perfection or endowment whereby an efficient cause acts, i.e. its efficiency, energia, is called active power, potentia seu virtus activa. It is also called force or potential energy in reference to inanimate agents, faculty in reference to animate agents, especially men and animals. This active power of an efficient cause or agent is to be carefully distinguished from the passive potentiality acted upon and undergoing change. The former connotes a perfection, the latter an imperfection. Unum quodque agit in quantum est in actu, patiter vero in quantum est in potentia. The scope of the active power of a cause is the measure of its actuality, of its perfection in the scale of reality, while the extent of the passive potentiality, or patiens, is a measure of its relative imperfection. The actuation of the former is actio, that of the latter, passio. The point of ontological connection of the two potentiae is the change, motus, kinesis. This being at once the formal perfecting of the passive potentiality of the patiens, or effect, and the immediate term of the efficiency or active power of the agens, or cause. Actio and passio, therefore, are not expressions of one and the same concept. They express two distinct concepts of one and the same reality, viz. The change. Actio et passio sunt idem numero motus. This change takes place formally in the subject upon which the efficient cause acts, for it is an actuation of the potentiality of the former under the influence of the latter, he kinesis in toi kinetoi, and telechia gar estitutu. Considered in the potentiality of the subject, ta tude en toide, huius in hokok, it is called passio. Considered as a term of the active power of the cause, tude hupa tude, huius per hoc, it is called actio. The fact that actio and passio are really and objectively one and the same motus does not militate against their being regarded as two separate supreme categories, for they are objects of distinct concepts, and this is sufficient to constitute them distinct categories. Doubts are sometimes raised, as St. Thomas remarks, about the assertion that the action of an agent is not formally in the latter, but in the patiens, actio fit in passo. It is clear, however, he continues, that the action is formally in the patiens, for it is the actuation not of any potentiality of the agent, but of the passive potentiality of the patiens. It is in the latter that the motus or change, which is both actio and passio, takes place, dependently, of course, on the influence of the agent, or efficient cause of the change. The active power of an efficient cause is an index of the latter's actuality. The exercise of this power, i.e. action, does not formally perfect the agent, for it is not an actuation of any passive potentiality of the latter. It formally perfects the patiens. Only imminent action perfects the agent, and then not as agent, but as patiens, or receiver of the actuality effected by the action, cf. 103 infra. We may then define efficient cause as the extrinsic principle of the change or production of anything by means of action, principium intrinsicum a quo fluit motus vel productio re mediante actione. It is a first principle as compared with material and formal causes, for its influence is obviously prior in nature to theirs, as also compared with the other extrinsic cause, the final cause, in ordine executionis, not, however, in ordinary intentionis. The end, not as realized but as realizable, not in execution but intention, discharges its function and exerts its influence as final cause, and in this order the final cause, as will appear later, is the first of all causes, finis est ultimus in executione sed primus in intentione. Change or production in the definition is to be understood not in the strict sense in which it presupposes an existing subject or material, but in the wide sense in which it excludes any production of new reality, even creation or production ex nihilo. Action, too, is to be understood in the wide sense in which it includes the action of the first cause, which action is really identical with the essence of the latter. We conceive creation after the analogy of the efficient action of created or second causes. We have no proper concept of the infinite perfection of the divine activity. In all created efficient causes, not only is the action itself, but also the efficiency, force, power, faculty, which is its proximate principle, really distinct from the nature or essence of the agent. The former is a substance, the latter an accident. Finally, the action of a created efficient cause is either transitive, transiens, or imminent, imminens, according as the change wrought by the action takes place in something else, as when the sun heats or lights the earth, or in the cause itself, as when a man reasons or wills. In the former case, the action perfects not the agent, but the other thing, the patiens. In the latter case, it perfects the agent itself, agens and patiens being here the same identical concrete individual. 98. Some scholia on causation, the principle of causality. Before enumerating the principal kinds of efficient cause and analyzing the nature of efficient causality, we may set down here certain self-evident axioms and aphorisms concerning causation in general. The most important of these is the principle of causality, which has been enunciated in a variety of ways. Whatever happens has a cause, whatever begins to be has a cause, whatever is contingent has a cause, nothing occurs without a cause. Not everything that begins to be has necessarily a material cause or a formal cause really distinct from itself. For instance, simple spiritual things, like the human soul, have no material cause, nor any formal cause or constitutive principle distinct from their essence. Similarly, the whole universe, having been created ex nihilo, has no pre-existing material cause. All the material beings, however, which are produced, generated, brought into actual existence in the course of the incessant changes which characterize the physical universe, have both material and formal causes. But the principle of causality refers mainly to extrinsic causes. It is commonly understood only of efficient causes, and only in regard to these is it self-evident. We shall see that as a matter of fact, nothing happens without a final cause, that intelligent purpose pervades reality through and through. This, however, is a conclusion, not a principle. What is really self-evident, axiomatic, necessary principle, is whatever happens has an efficient cause. Only the necessary, self-existent, eternal being has the sufficient reason of his own actual resistance in himself, in his own essence. That any being which is contingent could exist independently of some other actual being as the cause of this existence, that it could have come into existence or begun to exist from absolute nothingness, or be produced or brought into actual existence without any actual being to produce it, or that once existing and subject to change, it could undergo change and have its potentialities actualized without any actual being to cause such change, all this is positively unthinkable and absolutely repugnant to our intelligence. All this our reason peremptorily declares to be intrinsically impossible. Nor is there a question of a mere psychological inconceivability, such as might be due to a long-continued custom of associating the idea of a beginning with the idea of a cause of this beginning, as phenomenologists generally contend. There is question of an impossibility which our reason categorically dictates to be a real, ontological impossibility. The principle of causality is therefore a necessary, a priori, self-evident principle. B. Every effect must have an adequate efficient cause, i.e. a cause sufficiently perfect, sufficiently high on the scale of being, to have the active power to produce the effect in question. Otherwise, the effect would be partially uncaused, which is impossible. C. An effect cannot be, as such, actually more perfect than its adequate created cause. The reason is that the effect, as such, is really dependent for its actuality on its adequate created cause. It derives its actuality from the latter. Now, it is inconceivable that an agent could be the active, productive principle of a greater perfection, a higher grade of actuality, than itself possesses. Whatever be the nature of efficient causality, actio and passio, or of the dependence of the profound actuality upon the relative power for its adequate efficient cause, the reality of this dependence forbids us to think that in the natural order of efficient causation, a higher grade of reality can be actualized than the agent is capable of actualizing, or that the agent can naturally actualize a higher or more perfect grade of reality than is actually its own. We must, however, bear in mind that there is question of the adequate created cause of an effect, and that to account fully for the actualization of any potential reality whatsoever, we are forced to recognize in all causation of created efficient causes the concursus of the first cause. D. The actuality of the effect is in its adequate created cause or causes, not actually and formally, but potentially or virtually. If the cause produces an effect of the same kind as itself, causa univoca, as when living organisms propagate their species, the perfection of the effect is said to be in the cause equivalently, equivalenter. If it produced an effect of a different kind from itself, causa analoga, as when a sculptor makes a statue, the perfection of the effect is said to be in the cause eminently, eminenter. E. Omne agens agit, in quantum est in actu. The operative power of a being is in proportion to its own actual perfection. The higher an agent is on the scale of reality, or in other words, the more perfect its grade of being, the higher and more perfect will be the effects achieved by the exercise of its operative powers. In fact, our chief test of the perfection of any nature is analysis of its operations, hence the maxim so often referred to already. F. Apparare sequitur esse, qualis est operatio talis est natura, modus operandi sequitur modum essendi. Operation is the key to nature. We know what anything is by what it does. G. Nihil agit ultra suam speciem, or again, omne agens agit simile sibi. These are inductive generalizations gathered from experience and have reference to the natural operation of agents, especially in the organic world. Living organisms reproduce only their own kind. Moreover, every agency in the universe has operative powers of a definite kind. Acting according to its nature, it produces certain effects and these only. Others it cannot produce. This is in the natural order of things and with the natural concursus of the first cause. But created causes have a passive obediential capacity, potentia obedientialis, whereby their nature can be so elevated by the first cause that they can produce, with this special supernatural concursus, effects of an entirely higher order than those within the ambit of their natural powers. H. From a known effect, of whatsoever kind, we can argue with certainty, a posteriori, to the existence of an adequate efficient cause, and to some knowledge of the nature of such a cause. By virtue of the principle of causality, we can infer the existence of an adequate cause containing either equivalently or eminently all the perfections of the effect in question. 99. Classification of efficient causes. A. We have already referred to the distinction between the first cause and second or created causes. The former is absolutely independent of all other beings, both as to his power and as to the exercise of this power. The latter are dependent, for both, upon the former. The distinction between a first or primary or independent cause and second or subordinate or dependent causes can be understood not only of causes universally, but also as obtaining among created causes themselves. In general, the subordination of a cause to a superior or anterior cause may be either essential or accidental. Essential, when the second cause depends, either for its existence or for an indispensable complement of its efficiency, on the present actual influence of the other cause. Accidental, when the second cause has indeed received its existence or efficiency from this other cause, but is now no longer dependent for its existence or action on the latter. Thus, living organisms are causes accidentally subordinate to their parent organisms. They derive their existence from the latter, but are independent of these, when in their maturity they continue to exist and live and act of themselves and for themselves. But all creatures, on the other hand, are, as causes, essentially subordinate to the Creator, inasmuch as they can exist and act only in constant dependence on the ever-present and ever-actual conserving and concurring influence of the Creator. It is obvious that all the members of any series of causes, essentially subordinate to one another, must exist simultaneously. Whether such a series could be infinite depends, therefore, on the question whether an actually infinite multitude is intrinsically possible. This difficulty cannot be urged with such force against an infinite regress in causes accidentally subordinate to one another. For here such a regress would not involve an actually infinite multitude of things existing simultaneously. In the case of essentially subordinate causes, moreover, the series, whatever about its infinity, must contain, or rather imply above it, one cause which is first, in the sense of being independent, or exempt from the subordination characteristic of all the others. And the reason is obvious. Since no one of them can exist or act except dependently on another, and this on another, and so on, it is manifest that the series cannot exist at all unless there is some one cause which, unlike all the others, exists and acts without such subordination or dependence. Hence, in essentially subordinate causes, an infinite regress is impossible. In natural theology, these considerations are of supreme importance. B. An efficient cause may be described as immanent or transitive, according as the term of its action remains within the cause itself, or is produced in something else. The action of the first cause is formally immanent, being identical with the divine nature itself. It is virtually transitive when it is creative or operative among creatures. C. An efficient cause is either a principal or an instrumental cause. When two causes so combine to produce an effect that one of them uses the other, the former is called the principal and the latter the instrumental cause. Thus, I am the principal cause of the words when I am writing. My pen is the instrumental cause of them. Such an effect is always attributed to the principal cause, not to the instrumental. The notion of an instrument is quite a familiar notion. An instrument helps the principal agent to do what the latter could not do otherwise, or at least not do so easily. An instrument, therefore, is really a cause. It contributes positively to the production of the effect. How does it do so? By reason of its nature or structure, it influences, modifies, and directs in a particular way the efficiency of the principal cause. But this property of the instrumental cause comes into play only when the latter is being actually used by a principal cause. A pen, a saw, a hammer, a spade have each its own instrumentality. The pen will not cut, nor the saw mold iron, nor the hammer dig, nor the spade write, for the agent that uses them. Each will produce its own kind of effect when used, but none of them will produce any effect except when used, though each has in itself permanently and inherently the power to produce its own proper effect in use. We have instanced the use of artificial instruments, but nature itself provides some agencies with what may be called natural instruments. The semen whereby living organisms propagate their kind is an instance. In a less proper sense, the various members of the body are called instruments of the human person as principal cause, instrumenta conjuncta. The notion of an instrumental cause involves then A. subordination of the latter in its instrumental activity to a principal cause, B. incapacity to produce the effect otherwise than by modifying and directing the influence of the principal cause. This property whereby the instrumental cause modifies or determines in a particular way the influence of the principal cause is called by St. Thomas an actio or operatio of the former. The distinction between the principal and the instrumental cause being that whereas the former acts by virtue of a power permanently inherent in it as a natural perfection, the latter acts as an instrument only by virtue of the transient motion which it derives from the principal cause which utilizes it. We may therefore define an instrumental cause as one which, when acting as an instrument, produces the effect not by virtue of its inherent power alone, but by virtue of a power communicated to it by some principal cause which acts through it. A principal cause, on the other hand, is one which produces its effect by virtue of an active power permanently inherent in itself. The designations principal and instrumental are obviously correlative. Moreover, all created causes may be called instrumental in relation to the first cause. For not only are they dependent on the latter for the conservation of their nature and active powers, they are also dependent in their action, in their actual exercise of these powers on the first cause, for the concursus of the latter. Yet some created causes have these powers permanently and can exercise them without subordination to other creatures, while others need, for the exercise of their proper functions, not only the divine concursus, but also the motion of other creatures. Hence the former are rightly called principal created causes, and the latter instrumental created causes. D. Efficient causes are divided into free causes and necessary causes. A free or self-determining cause is one which is not determined by its nature to one line of action, but has the power of choosing or determining itself to act or abstain when all the conditions requisite for acting are present. Man is a free agent or free cause of his deliberate actions. A necessary cause, or natural cause as it is sometimes called, is one which is determined by its nature to one invariable line of action, so that, granted the conditions requisite for action, it cannot naturally abstain from acting in that invariable manner. All the physical agencies of the inorganic world, all plant and animal organisms beneath man himself, are necessary causes. The freedom of the human will is established against determinism in psychology. Psychology, Book 2, Chapter 1, Section 2. The difficulties of determinists against this doctrine are for the most part based on misconceptions or on erroneous and gratuitous assumptions. We may mention two of them here. Free activity, they say, would be causeless activity. It would violate the law of universal action. We reply that free activity is by no means causeless activity. The free agent himself is in the fullest and truest sense the efficient cause of his free acts. It is by his causal, efficient influence that the act of free choice is determined and elicited. Free causality evidently does not violate the necessary a priori principle set forth above under the title of the principle of causality, But, they urge in the second place, it violates the law of universal causation, i.e., the law that every event in nature must be the result of some set of phenomenal antecedents which necessitate it, and which therefore, whenever verified, must produce this result and no other. And by violating this law, it removes all supposed free activities from the domain of that regularity and uniformity without which no scientific knowledge of such phenomena would be possible. To this we reply firstly, that the law of uniform causation in nature, the law which is known as the law of the uniformity of nature, and which, under the title of the law of universal causation, is confounded by determinists and phenomenologists with the entirely distinct principle of causality, is not by any means a law of necessary causation. The statement that nature is uniform in its activities is not the expression of an a priori necessary truth, like the principle of causality. It is a generalization from experience, and experience testifies to the existence of grades in this all-prevailing uniformity. In the domain of physical nature, it is the expression of the free will of the author of nature, who may miraculously derogate from this physical uniformity for higher moral ends. In the domain of deliberate human activities, it is the expression of that less rigorous, but no less real uniformity, which is dependent on the free will of man. And just as the possibility of miracles in the formal domain does not destroy the regularity on which the generalization of the physical sciences are based, so neither does the fact of human free will render worthless or unreliable the generalization of the human sciences, ethical, social, political, economic, etc., about human conduct. Were the appearance of miracles in the physical domain, or the ordinary play of free will in the human domain, entirely capricious, motiveless, purposeless, the results would, of course, be chaotic, precarious, unaccountable, unintelligible, and scientific knowledge of them would be impossible. For the assumption that reality is the work of intelligent purpose, and is therefore a regular, orderly expression of law, in other words, the assumption that the universe is intelligible, is a prerequisite condition for scientific knowledge about the universe. But determinists seem to assume that divine providence and human free will must necessarily imply that the whole universe of physical phenomena and human activities would be an unintelligible chaos. And having erected this philosophical scarecrow on a gratuitous assumption, they think it will eventually exorcise all belief in divine providence and human freedom from the scientific mind. E. Efficient causes are either physical or moral. A physical efficient cause is one which produces its effect by its own proper power and action, whether immediately or by means of an instrument. For instance, the billiard player is the physical cause of the motion he imparts to the balls by means of the cue. A moral cause is one which produces its effect by the representation of something as good or evil to the mind of a free agent, by inducing the latter through example, advice, persuasion, promises, threats, commands, entreaties, etc., to produce the effect in question. For instance, a master is the moral cause of what his servant does in obedience to his commands. The motives set forth by way of inducement to the latter are of course final causes of the latter's action, but the former, by setting them forth, is the moral cause of the action. He is undoubtedly more than a mere condition. He contributes positively and efficiently to the effect. His physical causation, however, does not reach the effect itself, but only to the effect wrought in the mind of the servant by his command. It is causally connected with the physical action of the servant by means of an intermediate link, which we may call mental or psychical causation, actio intentionalis, the action of cognition on the mind of a cognitive agent. The agent employed by a moral cause to produce an effect physically may be called an instrumental cause in a wide and less proper sense of this term, the instrumentality being moral, not physical. Only free agents can be moral causes, and as a rule, they are termed moral causes only when they produce the effect through the physical operation of another free agent. What if they employ not free agents, nor yet inanimate instruments, but agents endowed with sense cognition and sense appetite to produce effects? If a man set his dog on another, is he the moral or the physical cause of the injuries inflicted by the dog? That he is the principal efficient cause is unquestionable, but is he the principal physical cause and the dog the instrument? We think it more proper to call the principal efficient cause a moral cause in all cases where there intervenes between his physical action and the effect an intermediate link of psychical or intentional action, even though, as in the present example, this psychical link is of the sentient, not the intellectual order. F. The efficient cause, like other causes, may be either partial or total, according as it produces the effect by cooperation with other causes or by itself alone. The aim of the inductive sciences is to discover for each kind of natural event or phenomenon the total cause in the comprehensive sense of the whole group of positive agencies or causes proper, and negative antecedent and concomitant conditions which are indispensable and necessitating principles of the happening of such kind of event. G. We can distinguish between the immediate or determining, the more or less proximate, and the more or less remote, efficient causes of an event. Thus, the application of the fuse to the charge of dynamite in a rock is the immediate or determining cause of the explosion which bursts the rock. The lighting of the fuse, the placing of the charge, etc., the more proximate causes. The making of the fuse, dynamite, instruments, etc., the more remote causes. Again, the aim of the inductive sciences is to discover the total proximate cause of events, leaving the investigation of ultimate causes, as well as the analysis of causality itself, to philosophy. H. Finally, we must distinguish between the individual agent itself as cause, the suppositum or person that acts, the agent's nature and active power as cause, and the action, or exercise of this power as cause. The former individual concrete agent is the principium quod agit, and is called the causa aut quae. The nature and the active power of the agent are each a principium quo agens agit, the remote and the proximate principle of action respectively, and each is called causa aut qua. The action of the agent is the cause of the effect in the sense that the actual production or fieri of anything is the immediate cause of this thing in facto esse. Corresponding to these distinctions, we distinguish between the cause in actu primo remoto, in actu primo proximo, and in actu secundo. These distinctions are of no little importance. By ignoring them, and by losing sight of the intrinsic, formal and material, causes of natural phenomena, many modern scientists and philosophers have confounded cause and effect with the process itself of causation, and declared that cause and effect are not distinct realities, but only two mental aspects of one and the same reality. The same may be said of all the distinctions so far enumerated. They are absolutely essential to the formation of clear ideas on the question of causality. No term in familiar use is of more profound philosophical significance, and at the same time more elastic and ambiguous in its popular meanings, than the term cause. This is keenly felt in the logic of the inductive sciences, where not only the discovery but the exact measurement of physical causes is the goal of research. When we call one thing, writes Mr. Joseph, the cause of another, the real relation between them is not always the same. We say that the molecular action is the cause of heat, that the heat of the sun is the cause of growth, that starvation is sometimes the cause of death, that jealousy is a frequent cause of crime. We should in the first case maintain that cause and effect are reciprocally necessary, no heat without molecular motion, and no molecular motion without heat. In the second, the effect cannot exist without the cause, but the cause may exist without the effect, for the sun shines on the moon, but nothing grows there. In the third, the cause cannot exist without the effect, for starvation must produce death, but the effect may exist without the cause, since death need not have been produced by starvation. In the fourth case, we can have the cause without the effect, and also the effect without the cause, for jealousy may exist without producing crime, and crime may occur without the motive of jealousy. It is plain, then, that we do not always mean the same thing by our words when we say that two things are related as cause and effect, and anyone who would classify and name the various modes in which two things may be causally related would do a great service to clear thinking. In the popular acceptation of the term cause, the same kind of event can have a plurality of efficient causes. Death, for example, may be brought about in different cases by different diseases or accidents. But if we understand by the total efficient cause of any given kind of effect the sum total of agencies and conditions which, when present, necessitate this kind of an effect, and which are collectively and severally indispensable for its production, then it is obvious that a given kind of effect can have only one kind of such group of antecedents as total cause, just as any one individual effect can have only one individual total cause, viz., the one which actually produced it. A similar total cause would produce a similar effect, but could not produce the numerically identical individual effect of the other similar cause. The medieval scholastics discussed the question in connection with the problem of individuation. Would Alexander the Great have been the same individual had he been born of other parents than Philip and Olympia? The question is hardly intelligible. The person born of these other parents might indeed have been as similar as you will to the actual Alexander of history, but would not and could not have been the actual Alexander of history. Nowadays, the question discussed in this connection is not so much whether the same kind of natural phenomenon can be produced by different kinds of total cause, for the answer to this question depends wholly on the wider or the narrower meaning attached to the term total cause, but rather whether or how far the inductive scientist's ideal searching always for the necessitating and indispensable cause, or as it is also called, the reciprocating or commensurate cause, is a practical ideal. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 14, Part 1, Efficient Causality, Phenomenism and Occasionalism. 100. Objective validity of the traditional concept of efficient causality. We've seen how modern sensists, phenomenologists, and positivists have doubted or denied the power of the human mind to attain to a knowledge of any objective reality corresponding to the category of substance. They treat in a similar way the traditional concept of efficient causality, and in delivering their open or veiled attacks on the real validity of this notion, they have made a misleading use of the proper and legitimate function of the inductive sciences. The chief aim of the natural scientist is to seek out and bring to light the whole group of necessitating and indispensable phenomenal antecedents of any given kind of event, and to formulate the natural law of their connection with this kind of event. There is no particular objection to his calling these antecedents the invariable or even the necessary or necessitating antecedents of the event, provided he does not claim what he cannot prove, and what, as we shall see later, is not true, viz., that the invariability or necessity of this connection between phenomenal antecedents and consequence is wholly inviolable, fatal, absolute in character. He may rightly claim for any such established connection the hypothetical conditional necessity which characterizes all inductively established laws of physical nature. There are such antecedents and consequence in the universe. There are connections between them which are more than mere casual connections of time sequence, which are connections of physical law, inasmuch as they are connections based on the natures of agencies in an orderly universe, connections of these agencies with their natural effects. All this is undeniable. Moreover, so long as the scientist confines himself to inferences concerning such connections between phenomena, to inferences and generalizations based on the assumed uniformity of nature, he is working in his proper sphere. Nay, even if he chooses to designate these groups of invariable phenomenal antecedents by the title of physical causes, we know what he means, though we perceive some danger of confusion, inasmuch as we see him arrogating to the notion of regularity or uniformity of connection, that is, to the notion of physical law, a term, causality, which traditionally expressed something quite distinct from this, viz. The notion of positive influence of one thing on the being or happening of another. But when phenomenist philosophers adopt this usage, we cannot feel reassured against the danger of confusion by such protestations as those of Mill in the following passage. I premise, then, that when, in the course of this inquiry, I speak of the cause of any phenomenon, I do not mean a cause which is not itself a phenomenon. I make no research into the ultimate or ontological cause of anything, to adopt a distinction familiar in the writings of the Scotch metaphysicians, and especially of Reid. The causes with which I concern myself are not efficient but physical causes. They are causes, in that sense alone, in which one physical fact is said to be the cause of another. of the efficient causes of phenomena, or whether any such causes exist at all, I am not called upon to give an opinion. The notion of causation is deemed by the schools of metaphysics most in vogue at the present moment to imply a mysterious and most powerful tie, such as cannot, or at least does not, exist between any physical fact and that other physical fact on which it is invariably consequent, and which is popularly termed its cause, and thence is deduced the supposed necessity of ascending higher into the essences and inherent constitution of things to find the true cause, the cause which is not only followed by, but actually produces the effect. No such necessity exists for the purposes of the present inquiry, nor will any such doctrine be found in the following pages. The only notion of a cause which the theory of induction requires is such a notion as can be gained by experience. The law of causation, which is the main pillar of inductive science, is but the familiar truth that invariability of succession is found by observation to obtain between every fact in nature and some other fact which has preceded it, independently of all considerations respecting the ultimate mode of production of phenomena and of every other question regarding the nature of things in themselves. This passage, which expresses fairly well the phenomenist and positivist attitude in regard to the reality, or at least the cognoscibility of efficient causes, fairly bristles with inaccuracies, misconceptions, and false insinuations. But we are concerned here only with the denial that any notion of an efficient cause can be gained from experience, and the doubt consequently cast on the objective validity of this notion. The sensism, which regards our highest intellectual activities as mere organic associations of sentient states of consciousness, has for its logical issue the positivism, which contends that all valid knowledge is confined to the existence and time and space relations of sense phenomena. In thus denying to the mind all power of attaining to a valid knowledge of anything supersensible, such as substance, power, force, efficient cause, etc., positivism passes over into agnosticism. In refutation of this philosophy, in so far as it denies that we have any grounds in experience for believing in the real existence of efficient causes, we may set down, in the first place, this universal belief itself of the human race, that there are in the universe efficient causes of the events that happen in it. Men universally believe that they themselves, as agents, contribute by a real and positive influence to the actual occurrence of their own thoughts, reasonings, wishes, desires, sensations, that their mental resolves to speak, walk, write, eat, or perform any other external bodily works do really positively and efficiently produce or cause those works, that external phenomena have a real influence on happenings in their own bodies, that fire burns them and food nourishes them, that external phenomena also have a real and positive influence on their sense organs, and through these on their minds, by the production there of conscious states such as sensations. Finally, that external phenomena have a real and positive influence on one another, that by action and interaction they really produce the changes that are constantly taking place in the universe, that the sun does really heat and light the earth, that the sowing of the seed in springtime has really a positive influence on the existence of crops in the harvest, that the taking of poison has undoubtedly a real influence on the death which results from it, and if any man of ordinary intelligence and plain common sense is told that such belief is an illusion, that in all such cases the connection between the things, facts, or events which he designates as cause and effect is a mere connection of invariable time sequence between antecedents and consequence, that in no case is there evidence of any positive productive influence of the one fact upon the other, he will either smile incredulously and decline to take his objector seriously, or he will simply ask the latter to prove the universal belief to be an illusion. His conviction of the real and objective validity of his notion of efficient cause as something which positively influences the happenings of things is so profound and ineradicable that it must necessarily be grounded in and confirmed by his constant experience of the real world in which he lives and moves. Not that he professes to be able to explain the nature of this sufficient influence in which he believes. Even if he were a philosopher, he might not be able to satisfy himself or others on this point, but being a plain man of ordinary intelligence, he has sense enough to distinguish between the existence of a fact and its nature, its explanation, its quo modo, and to believe in the real existence of a positive, efficient, productive influence of cause on effect, however this influence is to be conceived or explained. A second argument for the objective validity of the concept of efficient cause may be drawn from a consideration of the principle of causality. The experience on which the plain man grounds his belief in the validity of his notion of cause is not mere uninterpreted sense experience in its raw and brute condition. So to speak, it is this sense experience rationalized, assimilated into his intelligence, spontaneously and half unconsciously perhaps, by the light of the self-evident principle of causality, that whatever happens has a cause. When the plain man believes that all the various agencies in nature, like those enumerated above, are not merely temporal antecedents or concomitants of their effects, but are really productive of those effects, he is really applying the universal and necessary truth that an event, a happening, a change, a commencement of any new actual mode of being demands the existence of another actual being as cause. The truth embodied in the principle of causality to this, that, and the other event of his experience, he is locating the causes of these events in the various persons and things which he regards as the agents or producers of these events. In making such applications, he may very possibly err in detail, but no actual application of the principle at all is really required for establishing the objective validity of the concept of cause. There are philosophers who, erroneously, as we shall see, deny that the principle of causality finds its application in the domain of created things, who hold, in other words, that no created beings can be efficient causes, and who nevertheless recognize, and quite rightly, that the concept of efficient cause is an objectively valid concept, and they do so because they see that since events, beginnings, happenings, changes are real, there must be really and objectively existent an efficient cause of them, whatever and wherever such efficient cause may be, whether it be one or manifold, finite or infinite, etc. We have already examined Hume's attempt to deny the ontological necessity of the principle of causality, and to substitute therefore a subjectively or psychologically necessary feeling of expectation, grounded on habitual association of ideas. Kant, on the other hand, admits the self-evident necessary character of the principle, but holds that since this necessity is engendered by the mind's imposing a subjective form of thought on the data of sense consciousness, the principle is validly applicable only to connections within the world of mental appearances, and not at all to the world of real being. He thus transfers the discussion to the domain of epistemology, where, in opposition to his theory of knowledge, the principle of causality can be shown to be applicable to all contingent reality, and to be therefore legitimately employed in natural theology for the purpose of establishing the real existence of an uncaused first cause. 101. Origin of the concept of efficient cause. We have seen that universal belief in the real existence of efficient causes is grounded in experience. The formation of the concept and its application or extension to the world within and around us are gradual. Active power, force, energy, efficiency, faculty, or by whatever other name we may call it, is of course experienced only in its actual exercise, in action, motion, production, or change. Our first experience of its exercise is found in our consciousness of our own personal activities, mental and bodily, in our thinking, willing, or choosing, in our deliberate control of our mental processes, and in the deliberate exercise of our sense faculties and bodily organs. In all this we are conscious of exerting power, force, energy. We apprehend ourselves as agents or efficient causes of our mental processes and bodily movements. We apprehend these happenings as due to the exercise of our own power to produce them. Seeing other human beings behave like ourselves, we infer by analogy that they also possess and exercise active powers like our own, that they too are efficient causes. Finally, observing that effects like to those produced by ourselves, whether in ourselves or in the material world around us, are also consequent on certain other changes in external nature, whether organic or inorganic, we infer by analogy that these corporeal things have also powers, forces, energies, whereby they produce these effects, while our senses testify only to time and space connections between physical happenings in external nature. Our intellect apprehends action and interaction, that is, causal dependence of events on the active influence or efficiency of physical things as agents or causes. Thus our knowledge of the existence and nature of the forces, powers, and energies which constitute material things efficient causes is posterior to and derived by analogy from our knowledge of the mental and bodily powers which reveal themselves to us in our conscious vital processes as constituting our own personal efficient causality. This conception of efficient causality, even in the inanimate things of external nature, after the analogy of our own vital powers as revealed in our conscious activities, is sometimes disparaged as naive anthropomorphism. It just depends on the manner and degree in which we press the analogy, observing that our earlier notion of cause is the notion of power, combined with a purpose and an end, thus including efficient and final causality. Newman remarks that accordingly, wherever the world is young, the movements and changes of physical nature have been and are spontaneously ascribed by its people to the presence and will of hidden agents who haunt every part of it, the woods, the mountains, and the streams, the air, the stars, for good or for evil, just as children again, by beating the ground after falling, imply that what has bruised them has intelligence. This is anthropomorphism. So too would be the conception of the forces or powers of inanimate nature as powers of subconscious perception and appetition, Leibniz, or again as rudimentary or diminished willpower, Cousin. Physical phenomena as such are without sense, as Newman rightly observed, and consequently we may not attribute to them any sort of conscious efficiency, whether perceptive or appetitive. But Newman appears to err in the opposite direction when he adds that experience teaches us nothing about physical phenomena as causes. The truth lies between these extremes, taking experience in the wide sense in which it includes rational interpretation of and inference from the data of internal and external sense perception. Experience certainly reveals to us the existence of physical phenomena as efficient causes, or in other words, that there is real and efficient causality not only in our own persons, but also in the external physical universe. And as to the nature of this causality, it also gives us at least some little reliable information. By pursuing this latter question a little, we shall be led to examine certain difficulties which lie at the root of occasionalism, the error of denying that creatures, or at least merely corporeal creatures, can be in any true sense efficient causes. A detailed inquiry into the nature of the active powers, forces, or energies of the inorganic universe, that is, into the nature of corporeal efficient causality, belongs to cosmology, just as a similar inquiry into vital, sentient, and spiritual efficient causality belongs to psychology. Here we have only to ascertain what is common and essential to all efficient causality as such, what in general is involved in the exercise of efficient causality in actio and passio, and what are the main implications revealed in a study of it. 102. Analysis of efficient causality, or actio and passio. A. The first cause and created causes. We have already referred to the universal dependence of all created causes on the first cause, and we shall have occasion to return to it in connection with occasionalism. God has created all second causes. He has given them their powers of action. He conserves their being and their powers in existence. He applies these powers or puts them in act. He concurs with all their actions. He is therefore the principal cause of all their effects, and in relation to him they are as instrumental causes. Deus est causa actionis cuius libet in quantum dat virtutem agendi, et in quantum conservat eam, et in quantum applicat actiona, et in quantum eius virtute, omnis alia virtus agit. In our analysis of change, we saw why no finite created agent can be the adequate cause of the new actualities or perfections involved in change, and how we are therefore obliged by a necessity of thought to infer the existence of a first cause, an unchanging, infinite source of these new actualities. The principle upon which the argument was based is this, that the actuality of the effect is something over and above the reality which it had in the passive potentiality of its created material cause and in the active powers of its created efficient cause antecedently to its production, and therefore the production of this actuality, this novum esse, implies the influence by way of cooperation or concursus with the created efficient cause of an actual being in whom the actuality of all effects is contained in an eminently perfect way. Even with the divine concursus, a created cause cannot itself create, because even with this concursus its efficiency attains only to the modifying or changing of pre-existing being. And in creation there is no pre-existing being, no material cause, no real passive potentiality to be actuated, but without this concursus, not only can it not create, it cannot even, as an efficient cause, actuate a real pre-existing potentiality. And why? Because its efficiency cannot attain to the production of new actuality. It determines the mode of this actuality, and therein precisely lies the efficiency of the created cause. But the positive entity or perfection of this new actuality can be produced only by the infinite, changeless, inexhaustible source of all actuality cooperating with the created cause. But it might be objected, perhaps created efficient causes are themselves the adequate and absolutely independent principles of the whole actuality of their effects. They cannot be such, and that for the simple reason that they are not always in act. Were they such, they should be always and necessarily in act. They should always and necessarily contain in themselves, and that actually and in an eminently perfect manner, all the perfections of all the effects which they gradually produce in the universe. But experience shows us that created causes are not always acting, that their active power, their causality in actu primo, is not to be identified with their action, their causality in actu secundo. And reason tells us that since this is so, since action is something more than active power, since a cause acting has more actuality than the same cause not acting, it must have been determined or reduced to action by some actuality other than itself. This surplus of actuality or perfection in an acting cause, as compared with the same cause prior to its acting, is the divine concursus. In other words, an active power which is really distinct from its action requires to be moved or reduced to its act, which is actio, no less than a passive potentiality required to be moved to its act, which is passio, by some really distinct actual being. A created efficient cause, therefore, by passing from the state of rest or mere power to act into the state of action, is perfected by having its active power actualized, that is, by the divine concursus. In this sense, action is a perfection of the agent, but it is not an entitative perfection of the latter's essence. It is not a permanent or stable elevation or perfection of the latter's powers. It is not the completion of any passive potentiality of the latter, nor therefore is it, properly speaking, a change of the agent as such. It is, as we have said already, rather an index of the latter's perfection in the scale of real being. Action really perfects the patiens, and only when this is identical in its concrete individuality with the agens is the latter permanently perfected by the action. The action of created causes, therefore, depends on the action of the first cause. We derive our notion of action from the former and apply it analogically to the latter. If we compare them, we shall find that, notwithstanding many differences, the notion of action in general involves a simple or unmixed perfection which can, without anthropomorphism, be applied analogically to the divine action. The divine action is identical with the divine power and the divine essence. In creatures, essence, power, and action are really distinct. The divine action, when creative, has not for its term a change in the strict sense, for it produces being ex nihilo, whereas the action of creatures cannot have for term the production of new being ex nihilo, but only the change of pre-existing being. The divine action, whether in creating or conserving or concurring with creatures, implies in God no real transition from power to act, whereas the action of creatures does imply such transition in them. Such are the differences, but with them there is this point of agreement. The divine action implies in God an efficiency which has for its term the origin of new being. Dependently on this efficiency, so too does the action of creatures, positive, efficient influence on the one side, and the origin, production, or fieri of new actual being on the other, with a relation of real dependence on this efficiency. Such is the essential note of all efficient causality, whether of God or of creatures. 103. B. Actio Eminens and Actio Transiens. Let us compare in the next place the perfectly immanent spiritual causality of thought, the less perfectly immanent organic causality of living things, and the transitive physical causality of the agencies of inorganic nature. The term of an immanent action remains either within the very faculty which elicits it, affecting this faculty as a habit. Thus acts of thought terminate in the intellectual habits called sciences, acts of free choice in the habits of will called virtues or vices, or remains at least within the agent, as when in the vital process of nutrition the various parts and members of the living organism so interact as procure the growth and development of the living individual, which is the cause of these functions. In those cases the agent itself is the patiens, whereas every agency in the inorganic universe acts not upon itself but only on some other thing transitively. But immanent action, no less than transitive action, is productive of real change, not of course in the physical sense in which this term is identified with motion and understood of corporeal change, but in the metaphysical sense of an actuation of some passive potentiality. What then do we find common to the immanent and the transitive causality of created causes? An active power or influence on the side of the agent, an actuation of this active power, either by the action of other causes on this agent, or by the fulfillment of all conditions requisite for the action of the agent, and in all cases by the concursus of the first cause, and on the side of the effect, the production of some new actuality, the actuation of some passive potentiality, dependently on the cause now in action. Thus we see that in all cases, action or the exercise of efficient causality implies that something which was not actual becomes actual, that something which was not now is, and that this becoming, this actuation, this production is really and essentially dependent on the influence, the efficiency of some actual being or beings, which we therefore call efficient causes. End of section 41. Section 42 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey, Chapter 14, Part 2. 104. Erroneous Theories of Efficient Causality, Imagination, and Thought. Are we certain of anything more about the nature of this connecting link between efficient cause and effect, which we call action? Speculations and theories there are indeed in abundance. Some of these can be shown to be false, and thus our knowledge of the real nature of action may be at least negatively, if not positively, perfected. Our concept of action is derived, like all our concepts, from experience, and although we are conscious of spiritual action in the exercise of intellect and will, yet it is inseparably allied with sentient action, and this again with organic and corporeal action. Nor can we conceive or describe spiritual action without the aid of imagination, images, or in language other than that borrowed from the domain of corporeal things, which are the proper object of the human intellect. Now, in all this, there is a danger, the danger of mistaking imagination images for thoughts, and of giving a literal sense to language in contexts where this language must be rightly understood to apply only analogically. In analyzing the nature of efficient causality, we might be tempted to think that we understood it by imagining some sort of a flow or transference of some sort of actual reality from agens to patiens. It is quite true that in describing action, the actual connecting link between agens and patiens, we have to use language suggestive of some such imagination image. We have no option in the matter, for all human language is based upon sense consciousness of physical phenomena. When we describe efficiency as an influence of cause on effect, or the effect as dependent on the cause, the former term suggests a flowing, just as the latter suggests a hanging. So too when we speak of the effect as arising, originating, springing, or emanating from the cause, but we have got to ask ourselves what such language means, that is, what concepts it expresses, and not what imagination images accompany the use of it. Now, when we reflect that the senses testify only to time and space, sequences and collocations of the phenomena which we regard as causally connected, and when we feel convinced that there is something more than this in the causal connection, which something more we describe in the terms illustrated above, we must inquire whether we have any rational ground for thinking that this something more is really anything in the nature of a spatial transference of some actual reality from agens to patiens. There are indeed many philosophers and scientists who seem to believe that there is such a local transference of some actuality from cause to effect, that efficient causality is explained by it, and cannot be intelligibly explained otherwise. As a matter of fact, there is no rational ground for believing in any such transference, and even were there such transference, so far from its being the only intelligible explanation of efficient causality, it would leave the whole problem entirely unexplained, and not merely the problem of spiritual immanent causality, to which it is manifestly inapplicable, but even the problem of corporeal transitive causality. We have already referred at some length to the philosophy which has endeavored to reduce all change, or at least all corporeal change, to mechanical change, all qualities, powers, forces, energies of the universe to ultimate particles or atoms of matter in motion, and all efficient causality to a flow or transference of spatial motion from particle to particle or from body to body. A full analysis of all such theories belongs to cosmology, but we may recall a few of the more obvious considerations already urged against them. In the first place, the attempt to explain all qualities in the material universe, all the powers, forces, energies of matter, by maintaining that objectively and experimentally they are all purely quantitative realities, all spatial motions of matter, does not explain the qualitative factors and distinctions in the world of our sense experience at all, but simply transfers the problem of explaining them from the philosophy of matter to the philosophy of mind, by making them all subjective after the manner of Kant's analysis of experience. In the second place, when we endeavor to conceive, to apprehend intellectually how motion, or indeed any other physical or real entity, could actually pass or be transferred from agens to patiens, whether these be spatially in contact or not, we find such a supposition positively unintelligible. motion is not a substance, and if it is an accident, it cannot migrate from subject to subject. The idea that corporeal efficient causality, even mechanical causality, can be explained by such a transference of actual accidental modes of being from agens to patiens is based on a very crude and erroneous conception of what an accidental mode of being really is. The more we reflect on the nature of real change in the universe and of the efficient causality whereby it is realized, the more convinced we must become that there can be no satisfactory explanation of these facts which does not recognize and take account of this great fundamental fact, that contingent real being is not all actual, that it is partly potential and partly actual, that therefore our concepts of passive potentiality and active power are not mere subjective mental motions, with at best a mere regulative or systematizing function after the manner of Kant's philosophy, but that they are really and objectively valid concepts. Concepts which from the time of Aristotle have given philosophers the only insight into the nature of efficient causality, which is, at any rate, satisfactory and intelligible as far as it goes. Of this great fact, the advocates of the mechanical theory of efficient causality have, in the third place, failed to take account, and it is partly because, with the revival of atomism at the dawn of modern philosophy, this traditional Aristotelian conception of contingent being as potential and actual was lost sight of, that such a crude and really unintelligible account of efficient causality as a flow of motion has been able to find such continued and widespread acceptance. Another reason of the prevalence of this tendency to explain all physical efficient causality as a propagation of spatial motions of matter is to be found in the sensus view of the human mind, which confounds intellectual thought with mental imagery, which countenances only picturable factors in its explanations, and denounces as metaphysical, occult, and unverifiable all explanatory principles such as forces, powers, potentialities, etc., which are not directly picturable in the imagination. And it is a curious fact that it is such philosophers themselves who are really guilty of the charge which they lay at the door of the traditional metaphysics, the charge of offering explanations of efficient causality, for instance, which are really no explanations, for while they put forward their theory of the flow of motion as a real explanation of the quo modo of efficient causality, and the ultimate and only explanation of it, within reach of the human mind if we are to accept their view of the matter, the exponent of the traditional metaphysics more modestly confines himself to setting forth the inevitable implications of the fact of efficient causality, and without purporting to offer any positive explanation of the real nature of action or efficient influence, he is content to supplement his analysis negatively by pointing out the unintelligible and illusory character of their proffered explanations. In the exact methods of the physical sciences, their quantitative evaluation of all corporeal forces, whether mechanical, physical, or chemical, in terms of mechanical work, which is measured by the motion of matter through space, and in the great physical generalization known as the law of the equivalence of energies, or of the equality of action and reaction, we can detect yet further apparent reasons for the conception of efficient causality as a mere transference or interchange of actual physical and measurable entities among bodies. It is an established fact that not only that all corporeal agents gradually lose their energy or power of action by actually exercising this power, but that this loss of energy is in direct proportion to the amount of energy gained by the recipients of their action, and this fact would naturally suggest the mental picture of a transference of some actual measurable entity from cause to effect, but it does not necessarily imply such transference, even if the latter were intelligible, which, as we have seen, it is not. The fact is quite intelligibly explained by the natural supposition that in proportion as the agens exhausts its active power by exercise, the patiens gains in some form of actuality. Similarly, the fact that all forms of corporeal energy can be measured in terms of mechanical energy does not at all imply that they all really are mechanical energy, but only that natural agents can, by the use of one form of energy, produce another form in equivalent quantity. And finally, the law of the conservation of corporeal energy in the universe is explained by the law of the equality of action and reaction, and without recourse to the unintelligible supposition that this sum total of energy is one unchanging and unchangeable actuality. There is just one other consideration which at first sight appears to favor the transference theory of causality, but which, on analysis, shows how illusory the proffered explanation is, and how unintelligible the simplest phenomenon of change must be to those who fail to grasp the profound significance of the principle that all real being, which is subject to change, must of necessity be partly potential and partly actual. We allude to the general assumption of physical scientists that corporeal action of whatsoever kind takes place only on contact, whether mediate or immediate, between the bodies in question. Now it is well to bear in mind that this is not a self-evident truth or principle, but only an hypothesis, a very legitimate hypothesis, and one which works admirably, but still only an hypothesis. It implies the assumption that some sort of substance, called the universal ether, actually exists and fills all space, serving as a medium for the action of gravitation, light, radiant heat, electricity, and magnetism between the Earth and the other planets, the Sun and the stars. This whole supposition is the only thinkable alternative to actio in distans. If those bodies really act on one another, and the fact that they do is undeniable, and if there were no such medium between them, then the causal influence of one body should be able to produce an effect in another body spatially distant from, and not physically connected by, any material medium with the former. Hence, two questions. Is this alternative, actio in distans, imaginable? That is, can we form any positive imagination image of how this would take place? And secondly, is it thinkable, conceivable, intrinsically possible? We need not hesitate to answer the former question in the negative, but as to the latter question, all we can say is that we have never met any cogent proof of the intrinsic impossibility of actio in distans. The efficient action of a finite cause implies that it has active power and is conserved in existence with this power by the creator or first cause, that this power is reduced to act by the divine concursus, and that, dependently on this cause so acting, some change takes place, some potentiality is actualized in some other finite being. Nothing more than this is involved in the general concept of efficient causality. Of course, real influence on the one side and real dependence on the other imply some real connection of cause with effect, but is spatial connection a necessary condition of real connection? Is a physical phenomenal imaginable efflux of some entity out of the cause into the effect, either immediately or through some medium as a channel, a necessary condition for real influence? There is nothing of the kind in spiritual causality, and to demand anything of the kind for causality in general would be to make imagination, not thought, the test and measure of the real. But perhaps spatial connection is essential to the real connection involved in this particular kind of causality, corporeal causality. Perhaps, but it has never been proved. Too little is known about the reality of space, about the ultimate nature of material phenomena and their relation to our minds, to justify anything like dogmatism on such an ultimate question. It may well be that if we had a deeper insight into these things, we could pronounce actio in distans to be absolutely incompatible with the essences of the things which do, as a matter of fact, constitute the actual corporeal universe. But in the absence of such insight, we cannot pronounce actio in distans to be intrinsically impossible. Physical scientists assume that, as a matter of fact, bodies do not act in distance. Granted the assumption to be correct, it still remains an open question whether, by a miracle, they could act in distance, that is, whether or not such action would be incompatible with their nature as finite corporeal causes. Owing to a very natural tendency to rest in imagination images, we are inclined not only to pronounce as impossible any process the mode of which is not positively imaginable, but also to think that we rightly understand a process once we have provided ourselves with an imagination image of it, when, as a matter of fact, this image may cover an entirely groundless conception or theory of the process. Hence the fairly prevalent idea that while actio in distans is impossible, the interaction of bodies on contact is perfectly intelligible and presents no difficulties. When a billiard ball in motion strikes another at rest, it communicates some or all of its motion to the other, and that is all, nothing simpler. And then all the physical, chemical, and substantial changes in the material universe are reducible to this common denominator. The atomic philosophy, with its two modest postulates of matter and motion, is a delightfully simple philosophy, but unfortunately for its philosophical prestige, it does not explain causality or change. Nor can these facts be explained by any philosophy which ignores the most elementary implication of all real change, the implication that changing reality involves real passive potentialities and real active powers or forces in the phenomena which constitute the changing reality of the universe. 105. The subject of efficient causality, occasionalism. We have established the objective validity of the concept of efficient causality and analyzed its implications. There have been philosophers who, while admitting the objective validity of the concept, have maintained that no creature, or at least no corporeal creature, can be an efficient cause. Efficient influence is, in their view, incompatible with the nature of a corporeal substance. Only spiritual substances can be efficient causes. Corporeal things, conditions, and happenings are all only the occasions on which spiritual substances act efficiently in and through all created nature. Hence the name of the theory, occasionalism. There are two forms of it, the milder, which admits that created spirits or minds are efficient causes, and the more extreme view, according to which no creature can be an efficient cause, inasmuch as efficient causality is essentially a divine attribute, a prerogative of the divinity. This error was not unknown in the Middle Ages, but it was in the 17th century that certain disciples of Descartes, Jules 1625 to 1669, and Malebranche, 1638 to 1715, expressly inferred it from the Cartesian antithesis of matter and spirit, and the Cartesian doctrine that matter is essentially inert or inactive. According to the gratuitous and unproven assertion laid down by Jules as a principle, quod nescis, quo modo fiat id non facis, we do not cause our own sensations or reasoning processes, nor our own bodily movements, inasmuch as we do not know how these take place, nor can bodies cause them, any more than our own created spirits, inasmuch as bodies are essentially inactive. According to Malebranche, the mind can perceive no necessary nexus between effects and any cause other than the divine will. Moreover, reflection convinces us that efficient causality is something essentially divine and incommunicable to creatures, and finally neither bodies can be causes, for they are essentially inert, nor our minds and wills, for we do not know how a volition could move any organ or member of our bodies. Yet Malebranche, at the cost of inconsistency with his own principles, safeguards free will in man by allowing an exclusively immanent efficiency to spiritual causes. Such is the teaching of occasionalism. Our criticism of it will be brief. 1. Against the doctrine that creatures generally are not and cannot be efficient causes, we direct the first argument already outlined against phenomenism and positivism, the argument from the universal belief of mankind based on the testimony of consciousness as rationally interpreted by human intelligence. Consciousness testifies not merely that processes of thought, imagination, sensation, volition, etc. take place within our minds, not merely that our bodily movements, such as speaking, walking, writing, occur, but that we are the causes of them. It is idle to say that we do not efficiently move our limbs, because we may not be able to understand or explain fully how an unextended volition can move a material limb. Consciousness testifies to the fact that the volition does move the limb, and that is enough. The fact is one thing, the quo modo of the fact is quite another thing, nor is there any ground whatever for the assertion that a cause, in order to produce an effect, must understand how the exercise of its own efficiency brings that effect about. Moreover, Malebranche's concession of at least imminent activity to the will is at all events an admission that there is in the nature of the creature as such nothing incompatible with its being an efficient cause. 2. Although Malebranche bases his philosophy mainly on deductive a priori reasonings from a consideration of the divine attributes, his system is really derogatory to the perfection of the first cause, and especially to the divine wisdom. To say, for instance, that God created an organ so well adapted to discharge the function of seeing as the human eye, and then to deny that the latter discharges this or any function, is tantamount to accusing God of folly. There is no reason in this system why any created thing or condition of things would be even the appropriate occasion of the first cause producing any definite effect. Everything would be an equally appropriate occasion, or rather nothing would be in any intelligible sense an appropriate occasion for any exercise of the divine causality. The admirable order of the universe, with its unity in variety, its adaptation of means to ends, its gradation of created perfections, is an intelligible manifestation of the divine perfections, on the assumption that creatures efficiently cooperate with the first cause in realizing and maintaining this order. But if they were all inert, inoperative, useless for this purpose, what could be the raison d'etre of their diversified endowments and perfections? So far from manifesting the wisdom, power, and goodness of God, they would evidence an aimless and senseless prodigality. 3. Occasionalism imperils the distinction between creatures and a personal God. Although Malebranche, fervent Catholic that he was, protested against the pantheism of Le Miserable Spinoza, his own system contains the undeveloped germ of this pernicious error. For if creatures are not efficient causes, not only are their variety and multiplicity meaningless as contributing nothing towards the order of the universe, but their very existence as distinct realities seems to have no raison d'etre. Malebranche emphasizes the truth that God does nothing useless. Dieu ne fait rien d'inutile. Very well, if then a being does nothing, what purpose is served by its existence? Of what use is it? What is the measure of a creature's reality, if not its action and its power of action? So intimately, in fact, is this notion of causality bound up with the notion of the very reality of things, that the concept of an absolutely inert, inactive reality is scarcely intelligible. It is almost an axiom in scholastic philosophy that every nature has its correlative activity, every being its operation. Omne ens est propter suum operationem, omnis natura ordinatur ad propriam operationem. Hence, if what we call creatures had really no proper activity distinct from that of the first cause, on what grounds could we suppose them to have a real and proper existence of their own, distinct from the reality of the infinite being? Or who could question the lawfulness of the inference that they are not really creatures, but only so many phases, aspects, manifestations of the one and sole existing reality, which is pantheism? For occasionalism leads to subjective idealism by destroying all ground for the objective validity of human science. How do we know the real natures of things? By reasoning from their activities in virtue of the principle operari sequitur esse. But if things have no activities, no operations, such reasoning is illusory. How, for instance, do we justify by rational demonstration, in opposition to subjectivism, the common sense interpretation of the data of sense consciousness as revealing to us the real and experimental existence of a material universe? By arguing, in virtue of the principle of causality, from our consciousness of our own passivity in external sense perception to the real existence of bodies outside our minds, as excitants of our cognitive activity and partial causes of these conscious perceptive processes. But if occasionalism were true, such inference would be illusory, and we should infer with Berkeley that only God and minds exist, but not any material universe. Malebranche admits the possible validity of this inference to immaterialism from his principles and grounds his own belief in the existence of an external material universe solely on faith in divine revelation. It only remains to answer certain difficulties urged by occasionalists against the possibility of attributing real efficiency to creatures. When they argue that efficient causality is something essentially divine, and therefore cannot be communicated to creatures, we reply that while the absolutely independent causality of the first cause is essentially divine, another kind or order of causality dependent on the former, but nonetheless real, can be and is communicated to creatures. And just as the fact that creatures have real being, real existence, distinct from, but dependent on, the existence of the infinite being, does not derogate from the supremacy of the latter, so the fact that creatures have real efficient causality, distinct from but dependent on the causality of the first cause, does not derogate from the latter's supremacy. 2. They urge that if efficient causality is creative and therefore infinite and incommunicable, we reply that there is a plain distinction between creative activity and the efficient activity we claim for creatures. Creation is the production of new being from nothingness. God alone, the infinite being, can create, and furthermore, according to the common view of theistic philosophers, a creature cannot even be an instrument of the first cause in this production of new being from nothingness. And the main reason for this appears to be that the efficiency of the creature acting, of course, with the divine concursus, necessarily presupposes some pre-existing being as material on which to operate, and is confined to the change or determination of new forms or modes of this pre-existing reality. Such efficiency, subordinate to the divine concursus and limited to such an order of effects, is plainly distinct from creative activity. 3. But the creature acting with the divine concursus either contributes something real and positive to the effect, or contributes nothing. The former alternative is inadmissible, for God is the cause of everything real and positive. Omne novum ens est ad Deo. And in the latter alternative, which is the true one, the concursus is superfluous. God does all, and creatures are not really efficient causes. We reply that the former alternative, not the latter, is the true one, but the former alternative does not imply that the creature produces any new reality independently of the first cause, nor is it incompatible with the truth that God is the author and cause of all positive reality. Omne novum ens est ad Deo. No doubt, were we to conceive the cooperation of God and the creature after the manner of the cooperation of two partial causes of the same order, producing by their joint efficiency some one total effect, like the cooperation of two horses drawing a cart, it would follow that the creature's share of the joint effect would be independent of the divine concursus, and attributable to the creature alone, that the creature would produce some reality independently of the first cause. But that is not the way in which the first cause concurs with created causes. They are not partial causes of the same order. Each is a total cause in its own order. They so cooperate that God, besides having created and now conserving the second cause and moving the latter's power to act, produces himself the whole effect directly and immediately by the efficiency of his concursus, while at the same time the second cause, thus reduced to act and acting with the concursus, also directly and immediately produces the whole effect. There is one effect, one change in facto esse, one change in fieri, and therefore one action as considered in the subject changed, since the action takes place in this latter, actu fit in passo. This change, this action, considered thus passively or in passo, is the total term of each efficiency, the divine and the created, not partly of the one and partly of the other. It is one and indivisible. It is wholly due to and wholly attained by each efficiency, not, however, under the same formal aspect. We may distinguish in it two formalities. It is a novum ens, a new actuality, something positive and actual superadded to the existing order of real contingent being, but it is not being in general, or actuality in general. It is some specifically, nay, individually determinate mode of actuality or actual being. We have seen that it is precisely because every real effect has the former aspect that it demands for its adequate explanation, and as its only intelligible source, the presence and influence of a purely actual, unchanging, infinite, inexhaustible, productive principle of all actual contingent reality, hence the necessity and efficacy of the divine concursus. And similarly, it is because the new actuality involved in every change is an individually definite mode of actuality that we can detect in it the need for and the efficacy of the created cause. The nature of this latter, the character and scope and intensity of its active power, is what determines the individuality of the total result, to the total production of which it is by the aid of the divine concursus attained. 4. But God can himself produce the total result under both formalities without any efficiency of the creature. Therefore the difficulty remains that the latter efficiency is superfluous and useless, and entia non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem. We reply that as a matter of fact the effects produced in the ordinary course of nature are produced by God under both formalities, but also by the created cause under both formalities, inasmuch as the formalities are but mentally distinct aspects of one real result, which is, as regards its extrinsic causes, individual and indivisible. The distinction of these formal aspects only helps us to realize how de facto such an effect is due to the cooperation of the first cause and created causes. That God could produce all such effects without any created causes, we must distinguish. Some such effects he could not produce without created causes, for such production would be self-contradictory. He could not produce, for instance, a volition except as the act of a created will, or a thought except as the act of a created intellect, or a vital change except as the act of a living creature. But apart from such cases which would involve an intrinsic impossibility, God could of course produce without created agents the effects which he does produce through their created efficiency. It is, however, not a question of what could be, but of what actually is, and we think that the arguments already set forth prove conclusively that creatures are not de facto the inert, inactive, aimless, and unmeaning things they would be if occasionalism were the true interpretation of the universe of our actual experience, but that these creatures are in a true sense efficient causes, and that just as by their very coexistence with God as contingent beings they do not derogate from his infinite actuality, but rather show forth his infinity, so by their cooperation with him as subordinate and dependent efficient causes they do not derogate from his supremacy as first cause, but rather show forth the infinite and inexhaustible riches of his wisdom and omnipotence. End of section 42.
Section 43. of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 15, Part 1. Final Causes, Universal Order. 106. Two conceptions of experience, the mechanical and the teleological. We have seen that all change in the universe demands for its explanation certain real principles, videlicet, passive potentiality, actualization, and active power or efficiency. In other words, that it points to material, formal, and efficient causes. Do these principles suffice to explain the course of nature to the inquiring mind? Mechanists say yes. These principles explain it so far as it is capable of explanation. Teleologists say no. These principles do not of themselves account for the universe of our experience. This universe reveals itself as a cosmos. Hence it demands for its explanation real principles or causes of another sort, final causes, the existence of which implies purpose, plan, or design, and therefore also intelligence. The problem whether or not the universe manifests the existence and influence of final causes has been sometimes formulated in this striking fashion. Is it that birds have wings in order to fly, or is it merely that they fly because they have wings? Such a graphic statement of the problem is misleading, for it suggests that the alternatives are mutually exclusive, that we must vote either for final causes or for efficient causes. As a matter of fact, we accept both. Efficient causes account for the course of nature, but they need to be determined by the influence of final causes. Moreover, the question how far this influence of final causes extends, finality, finalitas, as it is technically termed, is a secondary question. Nor does the advocate of final causality in the universe undertake to decide its nature and scope in every instance and detail, any more than the physical scientist does to point out all the physical laws embodied in an individual natural event, or the biologist to say whether a doubtful specimen of matter is organic or inorganic, or whether a certain sort of living cell is animal or vegetable. The teleologist's thesis, as against that of mechanism, is simply that there are final causes in the universe, that the universe does really manifest the presence and influence of final causes. There are two ways, however, of conceiving this influence as permeating the universe. The conception of final causality in general is, as we shall see, the conception of acting for an end, from a motive with a purpose, plan, or design for the attainment of something. It implies arrangement, ordination, adaptation of means to ends. Now, at least there appears to be, pervading the universe everywhere and directing its activities, such an adaptation, the admirable equilibrium of forces which secures the regular motions of the heavenly bodies, the exact mixture of gases which makes our atmosphere suitable for organic life, the distance and relative positions of the sun and the earth which secure conditions favorable to organic life, the chemical transformations whereby inorganic elements and compounds go to form the living substance of plants, and are thus prepared for assimilation as food by animal organisms, the wonderfully graded hierarchy of living species in the animate world, and the mutual interdependence of plants and animals, the endless variety of insects which secure the preservation and well-being of living individuals and species, most notably the adaptability and adaptation of other mundane creatures to human uses by man himself. Innumerable facts such as these convince us that the things of the universe are useful to one another, that they are constituted and disposed in relation to one another as if they had been deliberately chosen to suit one another, to fit in harmoniously together in mutual coordination and subordination, so that by their interaction and interdependence they work out a plan or design and subserve as means to definite ends. This suitability of things relatively to one another, this harmony of the nature and activity of each with the nature and activity of every other, we may designate as extrinsic finality. The Creator has willed so to arrange and dispose all creatures in conditions of space and time that such harmonious but purely extrinsic relations of mutual adaptation do de facto obtain and continue to prevail between them under his guidance. But are these creatures themselves, in their own individual natures, equally indifferent to any definite mode of action, so that the orderly concurrence of their activities is due to an initial collocation and impulse divinely impressed upon them from without, and not to any purposive principle intrinsic to themselves individually? Descartes, Leibniz, and certain supporters of the theory of atomic dynamism regarding the constitution of matter, while recognizing a relative and extrinsic finality in the universe in the sense explained, seem to regard the individual agencies of the universe as mere efficient causes, not of themselves endowed with any immanent intrinsic directive principle of their activities, and so contributing by mere extrinsic arrangement to the order of the universe. Scholastic philosophers, on the contrary, following the thought of Aristotle, consider that every agency in the universe is endowed with an intrinsic principle of finality, which constantly directs its activities towards the realization of a perfection which is proper to it and which constitutes its intrinsic end. And while each thus tends to its own proper perfection by the natural play of its activities, each is so related to all others that they simultaneously realize the extrinsic purpose, which consists in the order and harmony of the whole universe. Thus the extrinsic and relative finality, whereby all conspire to constitute the universe a cosmos, is secondary and posterior and subordinate to the deeper intrinsic, immanent, and absolute finality, whereby each individual created nature moves by a tendency or law of its being towards the realization of a good, which perfects it as its natural end. In order to understand the nature of this intrinsic and extrinsic finality in the universe, and to vindicate its existence against the philosophy of mechanism, we must next analyze the concept and investigate the influence of what are called final causes. 107. The concept of final cause, its objective validity in all nature. Classification of final causes. When we speak of the end of the year or the end of a wall, we mean the extreme limit or ultimate point, and the term conveys no notion of a cause. Similarly, were a person to say, "I have got to the end of my work," we should understand him to mean simply that he'd finished it. But when people act deliberately and as intelligent beings, they usually act for some conscious purpose, with some object in view, for the achievement or attainment of something. They continue to act until they've attained this object. When they have attained it, they cease to act. Its attainment synchronizes with the end of their action, taking this term in the sense just illustrated. Probably this is the reason why the term end has been extended from its original sense to signify the object for the attainment of which an intelligent agent acts. This object of conscious desire induces the agent to seek it, and because it thus influences the agent to act, it verifies the notion of a cause. It is a final cause, an end in the causal sense. For instance, a young man wishes to become a medical doctor. The art of healing is the end he wishes to secure. For this purpose he pursues a course of studies and passes certain examinations. These acts, whereby he qualifies himself by obtaining a certain fund of knowledge and skill, are means to the end intended by him. He need not desire these preparatory labors for their own sake, but he does desire them as useful for his purpose as means to his end, insofar as he wills them, and means he wills them not for their own sake, but because of the end, propter finem. He apprehends the end as a good. He intends its attainment. He elects or selects certain acts or lines of action as means suitable for this purpose. An end or final cause, therefore, may be defined as something apprehended as a good, and which, because desired as such, influences the will to choose some action or line of action judged necessary or useful for the attainment of this good. Hence Aristotle's definition of end as tot enica, id cuius gratia aliquid fit, that for the sake of which an agent acts. The end understood in this sense is a motive of action. Not only would the action not take place without the agent's intending the end, showing the latter to be a conditio sine qua non, but more than this, the end as a good, apprehended and willed, has a positive influence on the ultimate effect or issue, so that it is really a cause. Man is conscious of this finality, or influence of final causes on his own deliberate actions. As an intelligent being, he acts for ends, and orders or regulates his actions as means to those ends, so much so that when we see a man's acts, his whole conduct, utterly unrelated to rational ends, wholly at variance and out of joint with the usual ends of intelligent human activity, we take it as an indication of loss of reason, insanity. Furthermore, man is free. He chooses the ends for which he acts. He acts elective propter fines. But in the domain of animal life and activity, is there any evidence of the influence of final causes? Most undoubtedly. Watch the movements of animals seeking their prey. Observe the wide domain of animal instincts. Study the elaborate and intricate lines of action whereby they protect and foster and preserve their lives, and rear their young and propagate their species. Could there be clearer or more abundant evidence that in all this conduct they are influenced by objects which they apprehend and seek as sensible goods? Not that they can conceive in the abstract the ratio bonitatis in these things, or freely choose them as good, for they are incapable of abstract thought and consequent free choice, but that these sensible objects apprehended by them in the concrete do really influence or move their sense appetites to desire and seek them, and the influence of an object on sense appetite springs from the goodness of this object. They tend towards apprehended goods. They act apprehensive propter fines. Finally, even in the domains of unconscious agencies of plant life and inorganic nature, we have evidence of the influence of final causes, for here too we witness innumerable varied, complex, ever-renewed activities, constantly issuing in results useful to and good for the agents which elicit them, operations which contribute to the development and perfection of the natures of these agents. Now, if similar effects demand similar causes, how can we refuse to recognize, even in these activities of physical nature, the influence of final causes? Whenever and wherever we find a great and complex variety of active powers, forces, energies, issuing invariably in effects which suit and develop and perfect the agents in question, in a word, which are good for these agents, whether the latter be conscious or unconscious, does not reason itself dictate to us that all such domains of action must be subject to the influence of final causes? Of course, it would be mere unreflecting anthropomorphism to attribute to unconscious agencies a conscious subjection to the attracting and directing influence of such causes. But the recognition of such influence in this domain implies no naive supposition of that sort. It does, however, imply this very reasonable view, that there must be some reason or ground in the nature or constitution of even an inanimate agent for its acting always in a uniform manner, conducive to its own development and perfection, that there must be in the nature of each and every one of the vast multitude of such agents which make up the whole physical universe, a reason or ground for each cooperating constantly and harmoniously with all the others to secure and preserve that general order and regularity which enables us to pronounce the universe not a chaos, but a cosmos. Now that ground or reason in things, whereby they act in such a manner, not indifferently, chaotically, capriciously, aimlessly, unintelligibly, but definitely, regularly, reliably, purposively, intelligibly, is a real principle of their natures, impressing on their natures a definite tendency, directive of their activities towards results which, as being suited to these natures, bear to these latter the relation of final causes. A directive principle need not itself be conscious. The inner directive principle of inanimate agents towards what is good for them, what perfects them, what is therefore, in a true and real sense, their end, is not conscious, but in virtue of it they act as if they were conscious, nay, intelligent. Id est, they act executive propter fines. Of course, the existence of this principle in inanimate agencies necessarily implies intelligence. This indeed is our very contention against the whole philosophy of mechanism, positivism, and agnosticism. But is this intelligence really identical with the agencies of nature, so that all the phenomena of experience which constitute the cosmos or universe are but phases in the evolution of one sole reality, which is continually manifesting itself under the distinct aspects of nature and mind? Or is this intelligence, though virtually immanent in the universe, really distinct from it, really transcendent, a supreme intelligence which has created and continues to conserve this universe and govern all its activities? This is a distinct question. It is the question of monism or theism as an ultimate interpretation of human experience. We conclude, then, that what we call finality, or the influence of final causes, pervades the whole universe, that in the domain of conscious agents it is conscious, instinctive when it solicits sense appetite, voluntary when it solicits intelligent will, that in the domain of unconscious agencies it is not conscious, but natural, or physical, soliciting the nature, or appetitus naturalis, of these agencies. Before inquiring into the nature of final causality, we may indicate briefly the main divisions of final causes. Some of these concern the domain of human activity and are of importance to ethics rather than to ontology. A. We have already distinguished between intrinsic and extrinsic finality. An intrinsic final cause is an end or object which perfects the nature itself of the agent which tends towards it. Nourishment, for instance, is an intrinsic end in relation to the living organism. An extrinsic final cause is not one towards which the nature of the agent immediately tends, but one which, intended by some other agent, is de facto realized by the tendency of the former towards its own intrinsic end. Thus, the general order of the universe is an extrinsic end in relation to each individual agency in the universe. It is an end intended by the Creator and de facto realized by each individual agency acting in accordance with its own particular nature. B. Very similar to this is the familiar distinction between the finis operis and the finis operantis. The former is the end necessarily and de facto realized by the act itself, by its very nature, independently of any other end the agent may have expressly intended to attain by means of it. The latter is the end expressly intended by the agent and which may vary for one and the same kind of act. For instance, the finis operis of an act of alms-giving is the actual aiding of the mendicant. The finis operantis may be charity, or self-denial, or vanity, or whatever other motive influences the giver. C. Akin to those also is the distinction between an unconscious or physical or natural end and a conscious or mental or intentional end. The former is that towards which the nature or appetitus naturalis of unconscious agencies tends. The latter is an end apprehended by a conscious agent. D. An end may be either ultimate or proximate or intermediate. An ultimate end is one which is sought for its own sake, as contrasted with an intermediate end which is willed, rather as a means to the former, and with a proximate end which is intended last and sought first as a means to realizing the others. It should be noted that proximate and intermediate ends, insofar as they are sought for the sake of some ulterior end, are not ends at all, but rather means. Only insofar as they present some good desirable for its own sake are they properly ends or final causes. Furthermore, an ultimate end may be such absolutely or relatively. Absolutely, if it cannot possibly be subordinated or referred to any ulterior or higher good. Relatively, if, though ultimate in a particular order, as compared with means leading up to it, it is nevertheless capable of being subordinated to a higher good, though not actually referred to this latter by any explicit volition of the agent that seeks it. E. We can regard the end for which an agent acts either objectively, finis objectivus, or formally, finis formalis. The former is the objective good itself, which the agent wishes to realize, possess, or enjoy. The latter is the act, whereby the agent formally secures, appropriates, unites himself with this objective good. Thus God himself is the objective happiness, beatitudo objectiva, of man, while man's actual possession of or union with God by knowledge and love is man's formal happiness, beatitudo formalis. F. We may distinguish also between the real end, finis qui or cuius, and the personal end, finis cui. The former is the good which the agent desires, the good for the sake of which, cuius gratia, he acts. The latter is the subject or person to whom he wishes this good, or for whom he wishes to procure it. Thus a laborer may work to earn a sustenance for himself or also for his family. The real and the personal end are never willed separately, but always as one concrete good. G. The distinction between a principal end and an accessory end, motivum impulsivum, is obvious. The former can move to act of itself without the latter, but the latter strengthens the influence of the former. A really charitable person, while efficaciously moved to give alms by sympathy with the poor, may not be uninfluenced by vanity to let others know of his charity. H. Finally, we may note the theological distinction between the natural end and the supernatural end of man as a rational and moral agent. The former is the end due to man's nature. The latter is an end which is gratuitous and undue to his nature. God might not have created the world or man, and in this sense even the natural end of man is a gratuitous gift of God. But granted that God did decree to create the world and man, an end corresponding to man's nature and powers was due to him. The knowledge, service, and love of God is known to man by the light of natural reason. But as a matter of fact, God, in his actual providence, has decreed for man an incomparably higher and purely gratuitous end, an end revealed to man by God himself, an end entirely undue not only to man but to any and every possible creature, the beatific vision of the divine essence forever in heaven. 108. Causality of the final cause, relation of the latter to efficient, formal, and material causes. We can best analyze the influence of the final cause by studying this influence as exerted on conscious and intelligent agents. The final cause has a positive influence of some sort on the production, happening, actualization of effects. What is the nature of this influence? The final cause exerts its influence by being a good, an apprehended good. It exerts this influence on the appetite of the agent, soliciting the latter to perform certain acts for the realization, attainment, possession, or enjoyment of this good. But it must not be conceived as the efficient cause of this movement of the appetite, nor may its influence be conceived as action. An efficient cause must actually exist in order to act, but when the final cause, as an apprehended good, exerts its influence on the appetite, it is not yet actual, not until the agent by his action has realized the end and actually attained it, does the end as a good actually exist. We must distinguish between the end as attained and the end as intended, between the finis in executione and the finis in intentione. It is not the end as attained that is a final cause. As attained, it is an effect, pure and simple. It is the end as intended that is a final cause, and as intended, it does not yet actually exist. Hence its influence cannot be by way of action. Perhaps it is the idea or cognition of the intended end that exerts the peculiar influence of final cause. Now the idea or cognition of the end actually exists, no doubt, in the conscious agent, but this is only a condition, a conditio sine qua non, for the apprehended good, the final cause, to exert its influence, nil volitum nisi precognitum. It is not the cognition of the good, however, that moves the agent to act. It is not the idea of the good that the agent desires or strives for, but the good itself. It is the good itself, the known good, that exerts the influence, and this influence consists in the passive inclination or attraction or tendency of the appetite towards the good, a tendency which necessarily results from the very presence of the good, not really or physically, of course, but representatively, mentally, intentionally, by esse intenzionale, in the agent's consciousness, and which is formally the actualization of the causal power or influence of the final cause. Just as the efficient cause influences by acting, says St. Thomas, so the final cause influences by being yearned for and desired. Looked at from the side of the agent that undergoes it, this influence is a passive yielding. This next becomes an active motion of appetite, and in the case of free will, a deliberate act of intending the end, followed by acts of choosing means, and finally by acts commanding the executive faculties to employ these means. Looked at from the side of the final cause, the influence consists in an attraction of appetite towards union with itself as a good. The matter cannot be analyzed much further, nor will imagination images help us here, any more than in the case of efficient causality. It must be noted, however, that the influence of the final cause is the influence not of a reality as actual, or in its esse actuale, but of a reality as present to a perceiving mind, or in its esse intenzionale. At the same time, it would be a mistake to infer from this that the influence of the final cause is not real. It is sometimes described as intentional causality, causalitas intentionalis, but this must not be taken to mean that it is not real, for it is not the esse intenzionale of the good, id est the cognition of the good, its presence in the mind or consciousness of the agent that moves the latter's appetite. It is the apprehended good, apprehended as real, as possible of actual attainment, that moves the agent to act. The influence may not be physical in the sense of being productive of or interchangeable with or measurable by corporeal energy, or in terms of mechanical work, nor is it, but it is nonetheless real. But if the influence of a final cause really reaches to the effect of the agent's actions only through the medium of the latter's appetite, and therefore through a link of intentional causality, does it not at once follow that the attribution of final causality to the domain of unconscious and inorganic activities can at best be merely metaphorical? The attribution to such agencies of an appetitus naturalis is intelligible indeed as a striking and perhaps not unpoetic metaphor, but to contend that it is anything more than a metaphor, to claim seriously that inanimate agencies are swayed and influenced by ends, is not this really to substitute mysticism and mystery for rational speculation and analysis? Mechanists are wont to dismiss the doctrine of final causes in the physical universe with offhand charges of this kind. They are but too ready to attribute it to a mystical attitude of mind. Final causes, they say, are not discovered in inanimate nature by the cold, calculating, unemotional analysis to which reason submits its activities, but are read into it by minds which allow themselves to be prompted by the imagination and emotions to personify and anthropomorphize inanimate agencies. The accusation is as plausible as it is unjust. It is plausible because the attribution of final causes to inanimate nature and of an appetitus naturalis to its agencies seems to imply the recognition of conscious mental intentional influence in this domain. But it really implies nothing of the sort, and hence the injustice of the charge. What it does imply is the existence of a genuine analogy between the nature and natural activities of physical agencies on the one hand, and the appetite and appetitive activities of conscious agencies on the other. The existence of this analogy is absolutely undeniable. The orderly, invariable, and uniformly suitable character of physical activities simply forces our reason to recognize in physical agencies natures which tend towards their development, and which by their activities attain to what is good for them, to what perfects them. In other words, we have to recognize that each, by its natural line of activity, attains to results that are good and useful to it, just as if it apprehended them as such and consciously tended towards them. The analogy is there, and the recognition of it, so far from being a mystic interpretation of facts, is an elementary logical exercise of our reasoning faculty. The scholastics emphasize their recognition of the analogy by calling the nature of an unconscious agent, the principle of its active tendencies towards the realization of its own perfection, an appetitus naturalis, an expression into which no one familiar with scholastic terminology would venture to read any element of mysticism. Every separate agency in nature has a uniform mode of activity. By following out this line of action, each cooperates with all the others in maintaining the orderly course of nature. These are facts which call for explanation. They are not explained by the supposition of mechanists that these agencies are mere efficient causes. Efficient causality does not account for order. It has got simply nothing to do with order or regularity. Consequently, the last word of the mechanical philosophy on the fact of order in the universe is agnosticism. In opposition to this attitude, we are far from contending that there is no mystery, or that all is clear, either in regard to the fact of change or the fact of regularity. Just as we cannot explain everything in efficient causality, so neither can we explain everything in final causality. But we do contend that the element of order, development, evolution, even in the physical nature, can be partially explained by recognizing in its several agencies a nature, a principle of development, a passive inclination implanted in the very being of these agencies by the intelligent author of their being. In conscious agencies, this inclination or tendency to actions conformable or co-natural to their being is not always in act. It is aroused by conscious cognition, perception, or imagination of a good, and operates intermittently. In unconscious agencies, it is congenital and constantly in act. It is as a tendency, not as actually operative. For its actual development, due conditions of environment are required. The seed will not grow without a suitable soil, temperature, moisture, etc. In conscious agencies, the tendency considered entitatively, or as a reality in them, is an accidental form. In unconscious agencies, it is their forma substantialis, the formative substantial principle which determines the specific type to which their nature belongs. In all agencies, the inclination or appetite or tendency to action rises from a form, an elicited appetite from an intentional form, a natural appetite from a natural form. Omnis inclinatio seu appetitus consequitur formam, appetitus illicitus formam intentionalam, appetitus naturalis formam naturalem. The scholastic view that final causality pervades all things is expressed in the aphorism, Omne agens agit propter finem. Every agency acts for an end. From our analysis of final causality, it will be seen that the end becomes a cause by exercising its influence on the agent or efficient cause, and thus initiating the action of the latter. We have seen already that material and formal causes exercise their causality dependently on the efficient cause of the change or effect produced by the latter. We now see that the final cause, the end as intended, determines the action of the efficient cause. Hence its causality holds the primacy as compared with that of the other causes. It is in this sense the cause of causes, causa causarum. But while the end as intended is the starting point of the whole process, the end as attained is the ultimate term of the latter. Hence the scholastic aphorism, finis est primus in intentione et ultimus in executione. And this is true where the process involves a series of acts attaining to means subordinate to an end. This latter is the first thing intended, and the last attained. The final cause, the end as intended, is extrinsic to the effect. It is intrinsic to the efficient cause. It is a forma, or determinative principle of the latter. A forma intentionalis in conscious agents, a forma naturalis in unconscious agents. End of section 43, read by Sandra near Montreal, 2021. Section 44 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being by Peter Coffey. Chapter 15, Part 2. 109. Nature and the Laws of Nature. Character and Grounds of their Necessity and Universality. Scientific Determinism and Philosophic Fatalism. By the term nature, we have seen that Aristotle and the scholastics meant the essence or substance of an agent, regarded as inner principle of the latter's normal activities, as determining the bent or inclination of these, and therefore as in a real sense their final cause. Hence Aristotle's definition of nature as a certain principle or cause of the motion and rest of the thing, in which that principle is rooted fundamentally and essentially, and not merely accidentally. The scholastics, recognizing that this intentio naturae, this subjection to finality in unconscious agencies, must be the work and the index of intelligence, in other words, that this analogical finality in inanimate things must connote a proper finality, a properly purposive mode of action in the author of these things, conceived this nature or intentio naturae as the impression of a divine art or plan upon the very being of all creatures by the Creator himself. Hence St. Thomas's profound and well-known description of nature as the principle of a divine art impressed upon things, in virtue of which they move towards determinate ends. Defining art as the just conception of external works to be accomplished, he observes that nature is a sort of art, as if a shipbuilder were to endow his materials with the power of moving and adapting themselves so as to form or construct a ship. And elsewhere he remarks that nature differs from art only in this, that the former is an intrinsic, the latter an extrinsic principle of the work which is accomplished through its influence, so that if the art whereby a ship is constructed were intrinsic to the materials, the ship would be constructed by nature, as it actually is by art. Such, then, is the teleological conception of the nature of each individual agency in the universe. When we speak of universal nature, external nature, physical nature, the course of nature, the laws of nature, etc., we are using the term in a collective sense to signify the sum total of all the agencies which constitute the whole physical universe. And furthermore, in all such contexts, we usually understand by nature the world of corporeal things as distinct from the domain of mind or spirit. The proof of this view, that the agencies of the physical universe are not merely efficient causes, but that they act under the influence of ends, that they have definite lines of action which are natural to them, and whereby they realize their own individual development and the maintenance of the universe as a cosmos, that by doing so they reveal the influence of intelligent purpose. The proof of this view lies, as we've seen, in the fact that their activities are regular, uniform, and mutually useful, or in other words, that they are productive of order. Bearing this in mind, let us inquire into the various meanings discernible in the very familiar expressions laws of nature, physical laws, natural laws. We may understand firstly by a law of nature this innate tendency we have been describing as impressed upon the very being of all created things by the Creator. It is in this sense we speak of a thing acting naturally or according to the law of its nature, or according to its nature. When we see it acting according to what we conceive to be the end intended for it, acting in a manner conducive to the development of its own individuality, the preservation of its specific type or kind, and the fulfillment of its role in the general scheme of things, what this natural mode of action is for this particular kind of thing, we gather from our experience of the regular or normal activity of things of its kind. Thus we say it is a law of oxygen and hydrogen to combine in definite proportions, under suitable conditions, to form water, a law of all particles of matter in the universe to tend to move towards one another with a definite acceleration, a law of living organisms to reproduce their kind. This usage comes nearest to the original meaning of the term law, a precept or command imposed on intelligent agents by a superior. For we conceive this natural tendency impressed on physical agencies by the Creator after the analogy of a precept or command, and we have good reason to do so, because uniformity of conduct in intelligent agents is the normal result of their obedience to a law imposed upon them, and we see in the activities of the physical universe an all-pervading feature of regularity. Secondly, we transfer the term law to this result itself of the natural tendency of the being, of the convergence of its activities towards its end. That is to say, we call the uniform mode of action of an agent a law of nature, a natural or physical law. This usage, which is common in the positive sciences, implies a less profound, a more superficial, but a perfectly legitimate mode of apprehending and studying the changes and phenomena of the physical universe. Thirdly, since the several agencies of the universe coexist in time and space, since they constantly interact on one another, since for the exercise of the natural activities of each certain extrinsic conditions of relationship with its environment must be fulfilled, an accurate knowledge and exact formulation of these relations are obviously requisite for a scientific and practical insight into the mode of activity of any natural agency. In fact, the physical scientist may and does take for granted the natural tendency and the uniformity of action resulting therefrom, and confines himself to discovering and formulating the relations between any given kind of action and the extrinsic conditions requisite for its exercise. Such, for instance, would be any chemical law, setting forth the measure and the conditions of temperature, pressure, etc., in which certain chemical elements combine to form a certain chemical compound. To all such formulae, scientists give the title of physical laws or laws of physical nature. These formulae, descriptive of the manner in which a phenomenon takes place, setting forth with the greatest possible quantitative exactness the phenomenal factors that enter into and precede and accompany it, are laws in a still more superficial and still less philosophical sense, but a sense which is most commonly and justly accepted in the positive or physical sciences. Before examining the feature and characteristic of necessity and universality which enters into all these various concepts of a physical law, we have here to observe that it would make for clearness and for a better understanding between physics and metaphysics, between science and philosophy, between the investigator who seeks by observation and experiment for the proximate phenomenal conditions and physical causes of phenomena, and the investigator who seeks for the ultimate real ground and explanation of these latter by speculative analysis of them, and by reasoning from the scientist's discoveries about them, if it were understood and agreed that investigation into the scope and significance and ultimate ground of this feature of stability in the laws of physical nature belongs to the philosopher rather than to the scientist. We have already called attention to the fact that the propriety of such an obviously reasonable and intelligible division of labor is almost universally admitted in theory, both by scientists and by philosophers, though unfortunately it's not always remembered in practice. In theory, the scientist assumes, and very properly assumes, that the agencies with which he deals are not capricious, unreliable, irregular, but stable, reliable, regular in their mode of action, that in similar sets of conditions and circumstances they will act uniformly. Without inquiring into the ultimate grounds of this assumption, he premises that all his conclusions, all his inductive generalizations about the activity of these agencies, will hold good of these latter just insofar as they do act according to his general postulate as to their regularity. He then proceeds by the inductive processes of hypothesis and experimental verification to determine what agencies produce such or such an event, under what conditions they bring this about, what are all the phenomenal conditions, positive and negative, antecedent and concomitant, in the absence of any one of which this event will not happen, and in the presence of all of which it will happen. These are, in accordance with his assumption, determining causes of the event. The knowledge of them is from the speculative point of view extremely important, and from the practical standpoint of invention and applied science extremely useful. As a scientist, he has no other knowledge in view. He aims at discovering the how, the quo modo, of natural phenomena. How, for instance, under what conditions and in what measure water is produced from hydrogen and oxygen. When he has discovered all these positive and negative conditions, his scientific knowledge of the formation of water is complete. But there are other questions in regard to natural phenomena to which the experimental methods of the positive sciences can offer no reply. They can tell us nothing about the wider how, which resolves itself into a why. They can give no information about the ultimate causes, origins, reasons, or essences of those phenomena. As Pasteur and other equally illustrious scientists have proclaimed, experimental science is essentially positive, that is, confined to the proximate phenomenal conditions and causes of things. It has nothing to say, nor it has any need or right to say anything about the ultimate nature or first origin or final destiny of the things and events of the universe. Yet such questions arise and clamor insistently for solution. How is it, or why is it, that natural phenomena are uniformly linked to certain other phenomenal antecedents or physical causes? Is it absolutely impossible, inconceivable, that this sequence should be found not to obtain in even a single individual instance? Why should there be such uniform sequences or laws at all? Are there exceptions, or can there be exceptions to these laws of physical nature? What is the character and what are the grounds of the necessity of these laws? Every living organism comes from a living cell, not from any living cell, but from some particular kind of living cell. But why are there such kinds of cells? Why are there living cells at all? Whence their first origin? Again, granted that there are different kinds or types of living cells, why should a particular kind of cell give rise by division and evolution to an organism of the same kind or type as the parent organisms? Why does it not always do so? Why are what biologists describe as monsters in the organic kingdom possible? And why, since they are possible, are they not as numerous as what are recognized as the normal types or kinds of living organisms? Now, these are questions in regard to which not only every professing physical scientist and every professing metaphysician, but every thinking man must take up some attitude or other. A refusal to consider them on the plea that they're insoluble is just as definite an attitude as any other, nor by assuming this attitude does any man, even though he be a specialist in some department of the positive or physical sciences, escape being a metaphysician or a philosopher, however much he may deprecate such titles, for he's taking up a reasoned attitude, we presume it is such, and not the outcome of mere prejudice, on ultimate questions. And this is philosophy. This is metaphysics. When, therefore, a physical scientist either avows or insinuates that because the methods of physical science, which are suitable for the discovery of the proximate causes of phenomena, can tell him nothing about ultimate questions concerning these phenomena, therefore there is nothing to be known about these questions, he's not only committing himself, nolens volens, to definite philosophical views, but he's doing a serious disservice to physical science itself by misconceiving and misstating its rightful scope and limits. He has just an equal right with any other man to utilize the established truths of physical science to help him in answering ultimate questions. Nay, he may even use the unverified hypotheses and systemic conceptions of physical science for what they are worth in helping him to determine his general worldview. But his competence as a specialist in physical science does not confer upon him any special qualification for estimating the value of these truths and hypotheses as evidence in the domain of ultimate problems. Nor can he, because he's a scientist, or even because he may go so far as to assert the right of speaking in the name of science, claim for his particular interpretation the privilege of exemption from criticism, and this is true no matter what his interpretation may be, whether it be agnosticism, mechanism, teleologism, monism, or theism. These observations may appear elementary and obvious, but the insinuation of positivism and phenomenism, that whatever is not itself phenomenal and verifiable by the experimental methods of the physical sciences is in no wise knowable, and the insinuation of mechanists that their worldview is the only one compatible with the truths of science and therefore the only scientific philosophy, justify us in reiterating and emphasizing even such obvious methodological considerations. Bearing them in mind, let us now examine the uniformity and necessity of the laws of physical nature. Understanding by natural law the natural inclination or tendency of the creature to a definite line of activity. This law is of itself determining or necessitating. Moreover, it is absolutely inseparable from the essence of the creature. Granted that the creature exists, it has this tendency to exert and direct all its forces and energies in a definite normal way for the realization of its end. This nisus naturae is never absent. It is observable even where, as in the generation of monsters by living organisms, it partially fails to attain its end. A law of nature taken in this sense is absolutely necessary to and inseparable from the created agent. It admits of no exceptions. No agent can exist without it, for it is identical with the very being of the agent. But the uniformity of action resulting from this natural tendency, the uniform series of normal operations whereby it realizes its end, is not absolutely necessary, inviolable, unexceptional. In the first place, the author of nature can, for a higher or moral purpose, prevent any created agency supernaturally, miraculously, from actually exercising its active powers in accordance with its nature for the prosecution of its natural end. But apart altogether from this, abstracting from all special interference of the first cause, and confining our attention to the natural order itself, we have to consider that for any physical agency to act in its natural or normal manner, certain extrinsic conditions are always requisite. Oxygen and hydrogen, for instance, will combine to produce water, but only under certain conditions of contact, pressure, temperature, etc. This general requirement arises from the fact already mentioned, that physical agencies coexist in time and space and are constantly interacting. These extrinsic conditions are, of course, not expressly stated in the formulation of those uniformities and quantitative descriptions called laws of nature, in the second and third interpretations of this expression as explained above. It is taken as understood that the law applies only if and when and where all such conditions are verified. The law, therefore, as stated categorically, does not express an absolutely necessary, universal, and unexceptional truth. It may admit of exceptions. In the next place, when we come to examine these exceptions to uniformity, these failures or frustrations of the normal or natural activities of physical agencies, we find it possible to distinguish roughly with Aristotle between two groups of such uniformities or laws. There are firstly those which, so far as our experience goes, seem to prevail always, Greek i.e., unexceptionally, and secondly those which seem to prevail generally, for the most part, Greek epi to polou, though not unexceptionally. The former would be the outcome of active powers, energies, forces, de facto, present and prevalent always and everywhere in all physical agencies, and of such a character that the conditions requisite for their actual operation would be always verified. Such, for instance, would be the force of gravity in all ponderable matter, and hence the law of gravitation is regarded as all-pervading, universal, unexceptional. But there are other natural or normal effects, which are the outcome of powers, forces, energies, not all-pervading, but restricted to special groups of agencies, dependent for their actual production on the presence of a great and complex variety of extrinsic conditions, and liable therefore to be impeded by the interfering action of numerous other natural agencies. Such, for instance, would be the natural powers and processes whereby living organisms propagate their kind. The law, therefore, which states it to be a uniformity of nature that living organisms reproduce offspring similar to themselves in kind, is a general law, admitting exceptions. Operations and effects which follow from the nature of their causes are called natural. Kath asto ki eni kata synvevikos. Some causes produce their natural effects always. Ta exanangis kai nomina. Others produce their natural effects usually, as a general rule. Ta os epipoli nomina. Operations and effects which are produced by the interfering influence of extrinsic agencies, to vion, violent as opposed to natural, and not in accordance with the nature of their principal cause, are called by Aristotle accidental. Ta kata synvevikos, ta endekomina eugenaste. And these, he remarks, people commonly describe as due to chance. Kai tafta pandes phasin inapotihis. All are familiar with events or happenings described as fortuitous, accidental, exceptional, unexpected, with things happening by chance, by good or bad luck or fortune. There are terms in all languages expressive of this experience: casus, sort, fortuna, piscis, etc. The notion underlying all of them is that of something occurring unintentionally, praeter intentionem agentis. Whether chance effects result from the action of intelligent agents or from the operation of physical causes, they are not intended by the deliberate purpose of the intelligent agent in the one case, or by the natural tendency, the intentio naturae, of the mere physical agency in the other. Such an effect, therefore, has not a natural cause. Hence it is considered exceptional and is always more or less unexpected. Nature, as Aristotle rightly observes, never produces a chance effect. His meaning is that whenever such an effect occurs, it is not brought about in accordance with the natural tendency of any physical agency. It results from a collision or coincidence of two or more such agencies, each acting according to its nature. The hunter's act of firing at a wild fowl is an intentional act. The boy's act of coming into the thicket to gather wild flowers is an intentional act. The accidental shooting of the boy is the result of a coincidence of the two intentional acts. Similarly, each of all the various agencies which bring about the development of an embryo in the maternal womb has its own immediate and particular natural effect, and only immediately contributes to the general effect of bringing the embryo to maturity. As a rule, these particular effects are favorable to the general effect, but sometimes the immediate ends do not subserve this ulterior purpose. The result is accidental, exceptional, a deviation from the normal type, an anomaly, a monster in the domain of living organisms. Aristotle's analysis, correct so far, is incomplete. It assigns no ultimate explanation of the fact that there are such encounters of individual natural tendencies in the universe, such failures in the subordination of particular ends to wider ulterior ends. As a matter of fact, these chance effects, though not intended by the natures of individual created agencies, are not wholly and entirely unintended. They are not wholly aimless. They enter into the general plan and scheme of things as known and willed by the author of nature. They are known to his intelligence and willed and ruled by his providence. For him there can be no such thing as chance. Effects that are accidental in relation to created causes, effects that run counter to the nature or intentio naturae of these, are foreseen and willed by him and made to subserve that wider and more general end which is the universal order of the world that he's actually willed to create. It is only in relation to the natures of individual agencies and to the limited horizon of our finite intelligences that such phenomena can present the aspect of fortuitous or chance occurrences. Before passing on to deal in our concluding section with the great fact of order, let us briefly compare with the foregoing explanation of nature and its laws the attempt of mechanists to explain these without recognizing in the physical universe any influence of final causes or any indication of a purposive intelligence. We have ventured to describe their attitude as philosophic fatalism. According to their view, there is no ground for the distinction between phenomena that happen naturally and phenomena that happen accidentally or by chance. All alike happen by the same kind of general necessity. The generation of a monster is as natural as the generation of normal offspring. The former, when it occurs, is just as inevitably the outcome of the physical forces at work in the particular case, as the latter is the outcome of a particular set of efficient causes, which do actually produce the normal result. The only difference is that the former, occurring less frequently and as the result of a rarer and less known conjunction of physical causes than the latter, is not expected by us to occur, and is consequently regarded when it does occur as exceptional. Now, it is quite true that what we call chance effects or exceptional effects result just as inevitably from the set of forces operative in their case as normal effects result from the forces operative in theirs. But this leaves for explanation something which the mechanist cannot explain. He regards a physical law merely as a generalization beyond experience of some experience uniformity, and he holds that all our physical laws are provisional in the sense that a wider and deeper knowledge of the actual conditions of interaction among the physical forces of the universe would enable us to eliminate exceptions, which are all apparent, not real, by restating our laws in such a comprehensive way as to include all such cases. We may indeed admit that our physical laws are open to revision and restatement in this sense, and are de facto often modified in this sense by the progress of science. But the important point is this, that the mechanist does not admit the existence in physical agencies of any law in the sense of a natural inclination towards an end, or in any sense in which it would imply intelligence, design, or purpose. On the contrary, claiming as he does that all physical phenomena are reducible to mechanical motions of inert masses, atoms, or particles of matter in space, he is obliged to regard all physical agencies as being, so far as their nature is concerned, wholly indifferent to any particular form of activity. Committed to the indefensible view that all qualitative change is reducible to quantitative, and all material differences to differences in the location of material particles and in the velocity and direction of the spatial motion impressed upon each by others extrinsic to itself, he has left himself no factors wherewith to explain the actual order and course of the universe, other than the purely indifferent factors of essentially or naturally homogeneous particles of inert matter endowed with local motion. We emphasize this feature of indifference, for the conception of an inert particle of matter, subject to mechanical motion impressed upon it from without, is the very type of an indifferent agency. What such an entity will do, whether or not it will move, with what velocity and in what direction it will move, in a word, its entire conduct, its role in the universe, the sum total of its functions. Nothing of all this is dependent on itself. Everything depends on agencies extrinsic to it and on its extrinsic time and space relations to these agencies, and these latter, in turn, are in the same condition as itself. Now, is it conceivable that agencies of this kind, of themselves absolutely indifferent to any particular kind of effect, suitable or unsuitable, regular or irregular, orderly or disorderly, could actually produce and maintain the existing order of the universe? If they were themselves produced by an all-wise and all-powerful being, and definitely arranged in spatial relations to one another, and initial mechanical motion in definite directions and velocities impressed on the different parts of the system, there's no denying that infinite wisdom and power could, by divine concurrence, even with such indifferent agencies, realize and maintain a cosmos, or orderly universe. Such purely extrinsic finality could, absolutely speaking, account for the existence of order, uniformity, regularity, system. Though all the evidence furnished by the universe of our actual experience points to the existence of intrinsic finality also, as understood by Aristotle and the scholastics. But the mechanist will not allow even extrinsic finality. He will not recognize in the actual universe of our experience any evidence of a ruling intelligence realizing a plan or design for an intelligent purpose. He denies the necessity of the inference from the data of human experience to the existence of a guiding intelligence. And what are his alternatives? He may choose one or other of two. He may restate, in the more scientific and imposing terminology of modern mechanics, the crude conception of the ancient Greek atomists, that the actual order of the universe is the absolutely inevitable and fatal outcome of a certain collocation of the moving masses of the physical universe, a collocation favorable to order, a collocation which just happened to occur by some happy chance from the essentially aimless, purposeless, indifferent, and chaotic motions of those material masses and particles. We say chaotic, for chaos is the absence of cosmos, and order is the fact that has got to be explained. In the concept of indifferent, inert atoms of matter moving through space, there is emphatically no principle of order, and hence the mechanist who will not admit the necessity of inferring an intelligence to give these moving masses or atoms the collocation favorable to order, is forced to explain this supposed collocation by attributing it to pure chance, the concursus fortuitus atomorum of the ancient Greeks. When, however, we reflect that the more numerous these atoms and the more varied and complex their motions, the smaller is the chance of a collocation favorable to order, that the atoms and motions are supposed actually to surpass any assignable number, that therefore the chance of any such favorable collocation occurring is indefinitely smaller than any measurable proportion, we can draw our own conclusions about the value of such a speculation as a rational explanation of the existing cosmos, and this apart altogether from the consideration that the fact to be explained is not merely the momentary occurrence of an orderly collocation, but the maintenance of an orderly system of cosmic phenomena through the lapse of all time. No orderly finite system of mechanical motions arranged by human skill can preserve its orderly motions indefinitely without intelligent human supervision. The neglected machine will get out of order, run down, wear out, if left to itself, and we are asked to believe that the whole universe is one vast machine, which not only goes on without intelligent supervision, but which actually made itself by chance. Naturally, such an explanation of the universe does not commend itself to any man of serious thought, whatever his difficulties may be against the argument from the fact of order in the universe to the existence of an intelligent designer. Add to this the consideration that the mechanist theory does not even claim to account for the first origin of the universe. It postulates the existence of matter in motion. In regard to this supreme problem of the first origin of the universe, the attitude of the mechanist is avowedly agnostic. And in view of what we have just remarked about the chance theory as an explanation of the existing order of the universe, it is no matter for surprise that most mechanists reject this theory and embrace the agnostic attitude in regard to this latter problem also. Whether the agnostic attitude they assume be negative or positive, i.e., whether they are content to say that they themselves at least fail to find any satisfactory rational explanation of the origin and nature of the cosmos, or contend further that no rational solution of these problems is within the reach of the human mind, their teaching is refuted in natural theology, where the theistic solution of these problems is set forth and vindicated. End of section 44. Read by Sandra, near Montreal, 2021. Section 45 of Ontology, or the Theory of Being. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey. Chapter 15, Part 3. 110. The Order of the Universe, a Fact and its Implications. The considerations so far submitted in this chapter as pointing to the existence and influence of final causes in the universe will be strengthened and completed by a brief analysis of order and its implications. We have seen already that the apprehension of order in things implies the recognition of some unifying principle in what is manifold. What in general is the nature of this principle? It is the point of view, the standpoint from which the unifying arrangement or disposition of the manifold is carried out. In other words, it is the end, object, or purpose of the orderly arrangement. The arrangement and the order resulting from it will vary according to the end in view, whether, for instance, it be an arrangement of books in a library, of pictures in a gallery, of materials in an edifice, of parts in a machine. Hence St. Thomas's definition of order as the due adaptation of means to ends, recta ratio rerum ad finem. When this adaptation is the work of human intelligence, the order realized is artificial. When it is the work of nature, the order realized is natural. Art is an extrinsic principle of order. Nature implies indeed also an intelligent extrinsic principle of order, but is itself an intrinsic principle of order. The works of nature and those of art have this feature in common, that they manifest adaptation of means to ends. The subordination of means to ends realizes an order which has for its unifying principle the influence of an end, a final cause. The group of dynamic relations thus revealed constitutes what is called teleological order, the order of purpose or finality. The realization or execution of such an order implies the simultaneous existence of coordinated parts or members in a system, a realized whole with complex coordinated orderly parts, the principle of unity in this system being the form of the whole. This realized, disposed, or constituted order is called the aesthetic order, the order of coordination, composition, constitution. In ultimate analysis, however, these two orders, the teleological and the aesthetic, having as respective unifying principles the final cause and the formal cause, are not two really distinct orders, but rather two aspects of one and the same order. We have seen that in the things of nature the intrinsic end or final cause of each is identical with its forma substantialis, or formal cause. But the final cause is naturally prior to the formal cause, and consequently the teleological order is more fundamental than the aesthetic. St. Augustine's definition of order as the arrangement of a multiplicity of things, similar and dissimilar according its proper place to each, reveals the material cause of order in the multiplicity of varied elements, the formal cause of order in the group of relations resulting from the arrangement or dispositio, and the efficient cause of order in the agent that disposes or arranges them. The final cause, though not directly mentioned, is implied in the fact that the place of each factor in the system is necessarily determined by the function it has to fulfill, the part it is suited by its nature to play in contributing to the realization of the end or purpose of the arrangement. If, then, order is the right arrangement or disposition of things according to their destination, or in the mutual relations demanded by their ends, it necessarily follows that the very existence of natural order in the universe implies that this universe is not a work of chance but a purposive work, just as the existence of artificial order in products of human art implies that these products are not the result of chance, but of activity influenced by final causes. It is, in fact, impossible to conceive order except as resulting from the influence of final causes. Right reason rejects as an utterly inadequate explanation of the natural order of the universe the fantastic and far-fetched supposition of a chance collocation of indifferent, undetermined, and aimless physical agencies. If we find in the actual physical universe difficulties against the view that this universe reveals the influence of final causes, such difficulties do not arise from the fact that there is order in the universe, but rather from the fact that with this order there seems to coexist some degree of disorder also. In so far forth as there is natural order, there is cogent evidence of the influence of final causes, and so necessary is this inference that even one single authentic instance of natural order in an otherwise chaotic universe would oblige us to infer the existence and influence of a final cause to account for that solitary instance. We mean by an authentic instance one which evidences a real and sustained uniformity, regularity, mutual coordination, and subordination of factors in the behavior of any group of natural agencies, for we allow that transient momentary collocations and concurrences of indifferent agencies, acting aimlessly and without purpose as a matter of fact, might present to our minds, accustomed to seek for orderly and purposive phenomena, the deceptive appearance of order. Order, then, we take it, necessarily implies the existence and influence of final causes. This, in turn, as we have already observed, implies with equal necessity the existence of intelligent purpose. If, then, there is natural order in the universe, there must exist an intelligent will to account for this natural order. Leaving the development of this line of argument to its proper place in natural theology, there remains the simple question of fact. Is the physical universe a cosmos? Does it reveal order, a natural order, distinct from the artificial order realized by the human mind in the mechanical and fine arts, an order, therefore, realized not by the human mind, but by some other mind, by the divine mind? The evidences of such order superabound. We have already referred to some of them, nor is there any need to labor the matter. 2 points, however, in connection with this universally recognized fact of order in the universe, call for a brief mention before we conclude. They are in the nature of difficulties against the ordinary reasonable view of the matter, the view on which the theistic argument from order is based. In accordance with the Kantian theory of knowledge, it is objected that the order which we apprehend or think we apprehend in the universe is not really in the universe of our experience, but is, as it were, projected into the universe by our own minds in the very process of cognition itself. It is therefore not real, but only apparent, not noumenal, but only phenomenal. It is simply a product of the categorizing, unifying, systematizing activity of our minds. It is a feature of the phenomenon or mental product, that is, of the noumenal datum, as invested with a category of thought. But whether or not it is a characteristic of the real universe itself, man's speculative reason is by its very constitution essentially incapable of ever discovering. The theory of knowledge on which this difficulty is based can be shown to be unsound and erroneous. For a criticism of the theory, we must refer the reader to scholastic works on epistemology. It may be observed, however, apart from the merits or demerits of the theory, that the experienced fact of order is by no means demolished or explained away by any questions that may be raised about the exact location of the fact, if we may so express it. Order is a fact, an undeniable experienced fact, and it looms just as large and cries out just as insistently for explanation, with whichever of the imposing adjectives, noumenal or phenomenal, a philosopher may choose to qualify it. Nor do we diminish its reality by calling it phenomenal one whit more than we increase that reality by calling it noumenal. The other difficulty arises from the existence of disorder in the universe. Pessimists, of the type of Schopenhauer or Nietzsche, concentrate their attention so exclusively on the evidences of disorder, the failures of adaptation of means to ends, the defects and excesses, the prodigality and penury, the pain and suffering, which abound in physical nature, not to speak of moral evil, that they become blind to all evidences of order and proclaim all belief in order an illusion. The picture of, quote, nature red in tooth and claw with ravine, end quote, is, however, the product of a morbid and distraught imagination rather than a sane view of the facts. The undeniable existence of disorder, of physical evils, defects, failures, frustrations of natural tendency in the universe, does not obscure or conceal from the normal, unbiased mind the equally undeniable evidences of a great and wide and generally prevailing order. Nor does it conceal from such a mind the fact that the existence of order in any measure or degree implies of necessity the existence of plan or design, and therefore of intelligent purpose also. Inferring from this fact of order the existence of a supreme intelligence, and inferring by other lines of reasoning from the data of experience the dependence of the universe on this intelligence as creator, conserver, and ruler, the theist is confronted with the reality of moral and physical evil, i.e., of disorder in the universe. But he does not see in this disorder anything essentially incompatible with his established conclusion that the universe is a finite creation of infinite wisdom, and a free manifestation of the latter to man. If the actual universe is imperfect, he knows that God created it freely and might have created a more perfect or a less perfect one. Knowing that God is all-powerful as he is all-wise, he knows that the actual universe, though imperfect absolutely, is perfect relatively, in that it infallibly reveals the divine wisdom and goodness exactly in the measure in which God has willed to reveal himself in his works. Conscious on the one hand that his finite mind cannot trace in detail all the purposes of God in nature, or assign to all individual events their divinely appointed ends, he is confident, on the other hand, that the whole universe is intelligible only as the working out of a divine plan, and not otherwise. To his mind, as a theist, these lines are a clearer expression of rationally grounded optimism than they were perhaps even to the poet who penned them. Quote, I trust in nature for the stable laws of beauty and utility. Spring shall plant, and autumn garner to the end of time. I trust in God, the right shall be the right and other than the wrong while he endures. I trust in my own soul that can perceive the outward and the inward, nature's good and God's." End quote. We have seen that the agencies which constitute the universal order have each its own inner principle of finality, that these agencies are not isolated but mutually related in such ways that the ends of each subserve an extrinsic and remoter end, which is none other than this universal order whereby we recognize the world as a cosmos. The maintenance of this order is the intrinsic end of the universe as a whole, an end which is immanent in the universe, an end which is, of course, a good. But this universal order itself is for an end, an extrinsic transcendent end, distinct from itself, and this end too must be a good. Quote, "The universe," says St. Thomas, "has the good of order and another distinct good." End quote. "The universal order," says Aristotle, "has itself an end, a good, which is one, and to which all else is ordained." Pros hen apanta sinte tacte. What can this supreme good be, this absolutely ultimate end, this transcendent principle of all nature and of all nature's tendencies and activities? Whence comes this universal tendency of all nature, if not from the being who is the one, eternal, immutable prime mover, and whose moving influence is love? Such is the profound thought of Aristotle, a thought re-echoed so sublimely by the immortal poet of Christian philosophy in the closing line of the Paradiso: "L'amor che muove il sole e l'altre stelle." The immediate factors of the universal order of nature, themselves devoid of intelligence, must therefore be the work of intelligent will. To arrange these factors as parts of one harmonious whole, as members of one orderly system, supreme wisdom must have conceived the plan and chosen the means to realize it. The manifestation of God's glory by the realization of this plan, such is the ultimate transcendent end of the whole created universe. Quote, "The whole order of the universe," writes St. Thomas, developing the thought of Aristotle, "is for the prime mover thereof. This order has for its purpose the working out in an orderly universe of the plan conceived and willed by the prime mover, and hence the prime mover is the principle of this universal order." End quote. The truths, so briefly outlined in this closing chapter on the order and purpose of the universe, have nowhere found more apt and lucid philosophical formulation than in the monumental writings of the angel of the Christian schools, nor perhaps have they ever elsewhere appeared in a more felicitous setting of poetic imagery than in these stanzas from the immortal epic of the poet of the Christian schools. "Le cose tutte quante han ordine tra loro, e questa I forma che l'universo a Dio fa similiante. Qui vedion l'alte creatura l'orma dell'eterno valore, il quale è fine al quale è fatta la toccata norma. Nell'ordine c'io dico sono accline, tutte nature per diverse sorti più al principio loro è men vicine, onde si muovono a diversi porti per lo gran mar dell'essere, e ciascuna con istinto a lei dato ce la porti. Questi ne porta il fuoco in ver la luna, questi ne cuor mortali ha per motore, questi la terra in se stringe ed aduna, ne pur le creature che son furor d'intelligenza, quest'arco saeta che hanno intelletto ed amore. La provvidenza, che cotanto accetta, del suo lume fa il ciel sempre quieto, nel qual si volge quel che ha maggior fretta, ed ora lì com assito decreto sen porta la virtù di quella corta, che cio che scocca drizzo in segno lieto." Translation: "Among themselves all things have order, and from hence the form which makes the universe resemble God. In this the higher creatures see the printed steps of that eternal worth, which is the end whither the line is drawn. All natures lean in this their order, diversely, some more, some less, approaching to their primal source. Thus they to different havens are moved on, through the vast sea of being, and each one with instinct given that bears it in its course. This to the lunar sphere directs the fire, this prompts the hearts of mortal animals, this the brute earth together knits and binds. Nor only creatures, void of intellect, are aimed at by this bow, but even those that have intelligence and love are pierced. That Providence, who so well orders all, with her own light makes ever calm the heaven in which the substance that hath greatest speed is turned. And thither now, as to our seat predestined, we are carried by the force of that strong cord that never looses dart, but fair aim and glad. End of section 45. Read by Czandra, near Montreal, 2021. End of Ontology, or the Theory of Being, by Peter Coffey.